Chapter 753, The Wildlands Beat Me. Chapter 753, The Wildlands Beat Me. In the end, the spell formation had been so troublesome for Bai Xiaochun that he had resorted to the Undying Emperor's fist to break it, and then used a heaven-cleaving good fortune pill to recover. Without falling back on that strategy, he wouldn't have been able to prevail. Feeling more than a bit angry, he quickly went from one chosen to the next and stabbed the eternal parasol into them. He made sure to shove it especially deeply into Zhou Hong, and took plenty of life force. Most people screamed, but Zhou Hong simply gritted his teeth and glared at Bai Xiaochun wordlessly. "What?" Bai Xiaochun said. "Still think you were in the right? Fudge. You stirred up trouble with me back in the necromancer kettle, then you tried to get Sun Yifan and Sima Tao to do your dirty work for you, and now you pull this little stunt?" Bai Xiaochun really did want to just wipe Zhou Hong out of existence right here, but reminded himself that he couldn't forget how powerful Zhou Hong's father was. "If your dad wasn't a demigod, Lord Bai would have already killed you." Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, and sucked even more life force out of him until there was almost none left. At that point, he felt his tempered bones beginning to thrum. Extracting the eternal parasol, he cast his senses inward to observe something warm flowing through him, originating within his bones. A tremor ran through him, and then he felt both his defensive powers and his overall strength increase. As of this moment, he was breaking out from the tempered bones level into the powered bones level. Humph. You people have powerful backgrounds, but so do I. Normally, his breakthrough in the undying bones would have been a cause for joy. But right now, he didn't feel excited at all. Furthermore, despite the words he had just uttered, he was actually feeling very nervous. "You have to pull through for me this time, Giant Ghost King," he thought. "I'm really in trouble. I might not be your son, but I'm your son-in-law, right? That counts as being half a son, at least." Sighing, he pondered that he really had been maligned in this situation. He was innocent. He hadn't done a thing. He had been minding his own business conjuring some flame when these crazy people burst onto the scene and started a fight. What was I supposed to do? If I didn't fight back, I would have gotten killed. And I didn't want to kill anybody either. That was an accident. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. He wanted to simply flee, and yet knew that there was really nowhere to flee to. If he was going to end up as a fugitive in the wildlands, then he might as well just reveal his true identity as Bai Xiaochun. If it really goes that far, then I've been thoroughly defeated. The wildlands beat me. I can't believe that both of my identities are going to be put on the wanted list. As Bai Xiaochun considered all these matters, he truly wished he could cry. Furthermore, he didn't dare to try to perform another spirit enhancement on his nascent soul right now, otherwise people would easily be able to figure out who he really was. What do I do? AI, what a headache. Sighing, he finally sent a message to the Giant Ghost King explaining that he had killed a few people. The Giant Ghost King didn't respond at first. Then he cursed Bai Xiaochun a bit, and then went to handle matters. Bai Xiaochun actually felt a bit better after the Giant Ghost King cursed him, and mused that it was not in vain that he had been so loyal to the man. And then there's Su Shan and Chen Manyao, they're the ones that caused this whole mess. Throughout the course of the fight, many of the people who had come to attack him had specifically mentioned those two young women, which was very telling. Those two caused the problems, then ran. Bai Xiaochun's thoughts were causing him to feel more and more depressed. It was at this point that his expression flickered, and he looked up into the sky. Intense rumbling sounds were echoing out, and incredible pressure began to weigh down everywhere. Two enormous faces appeared up above, one of them that of a middle-aged man, the other an older man. Deva auras also erupted out, sealing down the entire area and turning into something like a prison. Devas, he thought, his eyes widening. Obviously, these were people from the clans of some of the chosen who had attacked him, and were two of the 10 heavenly dukes of Archemperor's city. In addition to them, there were also numerous auras belonging to half-devas. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. It currently felt as if innumerable deadly weapons were all targeting him and him alone. 2 devas, he thought, heart pounding loudly in his chest. 9 half-devas, and countless other soul cultivators. Archemperor's city had the biggest collection of top experts in the entire wildlands, and as such, devas weren't exactly a rare sight. However, when considering the wildlands as a whole, they were definitely not common. Bai Xiaochun was feeling more nervous than ever. In contrast were Zhou Hong and the other chosen, all of whom sat there looking like nothing more than skin and bones. When they saw the 2 devas appear, the excitement in their eyes was immediately apparent. The 2 devas looked down at Bai Xiaochun and the people around them. They saw how the life force of the chosen had been damaged, including many of the heirs apparent. At that point, unsightly expressions could be seen on the faces of the devas. Soon, their gazes locked onto Bai Xiaochun, gazes that were filled with killing intent. Considering their status, they didn't actually need to do anything in this situation, their mere presence here made their attitude clear. "Seize this Bai Hao," said the middle-aged deva, his voice booming with heavenly might. In response to his cold voice, the 9 half-deva heavenly marquises all surged with killing intent. Those heavenly marquises were clearly incensed by the sight of their chosen heirs reduced to such pitiable states. There were even 2 marquises who had members of their clans among the dead. Within moments of the heavenly duke issuing the order, 9 beams of light were shooting toward Bai Xiaochun. There was no time for thought or planning. Bai Xiaochun immediately fled backward. As he did, the space he had just occupied collapsed into rubble in a crashing boom. If he had been even a moment slower in evading, he would have been caught in that destruction. His heart was racing, but at the moment, he couldn't think of what to do. He could only trust that the giant Ghost King would be able to smooth things over. In the meantime, he had no choice but to flee in the face of the 9 half-deva heavenly marquises. Bai Xiaochun had faced a half-deva in the form of the junior champion king, but these people were different. During that fight, the junior champion king had just broken through into that level, whereas these 9 heavenly marquises had long since stabilized their cultivation bases. They were fully and truly half-devas, and had been for years. They were elites among half-devas. Each and every one of them would be a match for Bai Lin without question. If Bai Xiaochun fought them one at a time, he might be confident enough to win. But to face all 9 at once left him with no choice other than to simply run. Ru Yu Yu Umbul. The 9 heavenly marquises didn't hold back at all. They directly used their trump cards, causing brilliant light to shine in the air as magical techniques and divine abilities shook heaven and earth. It was almost as if a bizarre, 9-fingered hand were reaching out to grab Bai Xiaochun. The hand was so terrifying that Bai Xiaochun was shaking in fear. For some reason, he had the feeling that if that hand touched him, then not even his powerful fleshly body would be able to hold out. He would be killed in body and soul. "If you don't hurry up and fix this, giant Ghost King, then my poor little life is going to be over." He was shrieking inwardly, and sweat poured down his face. He couldn't have been more aware that if he was even the least bit slow, then that 9-fingered hand would close around him. "If you people have what it takes, come at me one by one," he shouted angrily. Thankfully, he was capable of shocking speed which, when combined with his cultivation base, made him incredibly fast. Most importantly, he had broken through to the powered bones level, which gave him an added bit of speed. Numerous afterimages appeared as he sped away, making it impossible for the divine abilities of the heavenly marquises to even touch him. However, he couldn't fight back, only by time. The 9 heavenly marquises frowned. The fact that they had attacked together showed how seriously they took this opponent, and yet, his incredible speed was making it temporarily impossible to deal with him. It was at that point that the middle-aged heavenly Duke up in midair snorted coldly. The face which represented him rippled inward on itself until it took the shape of the heavenly Duke himself. Then, he waved his right index finger at the fleeing Bai Xiaochun. Even as he began to move his hand through the air, though, Mistress Red Dust's enraged voice echoed out. "Stay your hand, Chen Haosong." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 754, Deva Shapes Heavenly Will. Chapter 754, Deva Shapes Heavenly Will. The Deva who was currently attacking by Xiaochun was someone from the elder generation of Chen Xiong's clan. He was one of the 10 heavenly dukes of Archemperor's city, Chen Haosong. All 10 heavenly dukes were in the Deva realm, and none of them were ordinary devas. They were all in the Great Circle. Those 10 dukes formed a critical reserve power for Archemperor's city, something vastly more powerful than Giant Ghost City's 3 patriarchs and Duke Deathcrier. Not even Mistress Red Dust was a match for them in terms of cultivation base. Of course, Mistress Red Dust was the Giant Ghost King's daughter, which gave her quite a bit of extra confidence. Furthermore, she also had gifts given to her by her father, including a precious treasure that could power her up to the level of the Great Circle of the Deva realm. However, that precious treasure could only put her in a position to tangle with other cultivators in the Great Circle. She could not transfer that power to someone else for defensive purposes. Therefore, the fact that Chen Haosong had already unleashed his attack meant that Mistress Red Dust had no choice other than to try to simply block it. As for Chen Haosong, his expression flickered into a slight frown. He had owed Mistress Red Dust a favor before, but had already settled that account. However, despite the fact that she had come here to protect Bai Hao, he knew that she likely was not doing it of her own will, but rather, on the orders of the Giant Ghost King. I wonder, he thought. Will the Giant Ghost King really show up in person because of one person getting killed? Although this was his first time actually seeing Bai Hao in person, he had long since come to loathe him. After all, the matter of the debt of 800 million portions of soul medicine was something that rankled him deeply. Ignoring Mistress Red Dust, he not only didn't pull back his finger, but instead stabbed it toward Bai Xiaochun with more speed than before. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun's mind began to reel. Earlier, before Chen Haosong had made his move, Bai Xiaochun had sensed that he was at least a bit more powerful than the older Deva. But now, his attack caused his face to fall. As far as he could tell, this was the most powerful Deva he had ever encountered. Although the wave of his finger didn't seem to be drawing upon the will of the heavens, Bai Xiaochun was sure that he would be completely incapable of avoiding the blow. It was as if the heavens were conforming to this Deva's will. And that was exactly what was happening. Deva Shapes Heavenly Will. This was the ultimate level within the Deva realm. There was no time for Bai Xiaochun to ponder the situation, nor did he have attention to spare for the 9 heavenly marquises. He could only concentrate on that monumentally shocking finger attack. To him, all creation consisted of nothing but that finger, and as it descended upon him with the power to destroy heaven and earth, he felt as if even his soul were about to shatter. In that moment of deadly crisis, he let out a hoarse shout. He knew that if he didn't manage to fight back against this finger, he would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled out the black spear the Giant Ghost King had given him, the one with the 16-fold spirit enhancement. Then, he threw it with all his might, sending it like a black bolt of lightning toward Chen Haosong's finger attack. However, there was more. Backing up, he pulled out the eternal parasol with one hand and grabbed Xiaochun with the other. Although all of these things take some time to describe, they happened within the blink of an eye. In almost the exact same instant that he grabbed Xiaochun, a massive, ear-splitting boom echoed out. That was the result of the black spear making contact with Chen Haosong's finger attack. Boom! Crack! That black spear was a precious treasure that not even an ordinary Deva would be able to destroy. Unfortunately, Chen Haosong was in the Great Circle of the Deva realm, and attacked with power that far surpassed regular Devas. Therefore, the spear shattered into countless fragments, and as for the finger, although it wasn't destroyed, it was weakened significantly. After the spear shattered, the weakened finger attack continued onward and then slammed into the eternal parasol. Intense rumbling sounds filled the air as the eternal parasol's defensive powers held for a brief moment. But then the parasol's canopy began to rip into pieces. The enigmatically smiling ghost face that the powers of the mask had kept concealed let out a shriek as it ripped itself off of the crumbling canopy and bit down onto the finger, almost like a snake. After that, the ghost face shattered, and the parasol's canopy was destroyed. Thankfully, the shaft of the parasol was constructed from some unknowable material that survived. Mourning the state of the eternal parasol, Xiaochun put it away, simultaneously borrowing the force of the blow to shoot backward. The finger strike had been weakened twice in a row, and now it had almost completely faded away. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong let out a terrified shriek as Xiaochun threw him out in front of him. "I refuse to believe that you would dare to kill the son of a demigod," Xiaochun roared. Even as his words continued to echo out, he pulled out another heaven-cleaving good fortune pill. When Chen Haosong saw that Xiaochun was using Zhou Hong as a shield, an unsightly expression appeared on his face. Eyes flashing like lightning, he cut off his connection to the finger attack, causing the image of the finger to fade significantly before reaching Zhou Hong. And yet, for some unknowable reason, the finger actually passed directly through Zhou Hong, not harming him in the least, to appear directly in front of Xiaochun. The finger attack struck after all. In that same instant, Xiaochun popped the heaven-cleaving good fortune pill into his mouth, and then used his left hand to launch a fist strike at the incoming finger. A deafening boom filled the air. Cracking sounds rang out from Xiaochun, and blood sprayed out of his mouth as he fell back. However, as he did, the power of the heaven-cleaving good fortune pill erupted out, healing his wounds even as they appeared. 300 meters back, he finally ground to a halt, where he looked up, ashen-faced and panting, but completely recovered from all wounds. But despite the fact that he seemed to be in good condition, his mind was anything but calm. As of this point, he realized that his understanding of devas had always been incomplete. There was obviously a massive difference between devas of certain levels. This Chen Haosong must be in the true great circle of the Deva realm. That attack of his just now felt like it contained the weight of all the heavens. How terrifying! As he looked up at Chen Haosong, his heart pounded with a very uneasy feeling. Like to bully your inferiors, huh? He thought. You just wait until I'm a demigod. Then you'll be my inferior, and I'll bully you. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong was trembling in terror at having just stared death in the face. When he saw that Deva-level finger attack heading toward him, he was sure that he was going to be killed. The fear still lingered inside of him, and at the same time, he felt more terrified of Xiaochun than ever. As far as he was concerned, he was nothing less than a crazy daredevil. It was at this point that a red blur of light shot toward Xiaochun from off in the distance, and then Mistress Red Dust appeared in front of him. She had only been able to watch from a distance as he faced that finger strike alone, and it had left her feeling quite shaken. As of that point she realized that she didn't know much at all about this Bai Hao. She was actually feeling very nervous about the situation herself. Turning her gaze away from Bai Hao, she suppressed her shock about what had just happened, then looked up at Chen Haosong and said, "Chen Haosong, I'm here on behalf of my father the king to protect Bai Hao." Silence reigned. The string of shocking methods Xiaochun had used to neutralize the attack of a heavenly duke left the 9 heavenly marquises completely flabbergasted. Although each move he had used seemed ordinary in nature, the fact that he had seemingly instinctually called upon them was something that most ordinary people were incapable of. It required not only resourcefulness, but very quick thinking. Furthermore, it was clear evidence of extensive experience in battle. The fact of the matter was that Xiaochun's display of fighting instinct was completely shocking to everyone present. Even Chen Haosong's brow was slightly furrowed in shock at Xiaochun's strength. Considering his status, it would only be appropriate for him to attack a single time in this situation. Furthermore, even if he was willing to keep acting aggressively, there was now Mistress Red Dust to deal with, and she was backed by the giant Ghost King. Therefore, it was with a very grim expression that Chen Haosong looked at Mistress Red Dust and coolly said, "You don't have what it takes to protect him, but..." A very serious glint could be seen in Mistress Red Dust's eyes, and the air around her seemed to turn cold as she said, "My father has already contacted Heavenmaster Hall about this incident." Without clear direction from the Grand Heaven Master about what to do next, it doesn't matter if I don't have what it takes. You will not make another move, Chen Haosong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 755, I'm not Bai Hao. Chapter 755, I'm not Bai Hao. Chen Haosong's pupils constricted slightly. If what Mistress Red Dust had just said was true, and the giant Ghost King had already brought the matter to the Grand Heaven Master, then just as she had said, almost no one would dare to touch Bai Hao until the Grand Heaven Master weighed in on the situation. However, the reason for saying that almost no one would dare to touch him was that there was still another person in Archemperor's city who qualified to disregard the Grand Heaven Master. He was, of course, the current Archemperor. However, the Archemperor would not casually do such a thing. As Bai Xiaochun looked back and forth between Mistress Red Dust and Chen Haosong, he finally began to recover his senses after the sudden interchange which had just occurred. Only now did he start to get nervous, and sigh anxiously inside. How could I be this unlucky? Is my poor little life going to be in danger? The fact that the matter had been escalated up to the level of the Grand Heaven Master was not comforting at all, and in fact, had his heart beating rapidly. Although Bai Xiaochun had never seen this Grand Heaven Master, he knew exactly who he was. He was Chen Manyao's master, whom Bai Xiaochun had encountered as a shadowy projection back in the river-defying sect. Because he had been in the Heavenspan River region at the time, it had been impossible to tell the man's cultivation base level. But now that he thought about it, whatever methods he had used to accomplish the task back then had not been simple. Heart-thumping with anxiety, he began to brainstorm as many ideas as possible of how to escape Archemperor's city if things went south. What do I do? What do I do? He thought. At this point, Chen Haosong took out a transmission jade slip and sent a message to the Grand Heaven Master. The other Heavenly Duke also took out a jade slip. Silence descended onto the area, and with it, great pressure began to weigh onto Bai Xiaochun. As far as he was concerned, he was the unluckiest person in the entire world. From the moment he had arrived in Archemperor's city, he had kept his tail between his legs, and yet, had constantly run into trouble. As the deadlock continued down below, it was high above the city in the Imperial Palace, in a location that represented the greatest power in all the Wildlands, that an old man sat cross-legged in a palace hall, thinking. Although he was ancient in appearance, he radiated a bizarre aura that made him seem anything but old. It was almost as if his ancient features were a mere facade. Clearly, if the power of his chi and blood erupted out, it could encompass all of Archemperor's city. He wore simple garb, little more than a white robe. Although there was nothing luxurious about it, that robe would cause any person in the Wildlands who saw it to immediately feel nervous. And that was because the robe revealed his status, a status so high that, despite wearing the most common of clothing, he looked like he was garbed in a river of stars. He was the Grand Heaven Master. He was currently looking at a transmission jade slip, which abounded with information about what was happening in Burrow 89. Quite a few people had messaged him about it, and although it wasn't a very important matter in the grand scheme of things, it was enough to make the Grand Heaven Master put a fair bit of thought into it. How amusing, he said, a cold, bizarre smile spreading across his face. This Bai Hao seems to whip up a storm wherever he goes. The giant Ghost King wants him as a son-in-law. The Spirit Advent King wants me to execute him so his daughter will forget about him. The Nine Serenities King's son wants to assassinate him. It seems that all of the four heavenly kings have been dragged into issues revolving around Bai Hao. And that's not to mention that the incident in Burrow 89 has dragged almost all of the heavenly dukes and heavenly marquises into it. Even those who didn't show up personally in Burrow 89 have children involved. I can't believe that one little Bai Hao managed to do all of this. Very amusing. Of course, in addition to Bai Hao, there are other culprits. Namely, the two imperial princes. Did someone put them up to it? Did someone inspire them to pit Zhou Hong against Bai Hao, and cause so many lives to be lost in the process? I don't think that those two princes could come up with a plan like that. The only person who could do something so ingenious would be the Archemperor himself. Finally, he looked up, and his eyes glittered with cold light as he looked deeper into the imperial palace. You don't want to be a puppet, and so you're taking advantage of this situation to make a strike from the shadows. Unfortunately, there is something of which you're completely unaware. This Baihao that you so blithely thought to use has many other secrets so outrageous you couldn't even imagine them. The highest likelihood of all is that he's actually by Xiaochun. After all, when he was outside of Archemperor City, back when I was preparing to investigate him, he unleashed the Hell Emperor Fist. The Grand Heaven Master's eyes narrowed as an uneasy feeling rose up in his heart. Hell Emperor, are you trying to tell me to trust him? With that, he closed his eyes and put out of mind the issues regarding Baihao's true identity and his connection to the Hell Emperor. Then, he turned his thoughts back to what was happening in Burrow 89. It seems to me that Archemperor City has been quiet for too long. The Archemperor is starting to get ideas. Therefore, the question is, of all the nobility and aristocracy connected to the imperial court, which of them are loyal to the Archemperor? A grim look appeared in the Grand Heaven Master's eyes as he looked back down at the jade slip. This Baihao has offended just about all of the nobles and aristocrats in Archemperor City. Even the events of the necromancer kettle alone were enough to earn him public ire. In that case, I think having this Baihao alive would be much better for me than having him dead. The Grand Heaven Master smiled. The more people this Baihao offended, the more it meant that he was actually a free agent in the city, unconnected to anyone. Whether he's Baihao or by Xiaochun doesn't matter. To the Grand Heaven Master, it would be very valuable to have an unaffiliated government official on his side. Furthermore, the hints given by the Hell Emperor had the Grand Heaven Master more interested in by Xiaochun than ever before. And the coincidence that he was backed by the giant Ghost King made him even more enticing. If he actually becomes the Taoist partner of that Zhou Zimo, then that would cast some doubt onto my theory. But there's no way the two of them will get together. The Grand Heaven Master knew that Bai Xiaochun was the perfect tool for him to use now that the Archemperor seemed to be planning something. Furthermore, he had offended all the important people in the city. By giving him a chance, he could make him feel as if his only backer was the Grand Heaven Master, a relationship which would only grow deeper as time progressed. Furthermore, what he had heard about Baihao's shakedowns in Giant Ghost City showed what kind of person he was. He would definitely make use of power to gain revenge. And that would help the Grand Heaven Master seek out and sever any secret relationships that were developing between the aristocracy and the Archemperor. Having reached this point in his train of thought, the Grand Heaven Master made his decision. Head immediately to Burrow 89 with a Dermic decree. Baihao is to be appointed as Inspections Commissioner, and given command of 1,000 troops. And bring him to me immediately. Even as the Grand Heaven Master's words began to echo out, the air in front of him distorted, and a shadowy figure appeared. The figure seemed surprised when the position of Inspections Commissioner was mentioned, but bowed his head respectfully, voiced his assent, and then vanished. Back in Burrow 89, Bai Xiaochun was frowning as his mind raced with various thoughts regarding what was to come. Although he had a really bad premonition about what was going to happen, there was no way to escape at the moment, so he was forced to wait nervously. If I really have no other options, then I'll find an opportunity to slip away. I still have a few heaven-cleaving good fortune pills left, and I can also use my mask to change appearances again if I really have to. As time passed and his anxiety mounted, Bai Xiaochun felt the pressure mounting. He was so nervous his heart itched as though it had grown grass, and his mouth and throat were completely dry. I can't rely on the giant Ghost King either. If he wanted to save me, he could have used the teleportation portal to come here by now. At this point, he was in no mood to try to do anything brave. Casting his sidelong glance at Mistress Red Dust and Chen Haosong, he slowly began to edge backward. However, in the instant that he moved, the faces of Chen Haosong and the other heavenly dukes flickered. Mistress Red Dust's eyes glittered, and then all three devas suddenly looked in the same direction. When Bai Xiaochun realized what was happening, he followed their line of sight to find the air distorting, and a black-robed figure stepping out into the open. The sight of this newcomer caused Chen Haosong's eyes to widen, and it was the same with the other Heavenly Duke and Mistress Red Dust. The 9 Heavenly Marquises' hearts began to tremble with fear. Bai Xiaochun was almost crazy with nervousness, to the point where his heart was about to burst out of his chest. He was even worried it might just stop beating. It was at that point that the black, shadowy figure, whose facial features weren't even distinguishable, looked at Bai Xiaochun with glittering eyes. "So, you're Bai Hao." The coldness of the voice seemed to Bai Xiaochun to be filled with killing intent, making him as nervous as a scared bunny rabbit. "I'm not Bai Hao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 756, I'm the Inspections Commissioner? Chapter 756, I'm the Inspections Commissioner? Bai Xiaochun's voice quavered as he spoke, and even as it rang out, he suddenly darted away as surely as a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. The speed with which he moved left everyone stunned. Never could anyone present have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would flee like this in the face of this black-robed, shadowy figure. Even the black-robed figure seemed stunned. He actually hadn't intended to frighten Bai Xiaochun, he just naturally had a grim and sinister way of speaking, the type that normally was filled with perilous killing intent. In fact, he wasn't even aware that it was the killing intent in his voice that had prompted Bai Xiaochun to flee the way he had. The moment Bai Xiaochun scurried away, Chen Haosong's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward to give chase. As for Mistress Red Dust, her expression flickered, and she lunged to block Chen Haosong's path. The 9 Heavenly Marquises all flew into the air, shouting loudly, "How dare you flee, Bai Hao? If the Grand Heaven Master wants you dead, then there's nowhere in heaven and earth that you could flee to, but..." Even the chosen whose life force had been drained all got very excited, and even began to laugh uproariously. As far as Zhou Hong was concerned, the heavens did have eyes, and it was with profound satisfaction that he looked at the fleeing Bai Xiaochun. "You will be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt, Bai Hao." As the scene devolved into chaos, the black-robed figure suddenly burst into motion, piercing through the air to pass Chen Haosong, and then appear right in front of Bai Xiaochun. "What are you doing, Bai Hao?" he said in an angry voice. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears. By this point, it was obvious that this black-robed figure was a deva. "Damn it, how come there are so many devas all of a sudden?" Eyes bloodshot from terror at the deadly crisis, Bai Xiaochun let out a shout and drew upon the speed of his fleshly body to rocket off in a different direction. At this point, the black-robed figure realized that he had scared Bai Xiaochun out of his wits. Unsure of whether to laugh or cry, he simply stood where he was and spoke in a gravelly voice. "Hear the decree of the Grand Heaven Master. Bai Hao is hereby appointed as the Inspections Commissioner of Archemperor City, and is given command of 1,000 troops." This was the most quickly and efficiently he had ever delivered a dermic decree in his entire life. Usually, he took his time, and spoke in a sinister fashion that put pressure on everyone who heard his words. But now, it was with a bitter smile that he spit the words out as quickly as possible. Immediately, everything went completely quiet. The Heavenly Marquises who had been chasing Bai Xiaochun turned with wide eyes toward the black-robed figure, unsure if they had misheard. "Inspections, Commissioner?" Chen Haosong had been blocked by Mistress Red Dust, but was just preparing to continue chasing Bai Xiaochun, when he heard the words and instantly stopped in place, turning to look at the black-robed figure with an expression of complete incredulity. The other Heavenly Duke was equally stunned. Mistress Red Dust's eyes went wide at the sheer outrageousness of it all. Her original guess had been that if the Grand Heaven Master wanted to give some face to the Giant Ghost King, then he would order Bai Hao to return to Giant Ghost City. Never had she even considered the possibility that he would promote him to be the Inspections Commissioner. The Inspections Commissioner in the city was no small figure. He had the right to perform inspections on all the important people in the city, and was actually extremely powerful. Back when the Grand Heaven Master had been in the middle of his rise to power, he had appointed an inspections commissioner who held that position for 100 years. That inspections commissioner had presided over a reign of terror, and had slaughtered countless political rivals of the Grand Heaven Master. He had struck fear into the hearts of everyone in the aristocracy, fear that lingered to this day. After the Grand Heaven Master consolidated his power, he removed the inspections commissioner from office and instead had him serve as a personal high counselor. And that man was none other than this black-robed shadowy figure. The position of inspections commissioner had been empty ever since he left it, but now, Xiaochun had been promoted. The powerful experts who had come from the various clans, as well as the bedraggled chosen down on the ground, were all completely stunned, their expressions frozen, at least until they began to cry out in alarm. How is this even possible? Inspections Commissioner, in command of 1,000 troops, Xiaochun was still fleeing at top speed, but when he heard the words that had just been spoken, he slowed down to a stop, his eyes wide. Never in his wildest imagination could he have guessed that, not only would he come out of the situation unscathed, but he would also get a promotion. At this point, he still hadn't turned around, and actually wasn't convinced of what was really happening. However, considering that nobody was chasing him anymore, he turned to look at the black-robed figure. When he found that the black-robed figure was staring back at him, he hesitated for a moment, then pointed at himself and asked, "I'm the inspections commissioner, The black-robed figure was looking at Xiaochun, feeling a bit of a headache coming on as he wondered whether or not the Grand Heaven Master might have issued the wrong Dharmic decree. How could this fellow be the inspections commissioner, who was supposed to strike fear and dread into the heart of the aristocracy? And yet, he didn't dare to go against the Grand Heaven Master, and was forced to simply sigh and nod his head. "Not sounding polite at all," he said, "if you're Bai Hao, then you're the one. However, I really do want to know why you're running away. Feeling guilty about something?" Xiaochun blinked a few times. Although he was now certain of what was happening, it almost seemed like a dream. He quickly pulled himself together, though. Taking a deep breath, he swished his sleeve, stuck his chin up, and proudly said, Of course I know how important I am to the Grand Heaven Master. My goal moments ago was to see who present would dare to violate the Dharmic decree of the Grand Heaven Master and attempt to kill me anyway. As of this moment, not a trace of the fear from moments ago could be seen on Xiaochun. He seemed righteous, and even stern as he stood there tall and straight. HMMMPHH. I will most certainly remember how everyone acted moments ago. With that, his gaze slowly slid across the crowd. Then he looked over at Zhou Hong and the other chosen down on the ground. Looking very stern and just, he said, "And don't think I didn't notice how excited all of you were acting just now, Then he looked at Mistress Red Dust, assuming the posture of an important figure, which was something he was very proficient at doing. "As for you, Zimo, please accept my thanks for your assistance today. I clearly misjudged you. You truly are a lovely woman." The truth was that he really did appreciate what Mistress Red Dust had done. An unsightly expression appeared on Mistress Red Dust's face when Xiaochun called her a lovely woman, and she couldn't refrain from gritting her teeth and letting out a cold snort. The sudden turn of events had Qin Haosong looking very ill at ease. The 9 heavenly marquises also seemed very apprehensive. As for Zhou Hong and the other chosen, they were cursing Xiaochun inwardly for how shameless he was. He had clearly been fleeing like a frightened rabbit moments before, but now that he was the inspections commissioner, he immediately pretended that he was on the side of justice. The black-robed figure seemed to understand Xiaochun a bit better by this point. Although he was still a bit annoyed, he ignored Xiaochun's little speech and coolly said, "Very well, come with me to see the Grand Heaven Master." Then he turned to leave, clearly not in the mood to stay in Burrow 89 any longer. The mishaps of the day were simply too preposterous. Now that disaster had been averted, Xiaochun was finally starting to calm down. As it turned out, there really hadn't been a reason to be so flustered to have all of these devils chasing him. I can't believe I'm the inspections commissioner, he thought. Although it seemed like his veins of steel were pulsing, he was still feeling very jumpy. Even his stomach felt a bit upset. However, he simply turned and swaggered after the black-robed figure, who took him flying toward the imperial palace. Everyone else who was left behind at first just stood there, either dazed or depressed. Then, having no options left, they simply left, taking their chosen with them back to their clans. At long last, Burrow 89 was quiet again. Zhou Hong was helped away, and despite his weak state, immediately went back to Nine Serenities City. He had no desire at all to remain behind in Archemperor's city, and was terrified by the mere thought that, not only had he failed to kill Bai Hao, but Bai Hao had also been promoted to Inspections Commissioner. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757, Do You or Do You Not Dare? Chapter 757, Do You or Do You Not Dare? On 2 occasions, Bai Xiaochun had drained Zhou Hong of life force with absolutely no consequences. In fact, he had actually become famous, and even increased his overall standing as a result. And now, he had caught the attention of the Grand Heaven Master, and had been given the matchlessly terrifying title of Inspections Commissioner. Zhou Hong wasn't the only one to be terrified by the situation. Virtually all of the aristocratic chosen were the same. Even their clans as a whole were shaken. A person who had once been a nameless nobody was instantly the focus of all attention, and someone that no one could afford to ignore. It was a sudden turn of events that many people had trouble accepting. Of course, news spread rapidly, and before long, the wily old foxes in the aristocracy began to put the puzzle pieces together, and come to an understanding of what the Grand Heaven Master was thinking. Something big is coming. It was hard to say who came to this conclusion first, but soon, everyone was talking about it. When the Spirit Advent King heard about the situation, he removed any restrictions on his daughter Xiaochun. As for the Nine Serenities King, after Zhou Hong returned, he treated his injuries and then gave strict orders that he wasn't to set foot out of Nine Serenities City. When the giant Ghost King heard the news, he sat there on his throne for a long moment, various expressions playing out on his face. In the end, he sighed. If the Grand Heaven Master wants him, can I really refuse? He shook his head, mixed emotions visible in his eyes. Mistress Red Dust returned to the giant Ghost Legion, wrapped up in her own thoughts and speculations about what it all meant. Because of one single order given by the Grand Heaven Master, the entire Archemperor dynasty was now astir. In fact, somewhere deep in the imperial palace, in a majestic hall, a man sat on an imperial throne, clad in imperial robes. As soon as he heard the news, his hands clenched down onto the dragon-shaped arms of his throne, and his entire body went stiff. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun followed the black-robed figure through the imperial palace. He was no longer strutting, but rather, looking around vigilantly. Although he was pleased by how things were playing out, he was still fearful and anxious about this Grand Heaven Master. Although Bai Xiaochun couldn't make out the black-robed man's face, he could sense how stern and sinister he was. It put quite a bit of pressure onto Bai Xiaochun, and he was just thinking of saying something to ease the tension between the two of them when the man seemed to realize what he was thinking. From now until the moment we reach the Grand Heaven Master, keep your mouth shut. Bai Xiaochun was not very pleased at how impolite the response to his unspoken question had been. After all, he was now the Inspections Commissioner. However, considering that this person was a deva, and also had been sent personally by the Grand Heaven Master, it seemed like a good strategy to just give in to him now. However, there didn't appear to be any need to actually fear him. This shadowy bastard tried to screw me over earlier. Back when he delivered the Dermic decree, he intentionally made it seem like he wanted to kill me. All to frighten me, that made Bai Xiaochun even madder, but he knew what to say and how to say it, and therefore kept his expression calm as he followed the black-robed man through the imperial palace. The palace was huge, and was as impressive as a celestial paradise, but Bai Xiaochun wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. He focused on trying to keep track of the path they were following, until eventually, they arrived at the entrance of a grand hall. It seemed ordinary, without any ornate decorations. It could even have been described as simple. There was something ancient about it, and in the main courtyard in front of the entrance, there was a cauldron with incense burning in it, the smoke spiraling high up into the sky. Not a single person was present, making it seem like the type of place few people would be willing to come to. Wait here. With that, the black-robed man proceeded forward a few steps before vanishing without a trace. Bai Xiaochun looked at the main door, which was closed, and then around at the silent courtyard. Finally, he stood there quietly waiting. For some reason, the huge hall seemed like an enormous beast staring down at him. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard. It would be impossible not to be nervous in a moment like this. However, after mentally reviewing the situation, he still felt like he should be fine. After all, it wouldn't be difficult for the Grand Heaven Master to cause trouble for him if he wanted to. Considering they were in Archemperor City, the man could have apprehended him at any time he wished. As he stood there waiting, he tried to decide how to carry himself in this meeting. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to resort to flattery. The giant Ghost King likes that kind of thing, but I don't know enough about the Grand Heaven Master. What's the first thing he's going to do? Act awe-inspiring? Or maybe chide me? As he sat there stewing in anxious thoughts, he suddenly realized that something seemed off, as if someone were looking at him from above. Slowly looking up, he saw that high up in the clouds, an enormous head was hanging down, looking at him with a curious expression. It was a dragon. At the same time, intense pressure descended, pressure that Bai Xiaochun could tell surpassed Chen Hao's. Obviously, this dragon was comparable to a demigod. Bai Xiaochun had seen this very same dragon from afar when he had first arrived at Archemperor City. But now, he was right in front of it, only about 300 meters away. He could see virtually every detail about it, including the sea of scales that covered its body. Although Bai Xiaochun was a bit alarmed to be so close to a dragon, he quickly put a smile onto his face, waved, and called out a greeting. "Hi there." Almost immediately, the dragon's eyes glittered. Then, Bai Xiaochun sensed a wind blowing against his face, whereupon he discovered that the dragon had dropped its head down further, until it was only a bit more than a meter away from him. Bai Xiaochun gasped in shock, and began to tremble at having something so huge right in front of him. He could even feel its breath on him, which was when he realized the dragon was actually sniffing him curiously. At this point, he really felt like crying, and took a step back. As he did, the dragon moved forward. Scalp tingling, Bai Xiaochun kept the friendly smile on his face, and was about to say something else when the voice of an old man drifted out from inside the hall. "He likes you, dot." Bai Xiaochun turned to find that, at some unknown point, the door to the hall had opened, and visible in its depths was an old man. He wore a long white robe, and somehow seemed like a god or divine being. His gaze was the type that seemed to make everything else unimportant, as though a mere glance from him could make the darkest places bright. It was a sensation that caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to tremble. This man was definitely the same man who had been projected into the river-defying sect. Chen Manyao's master. In fact, even if he had never seen him before, Bai Xiaochun would have instantly been able to tell that this was the Grand Heaven Master. Without any hesitation, he clasped hands and bowed. "Your humble servant Bai Hao offers greetings, Grand Heaven Master, dot." "Come in," the Grand Heaven Master said with a slight smile. He wasn't as intimidating as Bai Xiaochun had imagined, and after a moment, seemed like nothing more than an old man. In fact, after he smiled, that divine sensation on him faded away. Obviously, he was very different from the giant Ghost King, which actually got Bai Xiaochun more nervous as he scrambled to decide how to act. As he walked into the hall, the huge dragon watched him go, then slowly disappeared up into the clouds. As Bai Xiaochun walked further into the hall, his anxiety mounted. He really wasn't sure how to act, but was ready to play it by ear and adjust at a moment's notice. The Grand Heaven Master didn't seem to care about how nervous Bai Xiaochun was. After looking him up and down, he said, "I asked you here so that I could ask you a question. Do you or do you not dare to investigate all the important people in the dynasty and find out which of them have interrupted the peaceful cultivation being practiced by the Archemperor?" Although he spoke the words slowly, they caused a strange energy and pressure to build up in the entire hall. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, already starting to get excited by what he was hearing. Considering that he wanted revenge, the chance to investigate all of the important people in the imperial court was the perfect chance. If he said they were loyal to the Archemperor, then that meant they were, whether they actually were or not. Expression brightening, he slapped his chest and passionately declared, "Grand Heaven Master, there's no need to ask whether I dare or not. As long as you give the order, I will dare to do anything. Investigate the aristocracy? Ha! I'll even investigate the Archemperor." A strange, amused expression could be seen on the Grand Heaven Master as he asked, "Aren't you afraid of the Archemperor?" Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "Well, what cultivation base does he have? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 758, Don't Tell Me This Place is Haunted? Chapter 758, Don't Tell Me This Place is Haunted. The Archemperor is a deva. After breathing a sigh of relief, Bai Xiaochun thumped his chest and decided he should probably use the same technique he had used to feel out the giant ghost king. He didn't care about the Archemperor, or a bunch of ministers and the aristocracy. After all, he had already offended just about everybody. In terms of what would happen long run, he wasn't too worried about it. As long as he could get his cultivation base high enough, then he would surely be able to find a way to escape the wildlands and get back to the Great Wall and the Heavenspan River. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he felt not only a bit calmer, but also realized he was coming to like this Grand Heaven Master more and more. With a mission like this, and a title like Inspections Commissioner, he would obviously have a lot of power. Getting more and more excited, and convinced more than ever that this Grand Heaven Master was definitely a rare individual, he decided that he should probably take advantage of the situation to do a bit of brown-nosing. "Grand Heaven Master, you have shown me a mountain of kindness, and in fact, I owe you my life. Without you, I would very likely be buried in the depths of the Yellow Springs right now. A trifling deva might be able to crush me to death, but how could I ever bow my head to evil forces? Besides, Grand Heaven Master, there's no way that you would just sit around watching a loyal and devoted youngster like myself be bullied. Am I right? A strange expression could be seen on the Grand Heaven Master's face. He had heard that Bai Hao was like this in Giant Ghost City, but now that he saw his behavior with his own eyes, he realized the rumors were not accurate. Bai Hao wasn't just a flatterer, he took advantage of every single opportunity to be a sycophant. In any case, the Grand Heaven Master was pleased by the answer he had been given. With that, he gave an enigmatic smile, looking at Bai Xiaochun as though he could read his heart. "Go. You will be taken to the inspections manor. That will be your new place of residence." With that, he waved his sleeve, and Bai Xiaochun's vision blurred. When it cleared, he was outside of the imperial palace, standing right in front of the black-robed man from earlier. The man didn't seem surprised at all by Bai Xiaochun's sudden appearance, and simply turned and walked off without saying a word. Bai Xiaochun was stunned that the mere wave of a sleeve by the Grand Heaven Master could move him to a completely different location. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun had prepared a whole slew of other things to say, but hadn't been given the chance. "I guess it doesn't matter. I'll just save them for next time. If I used up all my flattery in one shot, then what would I do afterward?" Fully convinced that this was the right way to look at things, Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up and swaggered after the black-robed man. Meanwhile, back in Heaven Master Hall in the Imperial Palace, the Grand Heaven Master was looking toward a location further in the depths of the palace, a profound gleam in his eyes. "The blood of the first-generation Archemperor runs in your veins, but why are you causing a stir now? Do you really want to bathe Archemperor City in blood again?" The Grand Heaven Master shook his head, and then closed his eyes to meditate. The inspections manor was not in the imperial city up above, but rather down below in one of the boroughs in the central district of the city. More specifically, it was located in Borough 4. The black-robed man led by Xiaochun out of that city in the clouds, and down to an awe-inspiring manor complex. The manor was large, and placed in a rather inconvenient location in the middle of the borough. However, the streets around it were all empty. People were apparently so terrified of it that they would take long detours just to avoid getting close to it. It was pitch black, and radiated a cold, sinister aura that made it seem like some ferocious, primordial beast. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw it, he gasped in shock. Obviously, this was a very sinister and deathly place. Slaughters of all sorts had taken place here, leaving the air itself stained with a gloomy and eerie feeling that would never be dispelled. From the outside, it looked very similar to how a governmental office in the mortal world would look, and yet, in some ways it was different. Two huge statues could be seen on either side of the main entrance, clad in suits of black armor. Powerful fluctuations rolled off of them, and although they were clearly statues, they seemed like they could leap into action at any moment to defend the manor. In fact, their eyes actually came to focus on the black-robed man for just a moment before returning to their original position. That in itself gave Bai Xiaochun a better understanding of what the inspections manor was like. Although he couldn't tell much about those two statues, he could tell from their fluctuations that they were as powerful as devas. Deva-level statues, he thought, swallowing hard. If the black-robed man weren't here, he would have been hard-pressed not to go over and touch the statues to see what they felt like. The main gate to the inspections manor was also pitch black, and as soon as it opened, it was possible to see that the interior had limestone pathways and countless other buildings and structures inside. However, not a single person was present. Even after the black-robed man led Bai Xiaochun inside, not even the tiniest sound could be heard. Bai Xiaochun looked around, and for some reason felt a bit terrified at how quiet everything was. It was just too quiet. The black-robed man looked around with a glint of reminiscence in his eyes, and then tossed a black command medallion to Bai Xiaochun. This is the inspections manor. You're on your own now, Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun caught the medallion and was about to ask some questions, when the black-robed man turned and vanished. Bai Xiaochun was now alone. Looking around at his surroundings, and then at the command medallion, he shook his head. That's it? Bai Xiaochun was not very pleased. Considering how high his status was, the fact that the black-robed man had treated him in such a way seemed very negligent. However, considering that he was obviously close to the Grand Heaven Master, Bai Xiaochun simply sighed. Ah, whatever. For the sake of the Grand Heaven Master, I'll let this slide. Fingering the command medallion, he sent some divine sense out to check his surroundings. However, he quickly came to realize that there was an intense pressure in the area that limited his divine sense to roughly 10% of its normal capacity. What kind of a weird place is this inspections manor? He thought nervously. With that, he sent some divine sense into the command medallion, only to find that he needed to spend time activating it before he could use it. Considering the level of his cultivation base, and the current speed of the process, it seemed like it would take at least 20 hours before the activation process was complete. With that, Bai Xiaochun looked around hesitantly, and then asked, "Anybody there? Hey, is anybody there?" He continued to shout in such a manner as he walked further into the manor. However, no matter how he shouted, not a single person appeared. Not only was Bai Xiaochun surprised by this, he was also starting to feel that something was off. This place can't really be completely empty, can it? He sent some divine sense out, and began to hurry along a bit faster. After all, evening was about to fall. Before long, he had taken a look at most of the areas in the inspections manor. He had peered into all of the grand halls, and all of the residences. However, no matter where he went, he didn't see a sign of a single other person. By this time, he was really getting jittery at how strange this place was. There's no way that I, the inspections commissioner, am the only person inside of the inspections manor. His intuition was indeed telling him that there were other auras present. It was just that he couldn't find them, as if they existed somewhere between life and death. Don't tell me this place is haunted. Shivering, he suddenly thought back to the Archemperor's sepulchre and the spine-tingling things that had occurred there. Spinning, he looked over his shoulder, but there was nobody behind him, not even any paper people. It was starting to get dark, causing shadows to fill the manor, and making it even more sinister. Flustered, he decided that he needed to leave, but quickly discovered that he couldn't. The entire manor was completely sealed and locked down by some sort of restrictive spell. By now, he was truly terrified, and was convinced that there was something very wrong with this inspections manor. After confirming that it was impossible to get out, he found a random building and pushed open the door. Seeing that there was no dust anywhere, he nervously sat down cross-legged. I guess I'll have to wait until the command medallion is completely activated before I can learn the secrets of the inspections manor. Looking down, he confirmed that the command medallion was roughly 30% activated. Gritting his teeth, he rotated his cultivation base to try to get the process to go faster. Come on, hurry up. I have a really bad feeling about this. It's almost night. I'm worried that this place is haunted. Shivering, he cursed the black-robed man a bit, then thought about the crappy command medallion. Activating it shouldn't be that hard, right? There had to be a way to get the blasted thing to activate faster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 759, We're all on the same team. Chapter 759, We're all on the same team. It was dark outside as Xiaochun frantically tried to activate the command medallion. It was so deathly quiet around him that it would have been possible to hear a pin drop. Slowly but surely, his hair began to stand on end. He simply couldn't remain calm, and was doing everything he could to activate the command medallion as quickly as possible. However, at some point during the night, his work was interrupted by the sound of footsteps coming from outside the building he was in. Thump thump. Thump thump. It almost sounded like a beating heart, although Xiaochun was quite certain they were footsteps. However, after sending some divine sense outside to check, he couldn't see anyone in the area. That, of course, caused his scalp to tingle so hard it felt like it might explode. It's really, really haunted. He felt like crying. Other than death, the thing he feared most in life was ghosts. It didn't matter that he was in the heaven-down nascent soul stage, he still couldn't shake that deep-seated phobia. Without any hesitation, he procured a big stack of paper talismans from his bag of holding and began to slap them down all over himself. They were leftover talismans from his days back in the river-defying sect, which he had also used in the Archemperor's labyrinth. At the moment, he didn't care at all that using them could theoretically reveal his identity, and he even forgot to use the powers of his mask to change their appearance. After plastering himself all over with them, he was still shaking in fear, and kept pushing the command medallion to activate. At the same time, he kept looking around anxiously, worried he would see a face looming in the darkness. I'm the inspections commissioner, and this is the inspections manor. How could this be happening? It shouldn't be like this. As he sat there nervously, he suddenly realized that he could hear more and more footsteps outside, until it sounded like an entire army was passing by. By this point, he was virtually going crazy. So many ghosts, he thought, his face white as a sheet. It was at this point that, without any warning, someone suddenly knocked on the door. It was a rigorous, methodical knock that frightened Xiaochun so badly he leaped to his feet and stared at the door, panting and trembling. After a moment, the knocking stopped, and then the footsteps went off into the distance, as though whatever army was outside had moved on. Eventually, when Xiaochun was sure that everything was quiet, he wiped the sweat from his brow. All of a sudden, he felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was a powerful cultivator, a wildlands necromancer who used countless vengeful souls to conjure magical flames. And yet, here he was being bullied by ghosts. All in all, he couldn't help but feel a bit scornful of his own actions. Come on. Is Lord Bai really afraid of ghosts? Nah, I just don't want to go out until I'm finished activating the command medallion. After all, I wouldn't want to cause any misunderstandings. Having reached the conclusion that this was definitely the best way to look at it, he no longer felt very embarrassed, and was just about to continue working with the command medallion when all of a sudden, a rumbling sound echoed out as some massive force pushed against the door, causing it to swing open. As it did, a chill wind rushed inside, startling Bai Xiaochun so much that he screamed and unleashed all the power of his cultivation base. Lunging backward, he shouted, "I'm the inspections commissioner. We're all on the same team here." It was impossible to say whether or not it was because of what Bai Xiaochun had just shouted, but after the door opened, it was obvious that there wasn't anyone standing in the doorway. It was completely empty. Sweat poured down Bai Xiaochun's forehead, and his aura trembled unstably. Outside, Archemperor's city seemed completely dark, which wasn't how Bai Xiaochun remembered the place usually being at night. Back in Burrow 89, it had always been a lively place. Furthermore, he was now in the central district of the city, in Burrow 4, a place which should have been even more bustling. In the center of the city, the streets were packed day and night. But strangely, even with the door open, Bai Xiaochun couldn't hear even a whisper of the hustle and bustle that he should have. Everything was dark and quiet. Apparently, this part of the city center was aware of how things worked near the inspections manor, and turned off all of their lights at night. What the hell kind of place is this? Teeth chattering, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then waved his finger, causing the door to swing closed. Looking around the area vigilantly, he scanned everything with divine sense, but again came up with nothing. Finally, he patted his bag of holding to produce a soul-hoarding pagoda, out of which Bai Hao flew. "You're a ghost cultivator, my apprentice," he said. "Help me look around and see if there are any other beings like you around here." Bai Hao was a bit taken aback, but he looked around for a moment, then closed his eyes for a while. Eventually, he frowned. "Master," he said hesitantly, "there are definitely no ghosts around here that have mental faculties like I do. However, there's definitely something strange about this place, as if it exists somewhere between the realms of death and life. I really can't put my finger on it. It's like this place." At this point he realized that his master's face had turned deathly white, and that he appeared to be completely terrified. "What's wrong, master?" he asked. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips and mused that he definitely couldn't allow himself to look scared in front of his apprentice. Thumping himself on his chest, he said, "Ha ha ha. Nothing. I'm not scared at all, go on with your explanation." Master. I never said you looked scared." "Ha? Oh. Ha ha ha. Well, let's not talk about that. You were just saying something but didn't finish. What about this place?" Looking oddly at Bai Xiaochun, Bai Hao continued, "To me, this place doesn't feel like it's empty at all. In fact, it's like there are people all around us, hidden figures in large numbers. His words caused goosebumps to cover Bai Xiaochun's skin, and he looked around left and right to see if he could see anything. He couldn't. "Master, are you sure you're not scared?" All of a sudden, Bai Hao found the situation somewhat funny. This was his first time seeing his master looking scared like this. He hadn't even been afraid when going up against hundreds of chosen. Inside, Bai Xiaochun was wailing in fear. However, on the outside, he simply glared at Bai Hao. "Nonsense," he said loudly. "Me? Scared? I'm not scared of anything." After that, he decided to change the topic again. Pulling Bai Hao a bit closer, he continued to work with the command medallion, and simultaneously began to chat randomly with Bai Hao. "So, my apprentice, how have you been doing lately? How is the 18-colored flame coming along? We won't be going back to our shop, so we need to think of a new way to get our hands on some more souls." Bai Xiaochun chattered on, changing the conversation topic constantly. Although an odd expression could be seen on Bai Hao's face, he continued to answer the questions. As the two chatted, time passed, and eventually Bai Xiaochun started to run out of things to talk about. That was when he related to Bai Hao what had occurred during his meeting with the Grand Heaven Master. Earlier, Bai Hao hadn't dared to let even the slightest fluctuation out, for fear that he be detected. Therefore, he wasn't privy to what had gone on between Bai Xiaochun and the Grand Heaven Master. As Bai Hao listened, his expression turned very somber. Investigate who is loyal to the Archemperor. Bai Hao was shocked, and at the same time, realized that his master had been dragged into an enormous web of intrigue. Eyes flickering with intelligence, he provided his analysis of the situation. Master, this is no small matter. Not only did the Grand Heaven Master defy the wishes of the majority by not killing us, but he then went on to appoint you as the inspections commissioner. Obviously, he's using the fact that you offended so many people to use you as a tool. I thought of that too, Bai Xiaochun said, his eyebrows dancing up and down. Master is just too outstanding, don't you say? Although Bai Xiaochun had temporarily stopped thinking about what an eerie place he was in, he didn't stop using the powers of the mask to conceal himself. As for Bai Hao, he continued to ponder the matter, using his superior intellect to analyze how the situation would be most beneficial for his master. Master, this situation might be a good opportunity for us. All of it will come down to the Grand Heaven Master's stance. He obviously took a liking to you because of how you offended everyone. In that case, he probably wants to use you, not just like an ordinary tool, but like a sharp knife. Master, from here on out, the more people you offend, the safer we'll be. Bai Xiaochun had long since become convinced that Bai Hao was extremely intelligent, most especially because of the incident with Sun Yifan and Sima Tao. Therefore, after hearing his analysis, he nodded in agreement. Bai Hao was very pleased to have the approval of his master. Eyes flickering with strange light, he continued to think about the matter for a moment. Then he leaned closer to Bai Xiaochun, lowered his voice, and said, Master, I think I have an idea of what the Grand Heaven Master is thinking. First you need to smooth out the internal crises. After that, you need to weaken the aristocracy. In terms of smoothing out the internal crises, I don't have any plan for how to do that. But as far as weakening the aristocracy, when the time comes, I have a plan that will completely crush the influential clans and other powers, and at the same time, make you more valuable than ever to the Grand Heaven Master. With that, he went on to elaborate his plan. So ruthless. Bai Xiaochun murmured, his eyes widening. Master, Bai Hao replied quietly, since we've started down this path, we need to walk it to the end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 760, The Powers of the Inspections Commissioner. Chapter 760, The Powers of the Inspections Commissioner. Bai Hao's plan was so ruthless that Bai Xiaochun was already hesitant to pull it off. However, if he ended up in the right circumstances, it might work. Right now, though, things were too unstable. We'll talk about that more later. Right now, the most important thing is for me to do a good job at being the inspections commissioner. Looking even more serious, Bai Hao said, Master, we also need to start making some secret plans to make sure that we don't get disposed of once our usefulness has passed. Don't worry, Bai Xiaochun said. Your master has a lot of experience with that kind of thing. Then he laughed heartily. If he hadn't said that, Bai Hao would have felt a lot better, but now, he had a very ill premonition. Whenever his master felt this confident, bad things always happened. However, he still couldn't come up with any way to remedy that situation other than to continue to offer advice to Bai Xiaochun. And thus the night passed without anything strange happening. Bai Xiaochun continued to focus on activating the command medallion and chatting with Bai Hao. At dawn, he went outside and confirmed that the restrictive spell was still in place, and that he couldn't leave the inspections manor. The only way to do so would be to completely activate the command medallion. He kept working, and before long, evening fell again, which was when he finally activated the medallion. It had taken 26 hours, which was longer than he had originally anticipated. As soon as the medallion was activated, he sent some divine sense into it, whereupon a sound like heavenly thunder filled his mind. Then, his divine sense merged with the medallion, and he saw a complete image of the inspections manor. At that point, his eyes went wide, and his entire body thrummed with joy. Despite exerting all of the willpower possible, he couldn't hold back from gasping and then releasing a shout of surprise. This. What he could see in his mind's eye was a miniature version of the entire inspections manor. And from this vantage point, it was possible to see that the entire place was filled with numerous coffins. In fact, the manor seemed to be built on top of a huge collection of the things. There were fully 100,000 of them, densely packed together into roughly 9 levels. Each one of those coffins emanated terrifying fluctuations. The deeper the levels got, the fewer coffins they had, and yet the more terrifying the fluctuations. Xiaochun's shock mounted as he studied the situation. The 9th level only had a single coffin, but by means of the command medallion, Xiaochun could tell that it had the aura of a demigod. Heavens! Xiaochun murmured, chest heaving as he realized that he must be holding, not just a command medallion, but rather, a magical device that could be used to control these 100,000 coffins, but he actually felt as if he could use a single thought to cause all 100,000 coffins to open up, and then do the same to the eyes of all the corpses that lay therein. So, that's the true inspections manor. Xiaochun thought, stunned. After a long moment, he retracted his divine sense and looked down at the black command medallion. By now, he was convinced that what he held was not the master command medallion. There was no way the Grand Heaven Master would simply hand over such heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. This must be an auxiliary medallion. The Master Medallion is surely in the hands of the Grand Heaven Master. He is the one who can command the army beneath the inspections manor to do anything he wishes. However, that doesn't really affect me. I'm on the Grand Heaven Master's team, after all. Even using a bit of this power is good enough. After getting his breathing under control, he sent some divine sense into the command medallion and focused it on the subterranean coffin nearest him. Awaken! As soon as the thought rippled out, the limestone slab nearest the door of the building he was in shattered, and an ancient coffin shot up into the air. It was made of black iron, and as soon as it thudded down onto the ground, the lid was pushed open from within. An aura of death and rot erupted out, along with a burly man clad in black armor, wearing a black mask, and pulsing with a murderous aura. Based on the intensity of the murderous aura, he had killed too many people to count. It immediately caused Xiaochun's expression to flicker with shock. As the man slowly looked up, glowing red eyes could be seen behind the mask. He took a step forward toward Xiaochun, the fluctuations of the great circle of the nascent soul stage rolling off of him. The black-armored corpse trooper walked up to Xiaochun, then bowed his head and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Exalted One," he said in a rumbling voice that contained respect and veneration. Xiaochun's eyes sparkled, and Bai Hao's jaw dropped. So, this is the true power hidden within the inspections manor. Xiaochun poured some more divine sense into the command medallion, and then called out to another of the coffins to awaken. Before long, the entire inspections manor was rumbling as one coffin after another opened up, and more black-armored men flew out. Soon, there were fully 1,000. The weakest among them were equivalent to the mid-nascent soul stage, and a few were at the level of half-devis. The murderous aura they emitted affected the wind and clouds, and they were surrounded by the perpetual wailing of ghosts and wolves. And that was just a small portion of the force hidden beneath the inspections manor. Xiaochun wanted to call upon more, but knew that his command medallion was limited in usage, and could only be used to summon 1,000. Furthermore, he could only call on the coffins in the top 7 levels. The 8th level only had 10 coffins, all of which had Deva-level power. Of course, none of them contained souls, it was only fleshly body power. 1,000 is good enough. Bai Xiaochun was by no means disappointed. In fact, he was elated. After looking over the 1,000 black-armored corpse troopers, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. All of a sudden, he felt like he was back on the Great Wall, where the wave of a finger could send an army of thousands into battle. If I was in this position back when everyone was coming to cause trouble for me, I wouldn't have had to do anything. I could have just waved my hand, and all of those chosen would have been crushed. Bai Xiaochun was feeling very happy and very confident. Also, he was coming to the conclusion that this Grand Heaven Master was much more reliable than the Giant Ghost King. After all, the rewards the Giant Ghost King gave him were all honorary, whereas the Grand Heaven Master had given him command of an army. There was another function to the command medallion other than being able to summon the army of 1,000 troops. It was also filled with reports about all of the aristocracy within the Wildlands, and especially Arch-Emperor's city. It was as if hidden eyes were watching everyone at every moment, reporting back all of the events which occurred in their lives, and then storing it in this command medallion. Whoever possessed this command medallion would be privy to countless secrets. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun immediately began to browse through some of the reports, and soon realized that the reason he had been attacked by the hundreds of chosen was that someone had been propagating false rumors. Those rumors had aroused such anger among the masses that eventually, the chosen decided to simply attack him directly. In terms of the culprits, Zhou Hong was only one of many. Virtually all of the people Bai Xiaochun had captured in the necromancer kettle had played a part. However, there were clues pointing to the people who had truly instigated the matter, two of the imperial princes. Bai Xiaochun's anger was beginning to grow. Everything was now starting to become clear. And that was especially true regarding the young man with the feng shui compass who had accompanied Zhou Hong that day. A quick bit of investigating using the command medallion quickly identified him. He was none other than a vassal of the Grand Prince. Complete and utter bullying, Bai Xiaochun said through gritted teeth. With that, he pondered the mission the Grand Heaven Master had given him, and then thought about how all of these aristocrats and nobles had sought to kill him, and his eyes began to shine with cold light. When Bai Hao realized that his master was getting angry, he asked what the problem was. Upon hearing the explanation, he quickly advised, "Master, just keep your cool for a bit. If your personal matters cause problems for the Grand Heaven Master's main plan, it could." "There's no need to keep my cool," Bai Xiaochun interrupted with the wave of a hand. "The two issues are one and the same. After all, the Grand Heaven Master doesn't know who is truly loyal to the Arch-Emperor, and he didn't prohibit me from investigating anyone." He was now in a position of power, backed by the Grand Heaven Master, and sure that his poor little life would not be in danger. Considering what type of person he was, there was no way that he wouldn't seek his revenge. Of course, Bai Xiaochun also knew that, even with the Dermic decree of the Grand Heaven Master to back him, and the level of power he wielded, he still had to have evidence on his side if he wanted to act. That way, he wouldn't stir up any unnecessary trouble. Evidence like that might be difficult to gather for an ordinary person, but not for Bai Xiaochun. Back when he had been an inquisitor in Devil Penitentiary, he had acquired all sorts of secrets during the interrogations he performed. "Let's go," Bai Xiaochun said proudly. "We're paying a little visit to the prison." With that, he and Bai Hao flew up into the air, followed by 1,000 burly men in black armor. It was evening, but Arch-Emperor's city in general was still quite alive, so when Bai Xiaochun appeared on the streets with his army of black-armored corpse troopers, looking very grand and magnificent, he attracted instant attention. After all, the corpse troopers radiated murderous auras filled with death, and were sinister to behold. Who are those people? Look at that incredible murderous aura. Hey, isn't that Bai Hao? How come all of those black-armored soul cultivators behind him seem so rife with death? Conversations rippled out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased at being the center of attention like this. With 1,000 troops at his command, who would ever dare to provoke him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 761, Recognize Me? Chapter 761, Recognize Me. Back when the Grand Heaven Master had appointed by Xiaochun as the inspections commissioner, many people in Archemperor City had turned their attention to the inspections manner in Borough 4. Therefore, a lot of people noticed when he led the 1,000 black-armored men out into the open, and they trembled with fear. All of them suddenly recalled what was now something of a legend. In the past, this army had caused blood and gore to rain down on Archemperor City, and had come to be known as the Corpse Trooper Blood Battalion. In the past, they caused blood to rain down for 7 months straight. The Corpse Trooper Blood Battalion. Countless eyes were focused on by Xiaochun, and the Corpse Trooper Blood Battalion soldiers that followed him. The nobility and aristocracy were shaken, not because of any fear of Bai Xiaochun himself, but fear of the army of corpse troopers. Furthermore, they feared who that army represented, the Grand Heaven Master. There were many stories about this army of corpse troopers. In one version, they had been assembled by the third-generation Archemperor, a sort of black ops force that the Archemperors had controlled from generation to generation. Now, though, that army had fallen into the hands of the Grand Heaven Master. However, other people said that the so-called Corpse Trooper army had not existed before the rise of the Grand Heaven Master. Supposedly, he had created the army using the corpses of the nobles and aristocrats who had resisted him. Virtually every possible origin story for the army existed, but all of them were connected to the Grand Heaven Master. As news of the reappearance of the Corpse Troopers began to spread, many people were shaken, and began to pay close attention to what was unfolding. Everyone knew that something big was about to happen. Most importantly, everyone also knew that the person who now led the Grand Heaven Master's army was Bai Hao. He had offended countless chosen, and although he didn't have direct dealings with every almighty person among the nobility and aristocracy, he was connected to virtually all of them. The bloody event from just a few nights ago was still the subject of much discussion, and everyone knew that the vengeance Bai Hao would wreak would be a major event, but everyone's minds were racing as they pondered what would happen, and at the same time, everyone was completely on guard. Bai Xiaochun actually had no idea that his going out at the head of 1,000 black-armored soldiers was causing such a stir. He just felt wonderful to be the center of so much attention, and couldn't help but revel in his success. It's been a long time, too long, in fact, since I've basked in such glory. Back in Giant Ghost City, I was the major domo, and yet, had no true military power. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun truly felt as if he had the right to look down on all creation. Sticking his chin up, he slowed down a bit as he flew through the air. His destination was Archemperor City's Grand Asylum, which was not located in the Central District. Rather, it was in Borough 49. As Bai Xiaochun flew along with his 1,000 black-armored soldiers, the city guards just looked at him from a distance, not daring to get close. As such, Bai Xiaochun was able to go directly to the Grand Asylum. The Grand Asylum was constructed to look like an enormous, coiled python. The entrance was the python's mouth, and as soon as Bai Xiaochun appeared there, the warden and other important prison officers flew out to meet him. The sight of Bai Xiaochun and his 1,000 black-armored soldiers caused all of them to shiver in fright. Obviously, they had heard that this Bai Hao had been appointed by the Grand Heaven Master to serve as the inspections commissioner. Trembling, they clasped hands, bowed, and said, "Greetings, Inspections Commissioner." "You recognize me?" Bai Xiaochun said coolly, keeping his hands clasped behind his back and his chin stuck up. The warden of the Grand Asylum was a middle-aged man who was so fat he was almost a ball. Smiling nervously, he said, "Inspections Commissioner Bai, you have unbounded integrity, and are spectacularly famous. Nobodies like us can only gaze upward at your splendor. Only a few months ago, your humble servant gazed at you from afar, sir, and was impressed to no end by your imposing bearing. For whatever reason you've come, O exalted one, your humble servant will do everything in his power to help you." The warden was feeling very nervous. The fact that this was the first location Bai Xiaochun had chosen to visit after taking command of the Corpse Trooper Blood Battalion left him feeling very unsettled. Bai Xiaochun wasn't very pleased with the overt flattery, and didn't get any sense at all that the warden was being sincere. However, considering his current status, it would be a big loss of face to cause problems for lowly figures such as the warden. Snorting coldly, he said, "Enough jibber-jabber. Just follow me and do what I say." Hands clasped behind his back, he swaggered into the Grand Asylum. The warden and the other officers were stunned by Bai Xiaochun's response, and immediately began to shiver even more than before. Hearts racing, and sweat pouring down their backs, they hurried after him. Although this was Bai Xiaochun's first time in the Grand Asylum, considering the time he had spent as a guard in Devil Penitentiary, much of it as the #1 Dark Inquisitor, he immediately identified with the musty odor of a prison that entered his nose. It was all very familiar. Eventually, they were in the warden's grand hall, where Bai Xiaochun sat down and said, "Bring out all of the records regarding the current prisoners." The nervously sweating warden immediately voiced his assent, and then arranged for all of the prisoner records to be brought over. Those records soon arrived in the form of a jade slip, which the warden personally handed to Bai Xiaochun. Looking very stern, Bai Xiaochun took the jade slip and then said, "Arrange a private chamber for me." With that, he began to study the jade slip. The warden immediately arranged for the nicest chamber in the entire Grand Asylum to be cleared out for Bai Xiaochun's use. He just hoped that he could get Bai Xiaochun out of the prison as quickly as possible. To have the Corpse Trooper Blood Battalion present had him feeling extremely nervous. Considering the experience he had gained in Devil Penitentiary, Bai Xiaochun was quickly able to search for and identify the prisoners who were connected in some way to the aristocracy and nobility in Archemperor City. This prisoner. And this one. Him too. Bring them all to me one at a time. Because of their connections, such prisoners couldn't gain their freedom, but had relatively good lives inside of the prison, and roughly the same access to cultivation resources as they had on the outside. Many of them lorded it over their fellow prisoners, and some were even treated with great respect by the guards. Therefore, when Bai Xiaochun issued his order, the warden hesitated. Irritated, Bai Xiaochun glared at the warden and said, "Warden, could it be that you want the inspections commissioner to personally go get the prisoners?" At the same time, the black-armored corpse troopers at his side began to radiate murderous auras that made the area instantly seem like a hell filled with malevolent Azura spirits. Trembling in terror, the warden unhesitatingly issued the proper orders. Almost immediately, the prison was thrown into complete chaos as the guards found the prisoners Bai Xiaochun had named and grabbed them with maniacal fury. "What are you people doing?" "I work for Heavenly Marquis Zhou." "What gall you have?" "Stay your hand." In response, the guards simply surrounded them, vicious expressions on their faces as they sealed their cultivation bases and dragged them over to the private chamber that had been set aside for Bai Xiaochun. Soon, dozens of prisoners were lined up outside, trembling in fear and unsure of what was happening. When the prisoners began to talk amongst themselves to try to figure out what was going on, the guards immediately silenced them. The area grew very quiet, and the guards all bowed deeply in a certain direction down the corridor. The prisoners looked over nervously and saw the warden, a fawning expression on his face as he walked down the hall alongside a young man. The young man was handsome, with his chin stuck up and his hands clasped behind his back. Of course, he was Bai Xiaochun, and he was followed by a contingent of black-armored soldiers who struck fear into the souls of anyone who saw them. "As the inspections commissioner, I've come here to personally interrogate these prisoners. Bring them in as I call for them. Furthermore, no one is allowed to disturb me as I carry out the interrogations." After coming to a stop at the door, Bai Xiaochun looked around with a stern expression. The warden immediately voiced his assent. Moments later, Bai Xiaochun was in the private chamber with the first prisoner. Outside, the black-armored soldiers stood guard, preventing anyone from getting close. The warden stood there, terrified and anxious, still unsure of why Bai Xiaochun had picked this place as his first location to visit. What is the purpose of him coming here? The warden thought, confused. That was when the first blood-curdling screams erupted from the secret chamber. The faces of everyone present fell, and all eyes went wide, especially those of the guards who ranked as inquisitors. That screaming, what methods could provoke such a reaction? The guards were alarmed, and the prisoners even more so. Many of them gasped in fear. As for the warden, his heart filled with emotions of both shock and reverence. The screaming lasted for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. After that, the door of the private chamber opened, and a trembling figure was thrown out, who was of course the prisoner who had gone into the room with Xiaochun. His eyes were glazed over, and he seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Next. Then, Xiaochun's voice broke the silence as he spoke from the private chamber. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 762, I heard you're good at shakedowns. Chapter 762, I heard you're good at shakedowns, yet. Xiaochun had long since made his decision. He wanted revenge, but he needed to have evidence to justify his actions. Even if that evidence wasn't completely conclusive, he would at least need to provide some sort of explanation to the Grand Heavenmaster. As far as he was concerned, this was the only way to get that evidence. Furthermore, there was no way that other people would have been able to guess that he would come to the Grand Asylum to perform interrogations. Few people in the world had ever served as prison guards, and fewer as inquisitors. Therefore, almost no one would ever realize that the Grand Asylum was a place where countless shocking secrets were held. To Xiaochun, the Grand Asylum was the greatest weakness in his enemy's armor. After all, back in Giant Ghost City, it had been in Devil Penitentiary that he had learned about the rebellion being planned by the three great clans. One unique aspect to Wildlander soul cultivators was that it was difficult to perform soul searches on them as they got more powerful. However, that wasn't a problem for Xiaochun. The prisoners he had selected for interrogation were perfect sources of the evidence he needed. All of them had committed heinous crimes, and all of them were deeply connected to the nobility and aristocracy. Due to various random reasons, though, none of them had been sentenced to death. As time passed, more and more prisoners went into the private chamber, and endless screaming filled the halls of the prison. Everyone present was shaken, especially the inquisitors, whose eyes began to shine with bright light. The exalted inspections commissioner is also a dark inquisitor. You're right. You know what, I remember now. I heard that Baihao was vicious and merciless, and that he actually became the #1 Dark Inquisitor back in Giant Ghost City. Soon, the warden heard what the inquisitors were saying, and he began to tremble inwardly, filled with fear at the techniques Xiaochun was using. Although the warden didn't even qualify to be the type of person who was directly connected to the Archemperor, he had heard the stories of what had happened many years ago, when the Corpse Trooper Blood Battalion instigated a 7-month reign of terror. Back then, not everyone who had been dragged into the calamity had actually been guilty. That mere thought caused the warden to shiver. Looking at the black-armored corpse troopers standing guard over the private chamber, the warden decided that he would fulfill Xiaochun's every request, no matter what it was. After a full day of dozens of interrogations, Xiaochun got plenty of clues. At that point, he walked out of the private chamber, an unsightly expression on his face as he held out another jade slip. This one was filled with the names of over 100 new prisoners. Bring them to me. The warden didn't hesitate for even a second. Loudly voicing his affirmation, he immediately arranged for the second group of prisoners to be brought to Xiaochun for interrogation. Eventually, a third group was called for, then a fourth and a fifth. As Xiaochun was focusing on performing interrogations to get the evidence he needed for his revenge, the outside world was being shaken by the events playing out. With clouds in place, it is impossible to see the sun or moon. But if a pair of hands spread the cloud cover, then everyone could see. As soon as word started to spread about Baihao's background, many people began to speculate as to what exactly he was doing. What? He went to the Grand Asylum? What did Bai Hao go there for? This isn't good. He was a dark inquisitor back in Giant Ghost City. Don't tell me he's going to go rifling for secrets among the prisoners in the Grand Asylum. However, what was particularly marvelous about Bai Xiaochun's plan was that, even if a given prisoner had access to important information, people on the outside of the prison who also had access to the same information would often not believe that said prisoner truly knew what they knew. After all, if the people on the outside were aware that any given prisoner had access to that sensitive information, the prisoner would have long since been silenced in death. It was in the fourth group of prisoners that Bai Xiaochun finally found the information he was looking for. One of the prisoners revealed that a certain heavenly marquis had been maintaining secret communications with the Grand Prince. Bai Xiaochun even remembered the name of that heavenly marquis. His son was particularly close to Zhou Hong. Pulling out his inspections commissioner command medallion, he did a bit of research, and confirmed that this very person had helped Zhou Hong spread rumors about Chen Manyao and Su Shan. Bai Xiaochun chuckled darkly, and then continued with more interrogations. All in all, he was in the Grand Asylum for half a month. During that time, he interrogated all suspicious individuals, and yet, was not satisfied. Therefore, he went on to interrogate some of the other random prisoners who had committed heinous crimes. Some of them were prisoners who had been so shaken by the previous string of interrogations that they told what they knew without having to use any special methods, which was a good thing, considering that his supply of aphrodisiac pills was limited. Most shocking of all was that it was during the last interrogation of a prisoner who didn't seem important at all, that he got the most shocking bit of evidence. Li Tianqing's father. He's the heavenly marquis in the Li clan, right? Bai Xiaochun knew that he had hooked a big fish, and was delighted. Ending the interrogations, he walked out of the private room, waving his black-armored corpse troopers to his side as he flew out of the Grand Asylum. Respectful expressions could be seen on the faces of the guards as he left, and many of them even looked at him with reverence. The efficiency with which he performed interrogations was shocking, and because of it, many of the guards wouldn't hesitate to leap to do Bai Xiaochun's bidding. As for the warden, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had felt a lot of pressure over the last half a month, and had been worried that the slightest slip-up on his part would get him dragged into a huge mess. After reverently escorting Bai Xiaochun out of the prison, he hurried back inside and went into secluded meditation, well aware that another bloodbath was coming to Arch-Emperor City. Bai Xiaochun was delighted, but didn't immediately go to cause a scene with Li Tianqing's father, the heavenly marquis. Instead, he went to the imperial palace to pay a formal visit to the Grand Heaven Master. How dare they provoke me? Humph. I'm going to make sure they realize that Bai Xiaochun is not so easy to deal with. As he headed toward the palace, he pondered the situation and realized that he still didn't have enough manpower. Therefore, he contacted Zhou Yixing again, and told him to return to Arch-Emperor City with his men. Around then, he arrived at Heaven Master Hall, where he clasped hands and bowed. Your humble servant Bai Hao offers greetings, Grand Heaven Master. I have a matter to discuss. As soon as his voice echoed out, the dragon stuck its head down from the clouds and looked curiously at Bai Xiaochun. However, before it could do anything else, the door of the hall opened, revealing the Grand Heaven Master sitting there looking at Bai Xiaochun. Settling his aura, Bai Xiaochun hurried inside. Grand Heaven Master, your humble servant accomplished his mission smoothly. I've already dug up evidence of 2 heavenly marquises who disturbed the cultivation of the Arch-Emperor. With that, he produced a jade slip that he offered to the Grand Heaven Master. The Grand Heaven Master took the jade slip and looked at it with a smile. Then he rubbed his thumb over its surface and muttered to himself for a moment. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, wondering if the Grand Heaven Master would have him take care of the 2 heavenly marquises. After all, the evidence wasn't completely conclusive, and even extensive analysis could only produce middling speculation about the results. However, after all of the interrogations in the Grand Asylum, Bai Xiaochun was fairly certain he understood those 2 heavenly marquises. Neither of them were good people. For example, the entire Li clan all practiced poison cultivation. The main technique they used was called Heart of a Woman, which involved collecting the hearts of women to use as part of the technique. It was an evil technique to begin with, and the more powerful the cultivator got, the more women's hearts were needed. The Li clan had essentially been built on a foundation of bloodshed. And then there was the Chen clan, which was even worse in some ways. They funded their clan by selling life force. That life force was harvested from cultivator slaves that the clan kept in pens like animals. Furthermore, all of those slaves were cultivators captured from the Great Wall. The Chen clan was one reason why all of the noble and aristocratic chosen had recovered so quickly after having been captured and drained of life force by Xiaochun. As he thought about these two evil clans, Xiaochun looked furtively at the Grand Heaven Master. The Grand Heaven Master's face was expressionless, and he wasn't saying even a single word, which caused Xiaochun's nervousness to mount. It was really impossible to tell what the Grand Heaven Master was thinking. Enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, whereupon his thumb flexed, and the jade slip transformed into ash. Go find Heavenly Marquis Li and Heavenly Marquis Chen, and arrest them. In response to the Grand Heaven Master's words, the air next to Xiaochun rippled, and that familiar black-robed man stepped out. After voicing his assent, he bowed and vanished. Xiaochun was startled, but at the same time, felt a bit excited. I heard that you're good at shakedowns, the Grand Heaven Master said. You have 4 hours to go handle the Li and Chen clans. With that, he closed his eyes. Xiaochun's heart immediately began to race, and he felt all the blood in his body rushing to his head. Although he was excited that he would be able to profit from performing some more shakedowns, what was more important was that he could have his revenge. Furthermore, he could use his public office to do so, which was an amazing thing. As it turned out, this Grand Heaven Master was turning out to be a great guy. He immediately voiced his assent, then turned and flew out of Heaven Master Hall. Obviously, the Grand Heaven Master wanted him to do as the old saying said. Kill the chickens to scare the monkeys. Punish some people to serve as a warning to others. He didn't even need to have any hard evidence, just some clues. Even speculation was enough for the Grand Heaven Master to give him the go-ahead to take lives. With someone like him to rely on, nobody would ever dare to provoke me. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he proudly waved his sleeve to summon his 1,000 corpse troopers. Then, he headed toward the Li clan. Get ready, Li Tianshan. Lord Bai is coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 763, Do you admit to your crimes? Chapter 763, Do you admit to your crimes? It was an exhilarating feeling to be leading the 1,000-strong Corpse Trooper Blood Battalion out from the Imperial Palace. All of the Imperial Guards trembled in fear at the sight, to the point where they didn't dare to even breathe, much less get in the way. By now, everyone in the city knew about Xiaochun's appointment to the position of Inspections Commissioner. The additional fact that the Corpse Trooper Blood Battalion had been awakened led to widespread fear. In fact, word had even spread out into the wildlands and beyond. Not even Xiaochun knew how famous he was at this point. Even the 4 great river source sects in the Heavenspan River region, the sects who controlled the Great Wall, had heard of the name of Archemperor City's Inspections Commissioner, Bai Hao. In Archemperor Dynasty, Xiaochun was the newest dragon to walk the face of the earth, a razor-sharp knife in the hand of the Grand Heaven Master. Before long, people were gossiping about Bai Hao's past in Giant Ghost City. People talked about how he was vicious and merciless, how he had killed members of his own clan, and his daredevil act of kidnapping a demigod expert. Then there were his shakedowns, the fact that he was a wife-stealer, and countless other details. In the end, everyone was left gasping in disbelief at all the stories. Most people believed him to be a lunatic. His battle prowess was astonishing, to the point where he had both attacked and captured more than 100 chosen. Later, he even fought back against a group of hundreds of chosen at the same time. A person like that could already be considered stunning without even mentioning that he had the backing of both the giant Ghost King and the Grand Heaven Master. In fact, he was also the son-in-law of the giant Ghost King. Because of all of these various aspects, Bai Xiaochun was now a very, very important person in the Wildlands. He was far more famous than Zhou Hong, Gong Sunyi, and the other chosen like them. And now, emboldened by the Grand Heaven Master, it was with a completely haughty air that he set out with his corpse troopers and their intense murderous aura. 1,000 beams of light merged together, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as they shot toward the Li clan, right in the middle of Archemperor's city. Li Tianchang, you and Zhou Hong worked together with all those other chosen to cause me endless trouble. You tried your best to see me dead, and I let you off the hook over and over again. But now you've gone and really pissed me off. Well, let me tell you, when I get pissed off, I frighten even myself. Bai Xiaochun didn't have a care in the world, and his eyes shone with keen anticipation as he imagined the reactions of all of the people who had tried to kill him in the past. And you're first on the list, Li Tianchang. With that, he accelerated, causing the rumbling sounds to intensify as his 1,000 corpse troopers got closer and closer to the Li clan. The sight of Bai Xiaochun brazenly speeding through the air attracted a lot of attention, and many gasps. Furthermore, when people realized what direction he was heading in, coldness gripped their hearts, and speculations began to run wild. He's not doing anything to suppress that murderous aura. What is Bai Hao going to do? Look at the direction he's heading in. It seems like Burrow 9? Burrow 9? That's where the Li clan is. The Li clan occupied roughly 20% of Burrow 9. They had risen to power because of the heavenly marquis in their clan. Not only was their clan populous, they had many outside soul cultivators who were willing to work for them because of how powerful they were. It was a snowball effect that had quickly turned them into a mighty group that few people would ever dare to trifle with. Even as everyone looked on in shock, Bai Xiaochun led his 1,000 corpse troopers into Burrow 9, toward a sprawling courtyard complex, from within the middle of which rose a 300-meter-tall tower, but that tower was a heavenly marquis pagoda. Within Archemperor's city, only heavenly marquis clans had structures 300 meters tall. As for the heavenly dukes, they had pagodas 3,000 meters tall. Almost as soon as Bai Xiaochun caught sight of the Li clan's pagoda, the people in the Li clan realized that he was heading in their direction. It led to a small-scale commotion, with countless cultivators flying out of the clan to observe his approach. Li Tianchang was in the crowd. He was the heir apparent of the clan, and also a chosen, with a very high position. Unless his father was present, he was essentially the clan chief. Bai Hao. At first Li Tianchang was startled, but his expression soon twisted into a vicious snarl. The venomous look in his eyes was clear. He had paid a steep price to the Qin clan to restore his life force after the most recent incident, and the person responsible for that was none other than Bai Xiaochun. His hatred for Bai Hao was part of his heart, but he was also aware that he was in a very different position now. He was the inspections commissioner, backed by the Grand Heaven Master, and the fact that he had come surrounded by a murderous aura caused Li Tianchang's heart to begin to pound in his chest. Without any hesitation, he issued orders to activate the clan's defensive spell formation. Even as he issued the orders, a piercing whistling sound filled the air as Bai Xiaochun arrived with his 1,000 corpse troopers. The murderous aura seething off of the corpse troopers formed something like a black cloud that hovered above the Li clan. There were already other soul cultivators showing up in the area to see what was going to happen. All of them were filled with shock, and were starting to come to their own conclusions about how events would play out. Could it be that the Grand Heaven Master is actually going to make a move? And the Li clan is first on the list. No way. It's probably just Bai Hao using his status to exact revenge. Even as everyone looked on in shock, Bai Xiaochun hovered there grandly, flanked by his 1,000 corpse troopers, looking over the Li clan cultivators, who were clearly ready for a fight. Then his gaze came to rest on Li Tianchang, around whom were clustered an unusually large number of clan cultivators. Blaring, Bai Xiaochun said, "Li Tianchang, why haven't you come out to pay respects to the inspections commissioner? As his voice echoed out like thunder, the corpse trooper's murderous auras grew even more intense. The Li clan cultivators' expressions flickered, many of them growing fiercer. By this point, Li Tiancheng was panting a bit, and his mind was spinning. However, he didn't let that show on his face. Instead, he scowled and yelled, "You've got a lot of guts coming here and offending your superiors, by how? This is the manner of a heavenly marquis, not just some random place where you can go make a scene. Back down immediately, . Sticking his chin up, Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back and brazenly said, "The manner of a heavenly marquis? Ha. The main reason Lord Bai came here today is because the Li clan is the manner of a heavenly marquis. I heard you have a lot of wealth in this clan of yours. I'm just worried that some of your treasures are forgeries, and would like to help you inspect them." Inside, he was bursting with happiness, and was very pleased with how amazing his little speech had just been. It was the type of feeling that came with occupying the position of superiority and justice. Cultivators of the Li clan were accustomed to being arrogant people, and immediately responded with boisterous, impolite words. "What gall, . Do you have a death wish or something, Bai Hao? What makes you think you have the right to come cause trouble for our Li clan? What a joke! I guess Bai Hao is just a complete moron." As for Li Tiancheng, his expression was unsightlier than ever, and he was getting more anxious by the moment. He could tell that something was off about the situation, but was convinced that there was little likelihood the Grand Heaven Master was interested in making a move against the Li clan. The most likely possibility was that Bai Hao had come here to enact personal vengeance. As such, Li Tiancheng's eyes flickered with cold light. That means this is a chance to exterminate this guy once and for all. Although he was afraid of the Corpse Trooper Blood Battalion, the reserve powers of the Li clan, along with the fact that his father was Heavenly Marquis Li, gave him plenty of confidence. "Li clan cultivators, hear my orders. Anyone who enters Li clan territory shall be executed immediately." The Li clan cultivators snarled viciously, and their killing intent soared. More people were flying up into the air from inside the clan, many of them clan members, but others being hired soul cultivators. Before long, there were more than 10,000 people visible, all of them surging with the desire to kill. Overall, they actually seemed a bit more impressive than the Corpse Trooper Blood Battalion. The surrounding onlookers gasped in shock, and even Xiaochun was a bit startled. However, he knew his status, and had his orders from the Grand Heaven Master. Obviously, the fact that the Grand Heaven Master had sent him here meant that he didn't intend for the Li clan to kill him. Feeling a bit more confident with that thought, he glared at Li Tiancheng, convinced that he had been acting a bit too softly before. Looking away from Li Tiancheng and the cultivators around him, he turned his gaze to the pagoda. "Heavenly Marquis Li, I've come here today with orders from the Grand Heaven Master. I'd like to ask you a question. Do you admit to your crimes?" The entire atmosphere in the area changed, and countless gasps could be heard among the onlookers. The Li clan cultivators were all visibly shocked, and Li Tiancheng's heart was beginning to pound. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 764, Fighting in the Li clan. Chapter 764, Fighting in the Li clan. As the words left by Xiaochun's mouth, Li Tiancheng's father sat in a private chamber in the highest level of the enormous pagoda. He was a majestic heavenly marquis, and yet, his expression was profoundly grim. Despite being a half-deva, his mood was so foul that it had destabilized his cultivation base to a certain degree. There could be no misunderstanding by Xiaochun's words. Furthermore, Li Tiancheng's father had been paying close attention to Xiaochun's arrival, and during the entire time, his expression had been slowly transforming, until it was now profoundly grim. Even his breathing was in chaos. He was a heavenly marquis, and was therefore even more profoundly insightful than Li Tiancheng and the other cultivators in the clan. He could tell that this Bai Hao would not have brought his troops here without the express permission of the Grand Heaven Master. It wasn't a matter of strength in arms, but of position and standing. There were 108 heavenly marquises in the Archemperor dynasty, and for the inspections commissioner to visit one with such brazen audacity spoke volumes about the Grand Heaven Master's stance. Is it a threat? Heavenly Marquis Li thought. At the moment, he was feeling profoundly uneasy, which in turn had him more vigilant than ever. As he thought about everything he knew about the Grand Heaven Master, beads of sweat began to pop out on his forehead, and terror rose up in his heart. The Grand Heaven Master wants to kill me. As soon as Heavenly Marquis Li came to this conclusion, a vicious snarl appeared on his face, and he began to pant. He knew that if the Grand Heaven Master really did want him dead, then he had no other choice than to try to escape before the calamity fell. And yet, he couldn't quite reconcile himself to doing that. He had practiced cultivation for many, many years to reach the position of Heavenly Marquis, and led one of the most powerful clans in the Wildlands. He refused to just sit around passively waiting to be killed. He had to fight. He had to figure out a way to resolve this deadly situation. I need to buy time. That was his decision. His only chance at resolving the issue was to buy time. If he could make a big enough scene in the meantime, then the other heavenly marquises and the heavenly dukes would have a chance to react. Maybe even the 4 heavenly kings. After all, he was a heavenly marquis, and the other heavenly marquises would not be happy about one of their kind being casually disposed of. In fact, they would likely come to his aid. In some senses, they would actually be saving themselves. If he could get all of the important people in the imperial court to rise to action, then even the Grand Heaven Master would have to take the matter seriously. And what about the Archemperor? No, I can't go to the Archemperor. All of a sudden, a tremor ran through Heavenly Marquis Li, and he suddenly had an inkling of where the true issue lay. If the Grand Heaven Master wanted to kill me, he could just issue a decree ordering my execution. Why would he send Bai Hao to do the deed? He's using the pretext of killing me to see who else in the court would speak up for me. He's trying to lure the snakes out of their holes. Such thoughts filled Heavenly Marquis Li's mind, along with a bitter coldness. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed that this was the case, so he quickly decided that he had to do 2 things. First, buy time so that people would come to his aid. Second, figure out a way to escape. Buy time. 'Cause a big scene. Eyes glittering, he sent a message to Li Tiansheng. Kill the corpse troopers. And do anything necessary to cut down this Bai Hao. Even as everyone in the Li clan was trembling, Li Tiansheng got the orders from his father. His immediate reaction was that things didn't seem to have escalated to that level, and yet, now was not the time to ponder the situation. Glaring at Bai Xiaochun, he yelled, Bai Hao's orders are forged. This is a conspiracy. Cultivators of the Li clan, kill him immediately. The other cultivators under his command hesitated for a moment, but knew that if the Li clan fell, they would likely be killed along with it. Snarling, they shouted and charged into battle. Within the briefest of moments, over 10,000 cultivators were howling and flying toward Bai Xiaochun. In response, Bai Xiaochun glared and waved his hand, sending his 1,000 black-armored corpse troopers flying to meet the charge. Booms immediately rang out in all directions. As for Bai Xiaochun, he didn't actually join the fighting, but remained further back, guarded by a contingent of corpse troopers. His poor little life was the most important thing to consider, and he wouldn't casually put it in harm's way. This was his first time seeing the corpse troopers in action, and it was a shocking sight. They didn't seem to feel pain at all, and clearly relied on body refinement techniques. They fought fiercely wherever they went, slaughtering foes left and right. Neither magical techniques nor the effects of magical items seemed to have any effect on them. They charged into the fighting without any hesitation. Within the space of a few breaths of time, agonized shrieks began to rise into the air. Clearly, the cultivators of the Li clan were no match for the corpse troopers. In fact, many of them were literally ripped to pieces in the blink of an eye. The reek of blood filled the air, and before long, the clan's spell formation rumbled to life, sending a blood-colored screen of light shining up, accompanied by what sounded like the beating of a heart. As the heartbeat echoed out, black, toxic gas began to erupt from the Li clan cultivators. Furthermore, many of them pulled out actual human hearts, which they then crushed while simultaneously shouting out bizarre words. As the hearts were crushed, the shadowy images of women appeared, mournful and venomous as they floated forward to fight the corpse troopers. Those shadowy women were highly toxic. As for the hearts which had just been crushed, they were none other than the manifestation of heart of a woman. This was the poison technique cultivated by the Li clan, which had been derived from the ancient saying, "The most vile poison cannot compare to the heart of a woman." However, based on what Bai Xiaochun could tell, what was vile here was not the hearts of the women. It was the poison technique the vicious Li clan cultivated after extracting the hearts and using them for cultivation purposes. The poisonous effect was shocking, and was the first thing that caused any problems for the corpse troopers. Their bodies even began to show signs of decay, and they were forced to slow down. Even their black suits of armor were affected. Bai Xiaochun immediately pulled them away from the fighting, and yet, that also exposed him. Killing intent seethed in Li Tianqing's eyes as he shouted, "Kill Bai Hao!" Even as his words echoed in the air, he shot at top speed toward Bai Xiaochun, flanked by 10 Li clan elders, all of whom had nascent soul cultivation bases. Toxic gas swirled around all of them, which took the form of shadowy women, all of whom had holes in their chests where their hearts should have been. Almost as soon as they appeared, a sensation of imminent crisis filled Bai Xiaochun's heart, and his face fell. Just when he was about to back up, a mysterious light shone in the eyes of the nearby corpse troopers who had been affected by the toxic gas. Simultaneously, they all opened their mouths and breathed in deeply. That caused a dramatic wind to spring up, which immediately sucked the toxic gas in the area into their bodies. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal, but the shocking thing was that after inhaling the toxic gas, their cultivation bases skyrocketed. Clearly, that toxic gas was actually beneficial to them, and could temporarily increase their cultivation. The rise in cultivation base power immediately negated their previous injuries, leaving them completely whole. Bai Xiaochun was quite pleased by this, and could see how incredible this army of corpse troopers was. Clearly, there were still more secrets about them that he had yet to discover. And that was most definitely the truth. The black-armored corpse troopers could absorb harmful magical techniques, and use them to catalyze their own cultivation bases. Essentially, it turned them into an army that could get stronger the longer they fought. Bursting with excitement, Bai Xiaochun pointed at Li Tianqing and the people next to him. "Kill them all!" Bursting with murderous auras, the corpse troopers immediately charged in Li Tianqing's direction. Not good. Li Tianqing thought, his face falling as he prepared to fall back. However, he wasn't fast enough, and before he could even move, both he and the 10 clan elders were set upon by the corpse troopers. Blood immediately began to spray out of their mouths, and they were quickly left with severe injuries. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was laughing heartily. "This is what happens when me and you fight, Li Tianqing. When I make a move, even God in the heavens hides his face." Bai Xiaochun immediately marveled at how good he was with words. However, in the same moment he finished speaking, the bloodied and injured Li Tianqing looked back at him and viciously shouted, "Organ sacrifice." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 765, I very, 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 very much like to grow flowers. Chapter 765, I very, 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 very much like to grow flowers. As soon as the words left his mouth, the shield of light distorted as an enormous blood-colored heart appeared. At first glance, it didn't appear to be illusory at all. Furthermore, it was actually made of 1 million actual human hearts. Those hearts represented 1 million women who had died. This was the most powerful function of the Li clan's spell formation. The instant the gigantic heart appeared, it collapsed, becoming an ink-like cloud of black smoke that spread out in all directions. It began to corrode everything it touched, even some of the hired soul cultivators. Those who were too slow screamed and were transformed into globs of blood that spattered down on the ground. Only the members of the Li clan who cultivated the heart of a woman were unaffected. In fact, expressions of madness could be seen on their faces as they opened their mouths and breathed in the gas, which instantly healed them. Then, they went back to fighting the Corpse Trooper Blood Battalion. The sight of what was happening with the poison gas caused by Xiaochun's scalp to tingle, and he started to back up. However, that was when Li Tianqing's father took advantage of the chaos to take a step forward, becoming something like a bolt of lightning that shot toward Bai Xiaochun. "Your life is over, Bai Hao." Bai Xiaochun's pupils constricted as he looked at the incoming heavenly Marquis Li. Up to this point, he hadn't participated in any of the fighting, mostly because he wanted to be on guard for something just like this. Therefore, as soon as the heavenly Marquis appeared, his cultivation base surged with power. However, before he could make a move, a sinister voice suddenly rang out into the area. "So, you finally emerged from your heavenly Marquis pagoda. I guess it was worth it for me to hold back until this moment." "Hey Ming." Heavenly Marquis Li snarled and tried to back up. However, he was too late. The instant he tried to reverse momentum, a huge hand descended from above with incredible speed, crushing through the Li clan's defensive spell formation and grabbing Heavenly Marquis Li. "Heavenly Marquis! Father!" Everyone in the Li clan began to cry out in alarm, especially Li Tiansheng, who seemed so terrified that he lost all of his will to even move. At the same time, eyes went wide among the crowd of onlookers, and many of them gasped. As for Bai Xiaochun, he looked up to see that familiar, black-robed figure up above in the air. Bai Xiaochun was not very happy about this development, especially considering that he was the inspections commissioner. "Hey, you black-robed freak," he shouted, "we're on the same team here, aren't we? It's not very nice to stick around hiding and then jump into things at the last minute. I worked hard to reel in this big fish, and now you're trying to hook him yourself? You're trying to steal my thunder." The black-robed man looked down at Bai Xiaochun for a moment before coolly responding, "He can easily self-detonate when inside the heavenly Marquis pagoda. Besides, the Grand Heaven Master told me to arrest him, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. As far as stealing your thunder, well, allow me to bestow you with some good fortune, not." With that, he pointed his finger downward, causing a gale-force wind to sweep through the Li clan. Instantly, the previously damaged spell formation completely and utterly shattered. Popping sounds rang out as numerous cultivators within the clan who had been powering it experienced a backlash, causing blood to spray out of their mouths. At the same time, the toxic gas in the area swirled together into 1,000 separate strands that shot toward one particular corpse trooper who was at the half-deva level. Upon reaching him, the strands of smoke poured into him, a baptism of sorts. The corpse trooper immediately began to tremble as he absorbed the smoke, and although he appeared to be corroding, that only caused him to absorb the smoke more quickly, until it was rushing into him through his pores. Then he threw his head back and howled as his cultivation base power skyrocketed. Shockingly, he was now no longer at the half-deva level. He had broken through. His power grew and grew until he was only a hair away from the Deva realm. The toxic gas provided by the hearts of 1 million women only provided a temporary boost, and didn't make him a complete Deva. But he could still crush any other half-Deva. Bai Xiaochun was stunned by what he was seeing. Although the upgrade to the corpse trooper was not permanent, only temporary, it was still a shocking thing. What kinds of monsters are these things? He thought. What was happening surpassed even what he could imagine, and in truth, the word monster really wasn't sufficient to describe the black-armored corpse troopers. There are a total of 100,000 corpse troopers. In that case, does it really mean that they could turn into 100,000 devas? Or even 100,000 demigods? How is that even possible? It almost seemed like it was some big joke. The power on display that the wild lens was capable of completely exceeded all imagination. However, by this point, he also realized that these black armored corpse troopers must have some sort of big weakness. For example, a lack of resources to power them. This is the true reserve power of the Imperial Court. He Ming said, sounding a bit regretful. Unfortunately, they have some fatal flaws. With that, he shook his head and vanished, taking Heavenly Marquis Li with him. Heart-pounding, Bai Xiaochun looked at his two corpse troopers who were now almost on the same level as Devis. It didn't take long before his eyes were shining with delight. Who would have ever thought I would end up controlling an army this powerful? Excited, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Then, he sent out a thought that recalled the newly upgraded Deva corpse trooper, who stood at his side like a Dao protector. Feeling very pleased, and very proud of himself, he looked over at the Li clan forces and waved his hand, sending his corpse troopers over to crush them. Meanwhile, Li Tianchang was trembling as he realized what Bai Xiaochun was thinking. We're willing to heed the imperial decree from the inspections commissioner. He shouted urgently, clasping hands and bowing deeply in fear of displeasing Bai Xiaochun. Please help us to inspect all of our treasures. The rest of the Li clan cultivators all looked as pale as death. Their spell formation had been broken, and their heavenly marquis arrested. None of them had any will left to fight. Therefore, it was after only a slight moment of hesitation that they bowed their heads in acknowledgement of Li Tianqing's words, and then clasped hands in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped at the sight of so many people all bowing to him. Then he looked over at Li Tiancheng, and was not very pleased. Li Tiancheng had reacted far too quickly to the sudden change. Furthermore, he even went as far as to copy Bai Xiaochun's earlier words from before the fighting started. The fact that there was an audience to all of this had Bai Xiaochun feeling even more irritated than before. Snorting, he ignored Li Tiancheng and the rest of the Li clan cultivators, and immediately set to work with his shakedown. The Li clan had a heavenly marquis, and profound reserve savings that obviously surpassed the resources of the three great clans from Giant Ghost City. After all, even though those three great clans had Deva patriarchs, this was Archemperor's city, the seat of power in the wildlands, and a place where the resources surpassed all other locations. There were soul-hoarding pagodas and countless portions of soul medicine, as well as magical items that formed the reserve power. The sight of it all was quite dazzling to Bai Xiaochun. There was a 9-meter-long spirit bone which emanated pulses of spiritual energy that closely resembled the spirit jade statue from back in Giant Ghost City. There were numerous magical items with 13 or 14-fold spirit enhancements. There was even a whole collection of Heavenspan River water. And even spirit stones. It was a vast pile of treasure, almost a mountain. It was in the middle of the shakedown that Zhou Yixing finally arrived, and when he saw the growing pile of treasure, he was stunned. However, as soon as Bai Xiaochun gave the word, he quickly set to work organizing it and packing it away. The vast amount of wealth that was building up was shocking, but it was what Bai Xiaochun found in the rear courtyard, protected in a restricted area, that caused him to rub his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? There, right in the middle of the restricted area, protected by multi-layered restrictive spells, was a flower with 7 leaves on it. Rainbow Spirit Thistle. He murmured, shaken. Rainbow Spirit Thistle was a type of medicinal ingredient he had read about back in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. It was the primary ingredient in a type of spirit medicine that could be used to break through from the nascent soul stage into the Deva realm. It could increase one's chances of success by 30%. Although it would only help when aiming for the weakest tier of Devas, it would still be helpful. After all, the patriarchs of the spirit and bloodstream divisions back in the river-defying sect had gone into secluded meditation to make a breakthrough, but had not succeeded as far as Bai Xiaochun was ever aware. If either of them had possessed a rainbow spirit thistle, though, they would have had a much greater chance of succeeding. It was a spirit plant that was very rare in the Heavenspan River region, and would lead to bloody conflicts if it appeared. Countless people would fight madly over them, and yet, here was one right in front of Bai Xiaochun. The wildlands was not a suitable place to grow spirit plants, and therefore, it was a complete shock to see one here. Gasping, Bai Xiaochun looked around, and realized that there was something unusual about this rear courtyard. Clearing his throat, he tried to seem very calm as he said, "What a wonderful flower. Men, come dig it up for me. And do not under any circumstances deliver it to my mansion. I'm going to get very angry at anyone who does that. Even though I very much like to grow flowers, as the inspections commissioner, I definitely could not embezzle things in that way, If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 766, A Howl from the Rear Courtyard. Chapter 766, A Howl from the Rear Courtyard. Never are the rich benevolent. This Li clan really knew how to rake in the money. And all by climbing on the backs of the common people. Of course, it helped by Xiaochun's shakedown efforts to categorize the Li clan in this way. It was with complete righteous indignation that he stood off to the side, watching Zhou Yixing uprooting the rainbow spirit thistle. Glancing at the flower, he said, "Be careful with that flower. Don't damage it. AI. Growing flowers is the only hobby I have, so although that flower doesn't belong to me, I simply can't stand to allow anyone else to harm it." Zhou Yixing looked a bit embarrassed. It would be obvious to anyone who looked at it that this flower was anything but ordinary. As he worked, he muttered to himself that it seemed too obvious that Bai Xiaochun was trying to avoid responsibility and have Zhou Yixing take the flower to his mansion for him. After Zhou Yixing dug up the rainbow spirit thistle, Bai Xiaochun pointed at the ground and, eyes glittering, said, "There's something really strange about this place. Yixing, let's go a bit deeper and see what we can see." In response, Zhou Yixing stomped his foot forcefully onto the ground, which caused the dirt to collapse and whoosh away, revealing something buried further down. A beast hide. It was impossible to say exactly what kind of beast it had come from. It was completely black, and seemingly ordinary in nature. It did not emanate spiritual energy, and seemed almost like an ordinary animal skin. However, as soon as it appeared, Bai Xiaochun could sense his eternal parasol inside of his bag of holding suddenly getting excited. Back in Burrow 89, the eternal parasol had helped Bai Xiaochun defend against the Deva-level attack of Chun Haosong. However, the parasol's canopy had ended up being destroyed, leaving behind only the damaged main shaft. The fact that the base of the parasol was now vibrating caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to widen. He quickly sent some divine sense into his bag of holding, which enabled him to sense that the parasol had suddenly begun to thrum with desire. Clearly, it wanted that beast hide. Not having noticed Bai Xiaochun's reaction, Zhou Yixing said, "It's just a beast hide." Curious, he picked up to look at it, but didn't see anything unusual about it. He looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun rubbed his eyes, immediately causing them to redden and tear up. Looking at the hide, he sighed and said, "That animal skin makes me think back to my childhood, and my constant companion Blackie. Whatever. Hand it over to me. I'll keep it as a remembrance. I doubt the Grand Heaven Master will object to me keeping an ordinary beast hide." Sighing and shaking his head, he accepted the beast hide from Zhou Yixing. After feeling it in his hands, he placed it into his bag of holding, a look of reminiscence and grief on his face. Then, he turned to leave. Zhou Yixing looked suspiciously at him as he left. Smiling wryly, he shook his head and continued on with the shakedown. Before long, the Li clan had been completely cleaned out. The hearts of the members of the Li clan dripped with proverbial blood, and that was especially true of Li Tianchang. He could do nothing but watch as case after case of wealth was hauled away. Despite the pain he felt, there was nothing he could do about the situation. At the moment, his desire to survive outweighed everything, and he was sure that if he did the slightest thing to irritate Bai Xiaochun, he would likely have his life force drained away again. The entire time, he actually kept a smile plastered on his face, although it was the type of stiff smile that looked worse than someone crying. After the Li clan had been cleaned out, Bai Xiaochun looked over at Li Tiansheng, and couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. Quite a bit of willpower, I see, he thought. He actually smiled during the entire shakedown. It seems Li Tiansheng is able to deal with difficult situations better than the average person. All of a sudden, he felt more vigilant than before, and quickly made a decision to make advanced preparations to forestall any future problems. Men, arrest them all and throw them into Grand Asylum. And tell the warden that this Li Tiansheng has unusual willpower, and should be given a particularly severe sentence. With that, he ignored the secretly fuming Li Tiansheng, and led the larger portion of his corpse trooper blood battalion up into the air. Next target, the Chen clan. There's not much time left, I definitely need to hurry. With that, he pressed forward at top speed toward the location of his next shakedown, which was the Chen clan in Burrow 13. Everyone who had been present to watch him and the corpse troopers shake down the Li clan were shocked, and even trembling. The fact that the mighty Li clan had met such a fate was no small matter in Archemperor City. Clearly, the Grand Heaven Master was wielding a sharp knife to instigate major changes in the city. As people analyzed the matter and spread word, the various nobility and aristocracy in the city were all informed. Even the 4 heavenly kings learned about the matter. Everyone was shocked to the core, and many eyes came to focus on Bai Xiaochun to see what he would do next. As Bai Xiaochun proceeded along toward the Chen clan, his thoughts were focused on his bag of holding, and the eternal parasol, which was now experiencing a dramatic transformation. That seemingly ordinary beast hide was obviously something that had to do with the growth of the rainbow spirit thistle. After Bai Xiaochun had put it into his bag of holding, an enigmatic, half-laughing, half-crying ghost face had appeared on the surface of the damaged parasol shaft. Then, it greedily absorbed the beast hide, fusing with it as one. As it did, the beast hide became the new canopy of the parasol. Furthermore, an aura began to emanate from the parasol that got Bai Xiaochun very excited. It was apparently refining itself and growing more powerful. Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been more excited. After all, the eternal parasol had been of great help when it came to cultivating his undying bones. He had been worrying about how to fix the damage to the eternal parasol, but now, it was fixing itself, and even becoming stronger in the process. As of this point, Bai Xiaochun was convinced that the shakedowns were already worth it. The Li clan has helped me get my eternal parasol back. I wonder, what surprises do the Chen clan have in store? Excited, he retracted his divine sense from his bag of holding and pushed toward Burrow 13 with greater speed. Many people were paying attention to his progress, and soon, it was to their shock that they realized that Burrows 12, 13, and 14 all had heavenly marquises in them. Considering what had happened to heavenly Marquis Li, they could only imagine was to come. Who is he going for this time? Damn it! I didn't offend Bai Hao, nor the Grand Heaven Master. When Bai Xiaochun passed by Burrow 12 in grand fashion, the heavenly Marquis there breathed a sigh of relief. However, the Qin clan in Burrow 13 was beginning to get nervous. Then, he came to a stop in the air just outside of their clan. Heavenly Marquis Qin, come out to see me immediately. The heavenly Marquis from Burrow 14 was immediately a bit relieved. Meanwhile, heavenly Marquis Qin sat in the top of his heavenly Marquis pagoda, gripped with foreboding. Glaring at Bai Xiaochun, he shivered in anxiety. The best thing to do is get out of here as soon as possible. Without the slightest hesitation, he crushed a jade slip, which caused his body to immediately begin to fade away. Everyone in the Qin clan was scared witless, including the chosen who had accompanied Zhou Hong in his efforts to spread rumors about Chen Manyao and Su Shan. By now, everyone had gotten some news about the fate of Li Tiansheng, and therefore, the fact that Bai Xiaochun had come here was terrifying beyond measure. Silence reigned in the Chen clan, with the exception of the nervous panting of the clan members. Countless eyes were fixed on Bai Xiaochun, hovering there in the air surrounded by black-armored corpse troopers. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his chin stuck up proudly, impressed by his own grandeur. However, after waiting for a moment and not seeing heavenly Marquis Qin, he waved his hand to his men and said, "So, he has the audacity to despise the majesty of the Grand Heaven Master? Shake down this Chen clan. If anyone resists, execute them on the spot." Malevolent auras sprang up from the corpse troopers as they flew into the Chen clan. As for the two Deva-level corpse troopers, Bai Xiaochun kept them by his side as bodyguards. Zhou Yixing was at Bai Xiaochun's side, and when he saw how powerful and amazing Bai Xiaochun was, he was once again convinced that he had made the right decision. As the corpse trooper blood battalion began to invade the Chun clan, the power of teleportation suddenly sprang up from Pagoda in the middle of the clan. However, as it did, a cold harumph also filled the air. "Where do you think you're going?" That familiar black-robed figure once again appeared. Ignoring the heavenly marquee pagoda, he strode off into the distance, then reached out into thin air. Instantly, the air distorted, and an image appeared of heavenly marquee Chen, who was obviously attempting to flee the clan. When the clan members saw that their own heavenly marquee was trying to escape, it struck dread into their hearts, and left them feeling crushed. They had absolutely no will to fight, and simply watched as the corpse troopers entered and began to ransack the clan. The Chen clan was actually a lot wealthier than the Li clan. Even Bai Xiaochun, with his extensive experience performing shakedowns, was left gasping at the sight of all the wealth. However, just as he was approaching to take a closer look, a howl of delight erupted from further in the clan in an area where the corpse troopers had just taken control. "I knew you would get what you deserved eventually, Chen clan. Even if I die here this day, I, Song Ke, can close my eyes in death, content that you've earned your fate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 767, Do you know who my uncle is? Chapter 767, Do you know who my uncle is? The words were spoken with lively passion, as though the person behind them truly did not fear death. They were also alive with hatred, as if they had been spoken by a person who had suffered indescribable torments at the hand of the Chun clan, pain the likes of which could never be forgotten. No one in the Chun clan paid any attention to the words, though. All of them were staring nervously at Bai Xiaochun, their faces ashen and grim. Not even the black-armored corpse troopers showed any interest. However, as soon as Bai Xiaochun heard the words spoken, and especially the name Song Ke, his eyes went wide, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He seemed amused, incredulous, and happily surprised, all at the same time. "Song Ke," he murmured. Then he cleared his throat and intentionally cleared his face of all expression as he turned to look in the direction of the rear courtyard. Clasping his hands behind his back, he stuck his chin up and loudly said, "Whoever it is that's yelling over there, bring him to me." In response, one of the corpse troopers sped out from the rear courtyard and tossed a person onto the ground in front of Bai Xiaochun. Then he stood there, murderous aura seething, clearly ready to kill the person he had just thrown onto the ground if Bai Xiaochun gave the word. The person the corpse trooper had brought from the rear courtyard was not a soul cultivator, but an ordinary cultivator from the Heavenspan River region. At a single glance, it was possible to tell that he should have looked like a healthy young man. Instead, he was bedraggled and broken down, hardly more than skin and bones. He also had a scraggly beard that made him look much older than he actually was. His clothing was ripped and torn, making him look worse than a beggar. He was covered with what appeared to be soot and ash, and even had wisps of black smoke rising from his dantian region. He was clearly weak beyond measure, hovering right on the brink of death. And yet, despite that, his cultivation-based fluctuations revealed him to be, in the early nascent soul stage. The black wisps of smoke coming from his dantian region also spread out to cover his nascent soul. Furthermore, with every rotation of his cultivation base, spiritual energy would seep out through the black smoke. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw all of this, he gasped in shock. This cultivator was none other than Song Ke. He had been a chosen in the Bloodstream sect, and one of the elites of the river-defying sect. He had traveled with Bai Xiaochun to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect as a Dao protector, and had also gone into the labyrinth outside the Great Wall. From there, he had been teleported out into the wildlands just like by Xiaochun, Master God Diviner, Xiaolun, and many others. Some of the lucky ones who were teleported out into the wildlands had managed to make their way back to the Great Wall, but Song Ke hadn't been so fortunate. He had been teleported right into Archemperor's city. Unlike Bai Xiaochun, he had not become famous and popular, but rather, had been captured and enslaved, sold into service to the Chun clan. Because of his extraordinary cultivation base and natural talents, the Chun clan had used a brutal secret magic to forcibly propel his cultivation base all the way into the early nascent soul stage. Although it could be considered a breakthrough, it was actually very harmful to Song Ke, and had involved incredible pain and danger. And yet, that wasn't even of any importance. The worst thing of all was that he had been turned into something like livestock. The black smoke which had been inserted into him forced his cultivation base to rotate, and then sucked away the spiritual power from inside of him. In the end, he had become a living spirit stone used by the younger soul cultivators in the Chun clan to further their cultivation, in addition, the effects of his cultivation base were limited by the black smoke, and could not be used externally. They had also placed numerous restrictive spells on him. As such, he was no threat at all to anyone around him, and also lived in constant pain. Furthermore, in order to force his cultivation base to rotate more rapidly, and release more spiritual power, the younger members of the Chun clan had frequently tortured him. The torture had pushed Song Ke to the point where he wished to die, and yet, there was no way the Chun clan would allow a living spirit stone like him to perish. As the years passed, Song Ke gradually slipped into mental darkness. Therefore, when he saw how terrified the Chun clan cultivators were of these black-armored corpse troopers, he felt more joy than he had in years, and even threw his head back to laugh at the top of his lungs. As soon as he was thrown down onto the ground in front of Bai Xiaochun, he looked around at the terrified Chun clan cultivators, many of whom he recognized. As for the corpse troopers, their auras were enough to cause his mind to reel from shock. And yet, even more of note than those things, was the fact that everyone was clearly focusing solely on Bai Xiaochun. The person Song Ke saw standing in front of him was a handsome young man wearing luxurious clothing. He was clearly an elite of some sort, someone with an incredibly high standing. In fact, his bodyguard was a black-armored corpse trooper whose aura left Song Ke feeling completely stunned. He seemed as if he existed as one with the heavens, and made him feel so weak in comparison that a single thought on his part could surely end his life. Deva Realm. This guy has Deva bodyguards? Who is he? Song Ke felt incredible pressure weighing down on him from this unknown young man, a person who struck terror into the hearts of the cultivators of the mighty Chun clan, and who had a Deva as his bodyguard. He was obviously someone very important. There can't be very many people like this guy in the wildlands. And he's so young. Is he an imperial prince? Considering how long Song Ke had been living in Archemperor's city, he had come to know a bit about how the wildlands worked. As he looked up at Bai Xiaochun, his chest heaving, his heart suddenly filled with bitterness. As for Bai Xiaochun, he looked down at Song Ke and sighed, wondering what exactly Song Ke's problem was. It seemed like every time they ran into each other, Song Ke was always in a really bad situation. Perhaps there was something wrong with him mentally? Although Bai Xiaochun was initially inclined to poke fun at Song Ke, such thoughts quickly vanished as various memories rose up in him, leading to feelings of pity. However, he couldn't poke any holes in his identity, so he quickly suppressed such thoughts, waved his hand, and said, "This living spirit stone doesn't seem half bad. Send him to my residence for use in my cultivation." Zhou Yixing immediately hesitated, and almost seemed like he wanted to say something, but before he could, Bai Xiaochun gave him a meaningful glare. It was a look that caused Zhou Yixing to tremble. He immediately voiced his assent, and stepped forward to grab Song Quebec. However, before he could, Song Ke suddenly went crazy. "If you people are really that tough, then just kill me. I'd rather die than exist as a living spirit stone." His raving didn't cause Zhou Yixing to pause for even a moment as he hurried forward. Before he could lay hands on him, though, Song Ke turned his bloodshot eyes onto Bai Xiaochun and shouted, My uncle, he's Bai Xiaochun. He's in first place on the Hell Emperor stele. If he becomes a Deva, then he'll be the new Hell Emperor. If you dare to do anything to me, then my uncle will get revenge for me. None of you will be able to escape. Song K was feeling desperate, but had no other way to threaten someone with Deva-level power. Not able to bear the thought of being a human spirit stone, he decided that he had to call on the name of Xiaochun. As for the matter of Xiaochun's name being on the Hell Emperor stele, it was something he had heard the younger members of the Chun clan talking about recently, and was something that left him with very mixed emotions. As soon as the words left Song K's mouth, Zhou Yixing's hands began to tremble. As for the surrounding Chun clan cultivators, many of them gasped and looked over at Song Quebec. This was something that Song K had never mentioned before. If he had, they would surely have extracted more use out of him. After all, the name of Xiaochun was a taint on all of the Wildlands. The fact that he was in first place on the Hell Emperor stele was something that defied imagination. If it remained there until the end of the trial, and Xiaochun actually became the successor of the Hell Emperor, it would be a clear slap in the face to the entire Arch-Emperor dynasty. As Song K's words echoed out, the expression on Xiaochun's face turned even more strange. The truth was that he was feeling very pleased with the whole situation, and was even thinking about how angry Song K had been in the past when he called him K'er. Now, with the prospect of being a living spirit stone, he actually went so far as to call on his name. Silly boy, he thought to himself. Even if I weren't your uncle, I would still save you for the sake of the river-defying sect. And besides, considering everything that's gone on between your aunt and I. Sighing, Xiaochun looked at Song K and had to resist the urge to walk over and touzle his hair. Take him away, Xiaochun said, flicking his sleeve. In his opinion, his gains here in the Chun clan had been significant. Song K let out an angry, agonized shriek as Zhou Yixing gritted his teeth and rendered him unconscious. As he carried him away, he stewed anxiously about the unexpected fact that Song K was actually connected to Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 768, Pit of 10,000. Chapter 768, Pit of 10,000. The entire time, Song K did not realize that the almighty government official he was speaking to was the very uncle he had just referred to. If he ever found out the truth one day, he would likely vomit buckets of blood, and would be filled with unending regret over what he had just said. But Xiaochun was very used to operating undercover, and had a mask that made accidental slip-ups in his disguise virtually impossible. As Song K was taken away, Xiaochun looked around at the Chun clan, sighing in his heart. Who would have thought that I would actually run into K'er here? He really does get himself into the worst situations. How did he end up as a living spirit stone? Clasping his hands behind his back, he stuck his chin up and looked around at the main square of the Chun clan which stretched out around him, sighing even more deeply. Xiaochun was really starting to think of Song K as one of his lucky stars. Every time he ran into him, he would save Song K from an abyss of suffering. Whether it was in Sky City, on the Great Wall, or here, he was always able to get Song K to call him uncle. Don't tell me that it's just because of how outstanding I am, is it? Sighing, he continued to relish the pleasure of shaking down the Chun clan. Before long, all of the wealth of the Chun clan's reserve savings had been gathered up by the corpse troopers, and piled into a small mountain in the middle of the square. As for the cultivators of the Chun clan, they stood there trembling and not daring to say even a single word. After all of the wealth was extracted, and the clan had been swept through thoroughly to make sure it was safe, Xiaochun finally strutted inside to do his own inspection, and make sure nothing had been missed. Escorted by his Quasi-Deva realm corpse trooper bodyguard, he went here and there within the sprawling clan estates, occasionally making observations. There's something strange about that ornamental rock formation. Blast it open. I'd put money on the fact that there's a secret chamber inside. Look at the pearls inlaid into the eaves of that building. They're obviously spirit pearls. Pry them out and take them away. There's something odd about the ground here. Men, come dig this area up and see if there is any treasure hidden underground. If so, take it. If not, then we'll make do with the limestone slabs. As he walked along, the surrounding corpse troopers obeyed his every word. The Chen clan cultivators were all very jumpy, and could tell that Bai Xiaochun was clearly going to clean them out completely. Unfortunately for them, there was nothing they could do except bow their heads and accept the fact that the Chen clan was finished. Rumbling sounds filled the clan as Bai Xiaochun went here and there performing his final inspection. When he was fairly satisfied, and was even preparing to leave, his expression suddenly flickered. His divine sense was currently far beyond the nascent soul stage, and was actually comparable to a deva's. Therefore, his final scan of the clan revealed that some distance away, there was actually a subterranean cavern. It was rather large, fully 3,000 meters from one side to the other. It was locked with numerous restrictive spells, and various other defenses that made it seem almost like an enormous chamber of holding. In fact, his divine sense was actually incapable of penetrating inside. He murmured, eyes glittering. The truth was that he was still hoping to find something in the Chen clan that would be of personal use to him, just as he had in the Li clan. Flying over to the area, he pointed down and excitedly said, "Dig that area up." Instantly, corpse troopers flew over and got to work. As the rumbling sounds echoed out, many of the Chen clan cultivators' faces drained of blood. They knew that, deep within that pit was hidden, not a magical item, but rather, the foundation of the Chen clan's ability to sell life force. Under normal circumstances, if anyone had dared to touch that area, they would have attacked with deadly force. But now, they could only watch silently as the buildings covering it were leveled. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of soul cultivators had gathered in the area to watch this unprecedented, momentous event playing out. 2 heavenly marquises had fallen, an event which was shaking all of Arch-Emperor City, and prompted more and more people to come and witness the matter personally. As the buildings in the rear of the Chen clan collapsed, the ground beneath was eventually revealed, which then began to crack and split under the force of the magical techniques and divine abilities of the corpse troopers. Eventually, the lid of the chamber of holding was out in the open, and then it was removed, revealing the pit beneath. Immediately, a vile, indescribable odor was released, an odor so noxious that it made many people involuntarily vomit. Frowning, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand in front of him to clear the air, and then peered inside the pit. As he did, a tremor ran through him, and he let out a yelp of surprise. This. He almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. It caused his mind to spin, and made his eyes completely bloodshot. At the same time, everyone else who could see the pit all began to cry out in shock. That's, heavens! So, this is the secret of the Chen clan. So that's how the Chen clan is able to sell life force. The 3,000-meter wide pit was filled with what appeared to be 10,000 people. It was actually a pit of foul, necrotic water, within which could be seen so many corpses that 10,000 was probably too small of a number to describe them. Some of the corpses were completely decomposed. Others were only partially decomposed, and there were some living people. The clothing visible was not the clothing of wildlanders. Bai Xiaochun could immediately tell that these were heaven-span cultivators. They were skinny and emaciated, their expressions listless, as though they lacked souls. Black strands of smoke wriggled and writhed beneath their skin, constantly extracting their life force. Obviously, these were cultivators who had been captured and then viciously soul-searched. Because of the force of the soul search, their souls had been destroyed, leaving behind only their physical bodies. After undergoing some special treatment, they were then thrown into this pit and sealed up, whereupon their life force was slowly extracted. After they were sucked away into nothing more than dried-up corpses, however, their agony was not yet over. The foul liquid that resulted would be filtered and turned into the primary medicinal ingredient that the Chen clan used to refine life force. Although the wildlanders who saw the pit were shocked, they were not as deeply affected as Bai Xiaochun. He was not a wildlander, he was an ordinary cultivator from the Heavenspan River region, and therefore, he immediately began to tremble and sink into a very grim mood. After a moment passed, he even closed his eyes, worried that he might not be able to control his emotions. After a long moment passed, he opened his eyes and sighed. The war between the wildlands and the Heavenspan River region was not something that he could change. After all, the conflict he had solved between the spirit and bloodstream sects had been between two forces that were fundamentally on the same side. Without saying a word, he clenched his hand into a fist. Drawing upon his cultivation base and the full power of his fleshly body, he then unleashed a fist strike onto the pit. Everything trembled as a massive force slammed into the corpses in the pit, instantly transforming them into flying ash. As for the people who were technically alive, for all intents and purposes, they were already dead. Only their physical bodies lived on. For them, Xiaochun's fist strike was actually something of a release. Although he couldn't be sure, he thought that some of those living bodies actually smiled in the moment before they faded away into nothing. Expression grim, he flicked his sleeve and coldly said, "Arrest all members of the Chun clan and send them to the Grand Asylum." The corpse troopers immediately went to work, and the Chen clan cultivators did nothing to resist. Xiaochun was in a very grim mood. Although he had collected a lot of wealth from the Li and Qin clans, he didn't feel very much like he had exacted personal revenge, mostly because of the matter of the huge pit. He stood there for a long moment, wrapped up in his thoughts. Then he sighed, and turned and left with his corpse troopers. There was nothing he could do to change the overall situation. Furthermore, he knew that if he did anything to reveal his true identity, he might end up just like the people in that pit. After all, he wasn't in the river-defying sect right now. He was in the wildlands, in Archemperor City. Now that he had handled the Li and Qin clans, it was in his role as the inspections commissioner that he went to the Imperial Palace to see the Grand Heaven Master, and provide an official debriefing. Along the way, he struggled with his bad mood, and kept thinking about that pit. When he arrived at the palace, he took a deep breath and pushed all of his gloomy thoughts into the bottom of his heart. I need to focus on my flame conjuring. Once I make that cultivation base breakthrough, I can leave this place. At the moment, he really missed home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 769, I dare you to try that again, Heavenly Dukechen. Chapter 769, I dare you to try that again, Heavenly Dukechen. When Xiaochun arrived outside of Heaven Master Hall in the Imperial Palace, he immediately noticed that it was not devoid of people like it had been in the past. There were several dozen cultivators present who had come to offer formal greetings to the Grand Heaven Master. One of them was Chen Haosong, along with the old man who Xiaochun had seen with him earlier. Those two were Heavenly Dukes, and there were 3 other Heavenly Dukes present. Although Xiaochun didn't recognize them, he could tell from their auras that they were Devas. 1. The rest of the people present were all Heavenly Marquises. 4 of them Xiaochun recognized as people from the group of 9 who had besieged him. All of them had unsightly expressions on their faces as they waited for the Grand Heaven Master to summon them for their audience. As soon as Xiaochun arrived, all of their gazes came to rest on him. Bai Hao. Many of them growled through gritted teeth. Chen Haosong's eyes glittered especially coldly, and he clearly desired to kill Xiaochun. After all, he was close to the Heavenly Marquis, and at the moment, it was unclear whether the man was alive or dead. All of the nobility and aristocracy in Archemperor City had been shaken by the fact that 2 Heavenly Marquises had been arrested by the Grand Heaven Master. After inquiries were made, and it became clear that Xiaochun was behind it all, their hatred for him grew, although they didn't dare to do anything about it directly. When the gazes of 5 Devas, and a whole group of half-Devas, all came to rest on Xiaochun, it made it feel as if countless mountains were weighing down on top of him. The coldness of the gazes caused Xiaochun's mood to sink even lower, and at the same time, he started to get nervous. I can't believe how badly these people want to kill me. They don't dare look at the Grand Heaven Master this way, but they have no qualms when it comes to me. They're clearly bullying me because they have superior cultivation bases. Heart shivering with fear, he looked back at the group. It was at this point that Chen Haosong spoke. How dare you hoodwink the Grand Heaven Master, I how? If you have proof that Heavenly Marquises Li and Chen are traitors, then hand it over immediately for me to see. His words were accompanied by an explosive killing intent, and a dangerously incisive gaze that made it clear that he would cut Bai Xiaochun down in cold blood if he could. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered as he struggled to deal with the pressure crushing down onto him. The energy rolling off of Chen Haosong was like a mountain slamming into him. Ears ringing, he took a few steps back, his face turning pale in the process, and even his cultivation base teetering unstably. All of a sudden, an intense sensation of deadly crisis rose up inside of him, causing his heart to tremble. However, that was also when a glint of hatred appeared in his eyes as he thought back to the tragic scene of that pit filled with 10,000 corpses. Instead of trying to stabilize his cultivation base, he actually bit his tongue as he staggered backward, and then sent the resulting blood spraying out of his mouth. What gall you have, Heavenly Duke Qin! He shouted. Are you trying to kill the inspections commissioner right in front of Heaven Master Hall? Don't tell me you're planning to mutiny right here and now. A mere thought on his part reached out to the Corpse Trooper Blood Battalion, causing numerous corpse troopers to fly over with killing auras surging. Another cold flash of light passed through Chen Haosong's eyes, but he knew how to hold his tongue when necessary. Although he had put some cultivation base power into his words moments ago, he had only hoped to intimidate Bai Xiaochun a bit, not hurt him. Of course, the only reason he had held back from intentionally hurting him was because they were all standing right outside of Heaven Master Hall. Never could he have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would actually accuse him of something he hadn't done. And on top of that, he used it as an excuse to summon the Corpse Trooper Blood Battalion. Chen Haosong frowned, as did the other 4 heavenly dukes at his side. A light of madness sprang up in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He was convinced that these people wouldn't dare to kill him here. After all, what would have been the point in the Grand Heaven Master using him to issue a warning, if he then simply allowed people to kill him? Either way, Bai Xiaochun was not worried about actually facing a threat to his life right here. He was still in a foul mood, and felt like venting a bit, so therefore, he decided he might as well perform a bit of a test. I dare you to try that again, Heavenly Duke Qin! He shouted. At the same time, the murderous aura roiling off of his 1,000 corpse troopers grew even more intense. All of their gazes were focused directly on Chen Haosong, as if they would attack him at the slightest provocation. You wouldn't dare! Chen Haosong said, his expression flickering as he yet again realized how devious Bai Xiaochun was. I wouldn't dare? There's nothing I won't dare to do. I smacked the giant ghost king across the side of the head. I kidnapped more than 100 people in the necromancer kettle. I personally fought hundreds of chosen simultaneously in Burrow 89. So, tell me again what it is that I don't dare to do. Make one more move, and you'll see for yourself. Are you threatening me? Chen Haosong said through narrowed eyes that burned with killing intent. At this point, Bai Xiaochun decided to completely throw caution to the wind. Rage surging, he looked at the rest of the people who had gathered, and angrily shouted, and if any of the rest of you dare to make a move, then I won't let it drop. Fudge! If I can threaten a heavenly duke, then what makes you think I'm scared of some heavenly marquises? You people listen to me. From here on out, you'd best be careful around me. As the inspections commissioner, I'm going to be keeping my eye on all of you. Although the heavenly marquises simmered with rage, when they saw that Chen Haosong was simply holding his ground and didn't dare to move, then they obviously had no choice but to simply glare angrily at Bai Xiaochun. Of course, Bai Xiaochun wasn't scared at all when it came to people simply staring at him, and looked back at them unflinchingly. Chen Haosong's expression grew more unsightly, and even as he seemed to be on the verge of losing control of his anger, someone cleared their throat inside of Heaven Master Hall. Then, the door slowly opened, and the Grand Heaven Master strolled out. How can we maintain a united front with all of this squabbling? He said in a hoarse voice. Everyone, including Chen Haosong, turned, clasped hands and bowed. Greetings, Grand Heaven Master. As he stood there in front of Heaven Master Hall, the Grand Heaven Master seemed a bit stooped. He looked old, and not very threatening at all, and yet, everyone gazed at him with terror lurking in the depths of their eyes. Presumably you've come here in such a large group because you have something important to discuss. Am I right? Sounding very respectful, Chen Haosong said, Grand Heaven Master, we will take your words of counsel to heart. The reason Junior has come here today is to report that things are not going well in the fighting at the Western Great Wall. I would like to request the use of one of the secret treasures, the Heavenspan Thorn. The other heavenly dukes went on in similar fashion, reporting which tribes were having problems, or what precious treasures had appeared. Some offered news from the Heavenspan River region. Most of the heavenly marquises followed suit. They reported about random things that didn't have anything to do at all with Heavenly Marquis Li or Chen. Although Bai Xiaochun learned a bit more about the situation in the outside world from listening to their reports, he knew that all of these people were wily old foxes, and didn't really need to state their true goal outright. All of them coming here today in unison was enough to send a very clear message. Furthermore, it didn't make it seem like they were loyal to the Archemperor. The position of Inspections Commissioner had been left vacant for many years, but now that it was filled, 2 heavenly marquises had been apprehended almost immediately. That was enough to get all of the nobility and aristocracy jittery, and it was only normal that they would try to get some more clarification about the situation. However, not everyone seemed to be willing to let things go at that. One of the heavenly marquises seemed to be slower on the uptake than everyone else, and after everyone else had given their reports, said, Grand Heaven Master, about Heavenly Marquis Li? In response, everyone else looked over at him in shock, and many of them even began to sweat nervously. As for the Grand Heaven Master, he turned toward the person who had just spoken, a dark look in his eye. Speak up, he said slowly. I couldn't quite hear that. Louder. The Grand Heaven Master repeated. Sweat began to pour down the Heavenly Marquis's face. Trembling, he blurted, Your humble servant has no questions to ask. The Grand Heaven Master nodded, and then looked around at the group silently. After a few painful moments ticked by, Chen Haosong took his leave, and then one by one, the rest of the group left. At that point, only Bai Xiaochun and the Grand Heaven Master were left outside of Heaven Master Hall. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times. The scene which had played out just now was something the likes of which he didn't often see. The Grand Heaven Master had only spoken a few short sentences, and yet had come off sounding incredibly impressive. Even as Bai Xiaochun pondered the subject, the Grand Heaven Master broke the silence. Sometimes I really have to admire that celestial on Heavenspan Island. I really don't measure up to him. With that, he looked over at Bai Xiaochun. So among the group just now, who do you think are the ones loyal to the Imperial clan? 1. At this point I would like to explain something that confused me at first. Chen Haosong bears the same surname as the Chen clan that Bai Xiaochun just cleaned out. However, Chen Haosong is not a member of that Chen clan. He has his own Duke-level Chen clan, a point which is made more clear later on in the story. For now, I think it makes things a bit easier to understand to point out that he is not connected to the Marquis-level Chen clan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 770, Your Humble Servant Has a Plan. Chapter 770, Your Humble Servant Has a Plan. Bai Xiaochun didn't even blink a single time in response to the Grand Heaven Master's question. Considering how serious the man was acting, he unhesitatingly said, Grand Heaven Master, I'd say there's a high likelihood that all of them are loyal to the Imperial clan. And especially Chen Haosong. That bastard is definitely on the side of the Archemperor. Bai Xiaochun was still angry at how much Chen Haosong seemed to want to kill him, and figured this was the perfect opportunity to do something about it. Clearing his throat slightly, the Grand Heaven Master said, "Oh? Do you have any proof?" "Proof? Of course. Just moments ago, Chen Haosong clearly wanted to kill me. Grand Heaven Master, you personally appointed me as the inspections commissioner, and I'm completely and utterly loyal to you. The fact that he actually wants to kill me does a lot to show what he's thinking. Grand Heaven Master, why don't we just get rid of them all?" The Grand Heaven Master looked at Bai Xiaochun out of the corner of his eyes. He knew of the petty differences between Chen Haosong and Bai Xiaochun, and also knew what type of person Bai Xiaochun was. Therefore, he simply ignored his urgings, and looked thoughtfully toward the depths of the imperial palace. When Bai Xiaochun realized that the Grand Heaven Master was ignoring him, he sighed inwardly at how indecisive the man was. When you had to kill, it needed to be done without hesitation. If I were him, he murmured to himself, I would definitely kill Chen Haosong immediately. There's no reason to be so wishy-washy about it. After a bit more time passed, Bai Xiaochun realized that the Grand Heaven Master was still ignoring him, and seemed lost in thought. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun decided to temporarily forget about what had just happened outside. As he did, he began to ponder other matters, such as all of the wealth he had plundered from the Li and Chen clans. That was when he started wondering if the Grand Heaven Master was being like the giant Ghost King, and waiting to get his split. Grand Heaven Master, the Li and Chen clans were swimming in wealth. I got a lot of treasure from them, a shocking amount really. I can't believe some measly heavenly marquises actually had so much money. Obviously, they were well connected to the Archemperor. His testing words had absolutely no effect whatsoever. The Grand Heaven Master still seemed lost in thought, leading Bai Xiaochun to wonder what he was thinking about. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Grand Heaven Master, I'll send some people over right away to deliver all of the confiscated treasure. However, the Grand Heaven Master still didn't respond. By now, Bai Xiaochun was starting to feel a lot of pressure, and started to wonder if the Grand Heaven Master suspected him of having taken some things for himself during the shakedowns. Clearing his throat, he said, Grand Heaven Master, I just remembered that the Li clan had a sort of spirit mountain. Shockingly, though, the Grand Heaven Master continued to ignore him. Scowling on the verge of tears, Bai Xiaochun said, Grand Heaven Master, I just recalled that the Chen clan had a piece of spirit jade. It was around this time that the Grand Heaven Master finally looked back at Bai Xiaochun, although he didn't seem to be focusing his eyes, as though he were still staring into space. It almost made it seem like he was privy to all of the secrets in the world, a thought that caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to start thumping. Grand Heaven Master, it just occurred to me that there was a big batch of soul medicine in the Li clan, but... As his words trailed off, the Grand Heaven Master suddenly spoke in his hoarse voice. Do you know what is the most difficult thing to understand, Bai Hao? With that, his eyes came into focus, and he turned to look off into the distance. His words had Bai Xiaochun feeling more nervous than ever as he tried to determine the meaning of them. Could he be suspecting that Bai Xiaochun had actually embezzled more than what he had just admitted to? In his unease, he even contemplated whether or not he should hand over the rainbow spirit thistle from the Li clan. It was actually very irritating that the Grand Heaven Master was being so stingy. He hadn't embezzled that much, and yet the man kept digging away at him. Even as he stood there trying to decide what to do, the Grand Heaven Master continued. The hearts of men. Nothing in the world is more difficult to understand. Wouldn't you agree, Bai Hao? There seemed to be some strange power at work within those words. As soon as they entered Bai Xiaochun's ears, he felt like crying. He almost couldn't believe that the Grand Heaven Master was being even more stingy than the giant Ghost King. After all, Bai Xiaochun had done all the work, and yet, the Grand Heaven Master was taking all the rewards. Not daring to hide anything else, he quickly said, Grand Heaven Master, it turns out my memory is a bit bad. I just now realized that the Li clan actually had a stock of dot. However, before he could finish, the Grand Heaven Master interrupted him, his voice hoarse and his pupils as black as night. The hearts of men are unfathomable. And not just the nobility and aristocracy of the Archemperor dynasty, or the Archemperor himself. I am the same. You know, if it hadn't been for me, when the Archemperor failed to step into the demigod realm all those years ago, the Archemperor dynasty would have fallen apart. I cowed the 4 heavenly kings, and I kept the dynasty in one piece. I repelled the invading forces from the Heavenspan River. You know, sometimes I think I should follow the example of the Celestial from Heavenspan Island, and just completely eradicate my enemies. Remove the sun and the moon, and leave the sky open and clear. As these words left his mouth, he straightened up. He was no longer stooped, but rather, stood tall and straight. He pulsed with an energy that was difficult to put into words, and seemed like a completely different person than before. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, and even the light of the sun and moon seemed to fade. All of a sudden, the Grand Heaven Master didn't seem at all like an old man to Bai Xiaochun. He seemed like a giant who could prop up the heavens, as though a single thought on his part could cause the sun and moon to perish, and cast all heaven and earth into darkness. The energy was so intense that Bai Xiaochun was forced to take a few steps backward, his heart pounding the entire time. However, the effect only lasted for a moment before the Grand Heaven Master stooped back down, bowed his head, and sighed. The sky returned to normal, and all heaven and earth went still. However, Bai Xiaochun's heart was still racing, and he was panting. At this point, the Grand Heaven Master turned to look at him. What did you just say? The Li clan had a stock of what? Bai Xiaochun stared back at him in mute shock, proverbial tears welling up in him. At this point, he realized that he had misjudged the situation. The Grand Heaven Master didn't care at all about the wealth which had been confiscated during the shakedowns. He had been sighing and thinking, not about the treasure, but rather, about his personal issues. Furthermore, the words he had spoken had never had anything to do with the confiscated wealth. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard as he raced to come up with an idea of how to make sure he could keep everything he had earned during the shakedowns. To have the Grand Heaven Master's gaze leveled on him caused beads of sweat to appear on his forehead as he nervously said, what was it the Li clan had? Ah, that doesn't matter. Grand Heaven Master, you are completely right that the hearts of men are unfathomable. However, that's not important. In fact, it doesn't really matter whether or not people are loyal to you, or to the Archemperor. At first, what he said didn't make much sense even to himself. However, as the words left his mouth, an idea began to form more clearly in his mind, and he continued, the most important thing is what they will do if both you and the Archemperor are present at the same time. Who cares if Chun Haosong and the others are actually loyal to the Archemperor? Which of them will actually admit that openly? Even if all of the nobility and aristocracy in the entire Archemperor dynasty are loyal to the Archemperor, why does that matter? None of them would ever dare to admit to that in your presence. That goes to show that you have them under your thumb. The more he spoke, the more everything made sense, and the more excited he looked. Grand Heaven Master, perhaps you can't force everyone to be loyal to you, nor can you determine for sure who is disloyal. However, what you can do, sir, is make everyone fear you. Grand Heaven Master, your loyal servant is of the opinion that you don't need to try to figure out who is loyal to whom. You just need to figure out who they fear the most. In the end, he was talking so loudly that he was almost yelling. At the same time, the Grand Heaven Master's eyes slowly began to narrow in thought. That in turn caused Bai Xiaochun to feel very proud of his words. Not only did they sound wonderful, they were actually packed with many levels of truth. Considering that the Grand Heaven Master was now thinking seriously about his words, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but sigh at how unparalleled he was under heaven. In order to protect that medicinal plant from the Li clan, he thought, and also care, I have to go for broke. Clearing his throat, and feeling like the picture of outstanding righteousness, he struck while the iron was hot. Grand Heaven Master, your humble servant has a plan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 771, Ancestral Sacrifices. Chapter 771, Ancestral Sacrifices. The Grand Heaven Master's expression had returned to normal, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Looking at Bai Xiaochun, he coolly said, "Tell me your idea." Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and then began to explain. "Grand Heaven Master, I can give you an opportunity to have all of the nobility and aristocracy show for themselves how they feel. Your humble servant is not perceptive enough to tell what those wily old foxes are thinking. But you, Grand Heaven Master, can likely discern that from both their wording and the fluctuations of their divine souls." At this point, Bai Xiaochun's idea had come together. Eyebrows dancing up and down, he continued, "Your humble servant's plan is the type that will shake heaven and earth to the point where ghosts and gods will weep. It's simply amazing. Call it a deadly move, if you'd like, something that can pierce through the hearts of men." He even thumped himself on the chest to emphasize his words. Then he waited for the Grand Heaven Master to ask him to explain the plan in detail. However, after a long moment passed, the Grand Heaven Master's expression was still placid. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun started to feel a bit awkward. Clearing his throat, he shook his head and kept on speaking. "To employ this deadly move of mine, it's important that all of the nobility and aristocracy be present. In fact, the Archemperor also needs to be there. Grand Heaven Master, is there any upcoming event or ceremony that everyone will need to attend?" Heart pounding in anticipation, he looked at the Grand Heaven Master. The Grand Heaven Master peered back at him for a moment before his eyes widened. "Next month, we have the ancestral sacrifices. Since you're so confident, we can try out your so-called deadly move then, and see what happens." The Grand Heaven Master didn't ask for any more details about the plan. He flicked his sleeve, causing Bai Xiaochun's vision to swim for a moment. When things became clear, he was outside of the Imperial Palace. He didn't even ask any details. Don't tell me he thinks I'm just grandstanding or something? Looking back in the direction of Heaven Master Hall, he snorted coldly in his heart. When Bai Xiaochun makes a move, he frightens even himself. Whatever. When the time comes, I'll show the Grand Heaven Master and everybody else exactly how terrifying I am. Brimming with confidence, he began to review his plan, and before long, could visualize a whole series of scenes involving what would happen. He could hardly wait. He even laughed aloud at the mere thought of the wonderful things to come. Feeling wonderful, he led his 1,000 corpse troopers back to the inspections manor. Back at the manor, he summoned Zhou Yixing over to give a debriefing. Then he assigned a location in the inspections manor to him, and went into his own hall to meditate. At the moment, he had no time or energy to spend on Song Quebec. He was fully focused on his upcoming plan. In fact, as soon as the door of his hall closed, he called Bai Hao out of his soul-hoarding pagoda and began to explain the plan to him in full detail. As Bai Hao listened, his eyes grew wider and wider. In the end, he gasped. "Master, did you really think up this plan?" he asked, sounding a bit uncertain. Bai Xiaochun was actually very pleased with Bai Hao's reaction. "Of course Master thought it up," he said, thumping himself on the chest. "What do you think? Awesome, huh? This plan is ruthless." Bai Hao replied with heartfelt admiration. "Especially considering that the Archemperor will be there. I bet the nobility and aristocracy are going to go crazy." Of course, the key to it all lies, not in the plan itself, but in how perceptive the Grand Heaven Master is. With that, he and Bai Xiaochun worked together for a bit to perfect the plan even more. In the end, Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with it all. Time just moves too slowly sometimes. I wish the sacrifices were being held tomorrow. Although he was feeling very excited, he managed to calm down eventually. Considering that he had just taken care of the heavenly marquises from the Li and Qin clans, he knew that the city in general would be in a bit of an uproar. Obviously, now wasn't the time to go about making any further trouble. Therefore, he decided to go into secluded meditation for the next month. Back during the competition with Sun Yifan and Sima Tao, he had reached the flame harmony realm and gained much enlightenment of 17-colored flame. He had also made further advancement because of subsequent tests. Therefore, during his month of secluded meditation, he spent time to make even more progress. The month went by very quickly. During that time, panic built within Archemperor's city. The fact that the Grand Heaven Master had arrested Heavenly Marquis Chen and Heavenly Marquis Li, and that their clans had been shaken down, was shocking news to say the least. All of the heavenly marquises in the city were nervous, and even the heavenly dukes were feeling the pressure. It was as if all of them could smell the reek of blood wafting through the streams of time from that original occasion in which the inspections commissioner had wreaked havoc. Although all of them had been prepared for something to happen after Xiaochun was appointed as the inspections commissioner, none of them could have guessed that it would happen so soon. The Grand Heaven Master had moved with lightning-like decisiveness. 4 hours. 4 hours was all it took for 2 heavenly marquises to be implicated, and 2 entire clans to be shaken down and then imprisoned. The name of Baihao rocked Archemperor's city as violently as a windstorm. In fact, to many people in the know, it was obvious that the city had completely changed since he had arrived. This Baihao is a star of calamity that brings disaster with him. Ruthless. I was there when Baihao shook down those 2 clans, and let me tell you, he took everything, down to the grass, but... well, you can't blame Baihao. There was always friction between him and the aristocracy. Eventually it reached the point where only one party could come out on top. All sorts of talk spread, not just in Archemperor's city, but in the Wildlands in general. The news even reached the cities belonging to the 4 heavenly kings. All of the chosen who had butted heads with Xiaochun and the necromancer kettle were trembling in fear. The tragic fate of Li Tiancheng had them all on edge. Furthermore, their clans all instituted severe restrictions on them, forbidding them from going out into the city. Everyone knew that although they could secretly plot against Xiaochun, they couldn't make any open moves against him. Most of the parties involved all felt bad for each other, and were acting with full vigilance. At the same time, their desire to kill Xiaochun grew more and more intense. Furthermore, because no one dared to offend the Grand Heaven Master, all of their killing intent came to be focused fully on Xiaochun. Normally, the nobility and aristocracy were always at each other's throats, but at the moment, they were all part of a strange alliance. It didn't matter whether or not they were truly loyal to the Archemperor. The fact that 2 heavenly marquises had been taken out had them all nervous to the extreme. Although some parties hoped that going to offer greetings to the Grand Heaven Master would help, many of them were trying to figure out a way to have Xiaochun killed. Unfortunately for those people, he stayed out of sight for an entire month. The people who wanted him dead couldn't very well storm the inspections manor, and therefore, they could only watch time go by as the day of ancestral sacrifices neared. Everyone in the Wildlands took the matter of ancestral sacrifices very seriously. Whether it was the clans or the tribes, that day was a day of grand ceremony for the entire Archemperor dynasty. The Archemperor was always present for such sacrifices, and that was an important factor, even though he was a mere puppet. Furthermore, unless there were some unforeseen circumstances, all of the nobility and aristocracy had to show up as well. The only major players who wouldn't be present were the 4 heavenly kings. They wouldn't come to Archemperor's city unless some sort of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering event occurred. Of course, the reason for that was their very delicate relationship with the Grand Heaven Master. Although things seemed to be calm between the Heavenly Kings and the Grand Heaven Master, if the Heavenly Kings ever came to Archemperor's city, and something went wrong, the implications could be very severe. Instead of coming personally, they would usually send their heirs apparent to represent them. The person to whom the sacrifices were offered was none other than the first-generation Archemperor. It didn't matter how many years had passed since his time, to the people of the Archemperor dynasty, that very first Archemperor was the most ultimate of entities. Apparently, the ancestral sacrifices also had some connection to the Hell Emperor. After all, whenever the sacrifices were carried out, heaven and earth would be split open to reveal the underworld river inside of a massive vortex. The vortex would cover all of Archemperor's city, and would be filled with countless souls which would descend onto the city for the benefit of the people, who could simply reach out to take them. According to the legends, a deva soul had once descended in such a fashion. Furthermore, it wasn't just the nobility and aristocracy of the Arch-Emperor dynasty who would participate in the event, the common people could do so as well. Of course, although the nobility and aristocracy would reach out and take the souls, most didn't focus too much on that part of the event. To them, it was merely a good omen. When the day came to offer the sacrifices, all of Arch-Emperor's city was filled with a very somber air. Families emerged from their houses and dropped to their knees on the street to kowtow to the heavens. At the same time, bells tolled in the imperial palace, filling the city with their sound. The heavenly marquises and heavenly dukes all donned their most formal attire and headed to the main square in the imperial palace, tranquil expressions on their faces the entire time. That was when Xiaochun emerged from secluded meditation. As he did, it was impossible for him to conceal the expression of excitement and anticipation that appeared on his face as he looked up at the city in the sky. I finally succeeded with 17-colored flame. And now, it's time for the ancestral sacrifices. Sighing, he flew up into the air, followed by 1,000 corpse troopers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 772, If You've Got What It Takes, Fight. Chapter 772, If You've Got What It Takes, Fight. As the bells tolled, the streets of Arch-Emperor's city filled with a sea of people. It was the same up above, too, with countless figures flying up to the imperial palace. The city guard was out in full force to keep order and make sure that nothing unexpected happened on this day of ancestral sacrifice. Of course, there was little chance of something like that. The city guard carried out their duties with the utmost loyalty. In fact, the area near the inspections manor was especially heavily guarded. The matter with the two heavenly marquises the previous month had been monumental. The new inspections commissioner had made a huge splash, and was the target of almost universal animosity in the dynasty. If any mishaps occurred regarding him, it could affect the ancestral sacrifices, and that was something the city guard couldn't let happen. Even as the city guard paid special attention to keep the inspections manor safe, Xiaochun flew up from inside of it, surrounded by 1,000 corpse troopers. As he did, the nearby nobles and aristocrats noticed, and many gazes came to be fixed on him. They all contained mixed emotions, with everything from hatred to fear. When Xiaochun sensed so many people looking at him, he cleared his throat, clasped his hands behind his back, and stuck his chin up. He even glared back at the people who looked at him with hateful expressions, making it look like he wasn't afraid of anything in the world. His haughty expression said it all: if you've got what it takes, then bring it on. And that was the truth. He had the backing of the Grand Heaven Master, as well as 1,000 corpse troopers. That meant that Xiaochun could stare down the heavenly dukes if he wanted to, much less the heavenly marquises. When the noble and aristocratic cultivators flying in the air sensed Xiaochun's attitude, they frowned, then looked fearfully at his corpse troopers before returning their focus to the imperial palace and flying onward. What a bunch of wusses! All shaking in their boots at the sight of the inspections commissioner. Feeling very pleased, he continued to swagger his way slowly onward toward the imperial palace. Of course, it wasn't just the nobility and aristocracy flying through the air who noticed Xiaochun. The common people down below in the city, countless soul cultivators and savage giants, all watched Xiaochun flying upward. Inspections Commissioner Hao. That's him. Last month, he shook down the clans of 2 heavenly marquises. Nobody's seen him for a month, but now that it's time for the ancestral sacrifices, here he is. He's definitely going to cause another scene. In response to the buzz of conversation, the city guards in the area grew more vigilant. Although they didn't flock to surround Xiaochun, they did look around with killing intent, ready to leap to intervene if anything unexpected happened. Feeling very well protected, Xiaochun continued onward with keen anticipation of what was to come. The mere thought of his plans for the ancestral sacrifices had him so excited he could hardly control himself. My month of secluded meditation was very productive. I finally succeeded with 17-colored flame, and Hauer made significant progress in his auguries of 18-colored flame. I bet it won't be long before the formula for 18-colored flame is complete. Once I have that formula, and succeed in conjuring that flame, then I'll finally be an earthly necromancer. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he shivered in anticipation. At the moment, it seemed as if the sky were the limit, and it was truly a wonderful feeling. There are only 3 earthly necromancers in all of the wildlands. If I succeed, then I'll be the 4th. In the wildlands, earthly necromancers were so rare that their position was roughly the same as the heavenly dukes. In fact, in some ways, they actually surpassed the heavenly dukes. As long as such a person didn't betray the wildlands, they could do anything they pleased. They could even commit grave offenses that were normally punished with the death penalty, but be exempt because of their position. After all, there were dozens of devas in the wildlands, but there were only 3 earthly necromancers. But that's only secondary. The most important thing is that if I can conjure 18-colored flame, then that means I could perform spirit enhancements on my nascent soul. In one fell swoop, I could push my cultivation base all the way to the late nascent soul stage. Such thoughts made Bai Xiaochun even more excited. After all, he was currently in the mid-nascent soul stage, but could defeat half-devas in battle. If he reached the late nascent soul stage, then he could most likely win against a true deva. Even if I can't, well, just wait until I'm in the Great Circle. Then I'll definitely be able to defeat devas. Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been in higher spirits. He even picked up speed as he headed toward the Imperial Palace. He and his corpse troopers were bright beams of light that shot toward the east gate of the palace. As he approached, a middle-aged man could be seen off in the distance. He was threatening without being angry, dressed in a long golden robe embroidered with images of suns, moons, and clouds. Overall, he looked extremely impressive. Furthermore, whenever people passed him by, they would respectfully clasp hands and bow in greeting. That man was none other than one of the 10 heavenly dukes, Chen Haosong. He wasn't standing there alone. Next to him was a tall, well-built man wearing an official robe embroidered with a golden python. From his burly frame, it was possible to tell that he possessed extraordinary fleshly body power, and yet, he stood respectfully a full pace behind Chen Haosong. As soon as Bai Xiaochun caught sight of Chen Haosong, he snorted coldly in his heart. As for Chen Haosong, a cold gleam passed through his eyes, along with an expression of revulsion that he did nothing to conceal. Bai Xiaochun had seen the burly man before as well. He closely resembled Zhao Dongshan, and was in fact one of the senior members of Zhao Dongshan's clan. He was not an ordinary heavenly marquis, but rather, one of the 9 extremely powerful heavenly marquises who had ganged up on Bai Xiaochun. The burly man glanced at Bai Xiaochun, and then laughed coldly. "The ancestral sacrifices are for heavenly dukes and heavenly marquises," he said in a booming voice. "What is this trash doing here?" His voice was so loud that all of the assembled nobility and aristocracy near the east gate could hear him quite clearly. None of those people had a very good impression of Bai Xiaochun, so they immediately broke out into scornful glances as they looked over at him. Bai Xiaochun's anger flared, and he glared back at them. Considering that he had the full support of the Grand Heaven Master, he wasn't scared of these people at all. In fact, he immediately pointed at the burly man. "This person has disrespected the Grand Heaven Master. Arrest him!" His 1,000 corpse troopers immediately looked up, and then 100 of them charged toward the burly man. Never could this man have guessed that Bai Xiaochun would dare to take action here, at the east gate of the Imperial Palace, on the day of the ancestral sacrifices. Expression flickering, he was just about to back up when Chen Haosong interrupted with a cold snort. "Enough with the melodrama," he said, taking a step forward. His voice echoed with explosive might, causing the advancing corpse troopers to tremble visibly, and then lurch to a stop, as if they had been sealed in place. At the same time, Chen Haosong's foot landed, and explosive energy surged out from him. A windstorm immediately kicked up, grabbing the 100 corpse troopers and hurling them back toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened into a deeper glare, and he was just about to say something when Chen Haosong spoke. Zhao Shenglin is a heavenly marquis, and is within his rights to berate you. If you won't bow your head and accept it, fine, but how dare you go and slander? The Grand Heaven Master himself appointed me as the inspections commissioner. Bai Xiaochun interrupted loudly, sticking his chin up. He expressly ordered me to participate in the ancestral sacrifices. For Zhao Shenglin to speak so rudely, and even berate me, is equivalent to him countermanding the decrees of the Grand Heaven Master. For me to say that he is showing disrespect is actually letting him off the hook lightly. You! Zhao Shenglin blurted angrily. Although he had heard that this Bai Hao was relatively sharp-tongued, he had never imagined that he could so easily twist matters to make it seem like Zhao Shenglin himself was insulting the Grand Heaven Master. Is that all you can say? You? If you've got what it takes, then see if you can fight all 1,000 of my corpse troopers. If 1,000 is too much, then how about 100? Pick any 100 you like, and see if you don't end up dying by my hands. As Bai Xiaochun spoke, the murderous aura coming from his 1,000 corpse troopers grew even more intense. How shameless! Zhao Shenglin growled through gritted teeth. Although he was one of the strongest among the heavenly marquises, there was no way he could defeat 100 corpse troopers in a fight, much less 1,000. The corpse troopers didn't fear death at all, and had the toughest bodies imaginable. When they attacked, they caused blood to splash, and didn't stop until the battle was over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 773, The Reigning Archemperor. Chapter 773, The Reigning Archemperor. Did you just say that I'm shameless? How could the Grand Heaven Master appoint a shameless person to be the inspections commissioner, a position which requires uprightness and resistance to flattery? You're basically saying that the Grand Heaven Master is blind, aren't you? Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered with delight. If this Zhao Shenglin had just kept his mouth shut, it would have been a lot better for him. Everything he said could be found fault with. Zhao Shenglin, you clearly suspect me, the inspections manner as a whole, and the Grand Heaven Master himself. Could it be that you are in fact an accomplice of the traitorous heavenly marquises from the Li and Chen clans? With that, he waved his hand and said, Men, take charge of the entrance to the Imperial Palace. Let everyone in except for this miscreant Zhao Shenglin. A large contingent of corpse troopers immediately rushed over to block the east gate of the Imperial Palace. The other nobles and aristocrats in the area couldn't help but gasp at the sight of Bai Xiaochun's ruthless tactics. For many, it provided a very clear picture of this person whom they had never actually witnessed in action. It also went to further how threatening he seemed to them. As for the city guards, they looked on with wry smiles. After all, this was not a situation they could interfere with. The only thing they could do was report the matter to their superiors. The entire thing was a huge headache as far as Chen Haosong was concerned. To him, Bai Xiaochun was like a stick covered with thorns. Although he should have been easy to snap in half, the thorns made him very difficult to deal with. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. But Bai Xiaochun was completely sharp-tongued. He turned black into white if he wanted, and if one wasn't extremely careful with one's wording, he could easily twist words into weapons. Seeing how furious Zhao Shenglin was, Chen Haosong frowned and said, Enough, but. Waving his sleeve, he sent another blast of wind out to sweep away the corpse troopers Bai Xiaochun had just sent to block the door. Even Bai Xiaochun was hit by the wind, and was pushed backward a few dozen meters. In the instant that Bai Xiaochun was pushed back, Chen Haosong blurred into motion, entering the east gate. As for Zhao Shenglin, he gritted his teeth and followed, casting a murderous glance at Bai Xiaochun over his shoulder as he did. The rest of the nobility and aristocracy were all essentially on the same side in the matter, and had no good feelings regarding Bai Xiaochun whatsoever. They also took to motion, flying through the east gate. Bai Xiaochun was not pleased at all with what was happening. "Using a high cultivation base to trample people below you, huh?" he said loudly. "Well, if you were as tough as you think you are, then you would fight my corpse troopers." While Bai Xiaochun grumbled to himself a bit, the city guards averted their gazes inside. It was really an awkward thing to hear the inspections commissioner, who was backed by the Grand Heaven Master, complaining about people relying on high cultivation bases to accomplish things. After everyone else entered the imperial palace, Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back, stuck his chin up, and headed toward the east gate. His corpse troopers followed. However, when the city guards saw that, one of them braced himself and stepped in the way. Although he wasn't very happy to have to do this, he had no choice but to say, "Exalted Inspections Commissioner, on the day of ancestral sacrifices, your subordinates aren't permitted to enter." With that, he stood there looking nervously at Bai Xiaochun. "Ha?" Bai Xiaochun said, taken aback. After confirming that he had heard correctly, he stood there, flabbergasted. "They can't go in? Wait a second, there are a whole bunch of people in there with cultivation bases higher than me. And they all want to kill me. If I go in alone, I'll be in way too much danger." Nervous, he tried to negotiate with the city guard, but the man could only smile wryly and shake his head. At this point, Bai Xiaochun's face fell. If he had known that things would be like this, he would have just held his tongue earlier. As he stood there hesitating, he realized that the bells were about to stop tolling. Sighing, he ordered the corpse troopers to stand guard near the gate, and then cautiously entered the imperial palace. Once inside, he did not look like he had moments ago, like the type of person who wasn't afraid of anything in the world. Instead, he exercised the utmost caution, and even walked as quietly as was possible. Thankfully, because he was actually arriving a bit late, all of the members of the nobility and aristocracy were already in the main square. Furthermore, there were plenty of guards around to show the way. As such, he arrived at the square just as the bells finished tolling. The square was huge, and featured 18 enormous pillars with coiling dragons on them that were so high that they seemed to touch the heavens above. The ground was covered with green limestone slabs that emanated spiritual energy. In the middle of the square was a huge bell, which was still reverberating from the tolling moments ago. A ring of soul cultivator guards surrounded the bell, all of them wearing somber expressions. In two positions of honor on the left side of the square were Mistress Red Dust and Zhou Hong. In the positions of honor on the right side were the junior champion King Gong Sunyi, and the heir apparent of Spirit Advent City, the older brother of Su Shan. Clearly, these four represented the four heavenly kings. Not a single one of them acknowledged Bai Xiaochun's presence, and merely stood in place with their eyes closed. Behind those four were the 10 heavenly dukes, including Chen Haosong, who stood third from the left. Behind the 10 heavenly dukes were the more than 100 heavenly marquises. Among them was Zhao Shanglin, who cast a frosty glance at Bai Xiaochun and snorted coldly. All of the heavenly marquises and heavenly dukes were organized by rank. Behind them were other important government officials, who were all high-ranking and powerful. There were several thousand of them, and each one wore an expression of devout respect. Bai Xiaochun had a spot among the larger group. However, considering that he was more important than any of the other officials, he actually stood in front of them, just behind the heavenly marquises. Few of the important officials had ever seen Bai Xiaochun, although most had heard stories about him. They knew that he was different from the heavenly marquises and heavenly dukes, and actually, few of them had ill feelings toward him. In fact, many of them wished to ingratiate themselves to him. When Bai Xiaochun saw that most of the officials were looking at him with goodwill in their eyes, he sighed with relief, and even gave a few smiles and nods to them. Then he looked over at the main hall of the imperial palace, and a strange feeling rose up inside of him. The Archemperor. Although the Grand Heaven Master holds all of the power, the Archemperor is the true representative of the imperial clan. He is the official ruler of the Wildlands. For all he knew, he was the first person from the Heavenspan River region to stand in this square in the Imperial Palace. And perhaps he would be the last. The fact that his journey through the wildlands had landed him in this spot caused him to sigh with pride. Just wait until I get back to the river-defying sect and recount all of my stories to Xiaomei, Junwan, Big Fatty Zhang and Uncle Li. Then, he blinked and refocused on the violet-colored main hall. The hall itself was built from 9 golden dragon statues that looked so lifelike they seemed they might fly up into the sky at any moment. Just looking at the place caused pressure to weigh down on by Xiaochun. He could also sense that those 9 golden dragons were a spell formation of some sort. All the other times I came to the Imperial Palace, I visited Heaven Master Hall. This is my first time visiting the main hall of the palace. I wonder what the Archemperor actually looks like. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, the previously silent bell once again rang out loud and clear. Then, the door of the main hall slowly opened, and the 9 golden dragons opened their eyes. Incredible energy surged out, and everyone in the audience could hear something like the roaring chant of dragons. Those who listened closely soon found themselves slipping into a daze. Bai Xiaochun was no exception. Even as he looked on, the open door revealed a dozen extremely good-looking soul cultivators. Some were men and some were women, but all of them wore extravagant robes. One of them was none other than the second prince. These were the princes and princesses of the imperial clan, although not all of them. They were only a small group who represented the whole. In front of that group were 2 old men whose hands were tucked into the opposite sleeves of their voluminous robes. They were stooped over, and didn't seem very impressive, and yet there was something very sinister about them. Beyond the 2 old men, at the very end of the hall, were 2 thrones, one large and one small. The large throne was completely golden in color, and was of course the dragon throne. Sitting upon it was a middle-aged man wearing imperial robes and an imperial crown. Although it was impossible to make out his features clearly at first, there was something grand and noble about him. His appearance, coupled with the chanting roar of the dragons, made him truly seem like the most paragon entity in all creation. This godlike figure was none other than the reigning Archemperor. Bai Xiaochun was shaken. Although he couldn't make out the expression on the face of the Archemperor, he could sense the man's eyes. They seemed to contain stars and heavenly bodies, and were the type that would leave a person's mind reeling to simply gaze upon them. However, that sensation quickly passed as his gaze was drawn to the smaller throne. Although that throne was smaller, it was actually placed on a higher level than the dragon throne itself. It was pitch black, and seemingly ordinary in all aspects. It was empty at the moment, but everyone in the square, including all of the ministers and generals of the imperial court, were all looking at it. That throne belonged to the Grand Heaven Master. Even as everyone stared at that black throne, one of the stooped old men called out in a piercing voice, "Grand Heaven Master, your presence is requested." As his voice rang out, the clouds above seethed, and the enormous dragon that had been so curious about Bai Xiaochun in the past suddenly lowered its head. Then it roared, a roar that suppressed the call of the 9 dragons down below us. At the same time, the Grand Heaven Master mysteriously appeared on the black throne. Everyone present was shaken, even the heavenly dukes. Simultaneously, they all averted their gazes, clasped hands, and bowed. "Greetings, Grand Heaven Master. Greetings, Archemperor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 774, Your Majesty, I snatched a Deva soul. Chapter 774, Your Majesty, I snatched a Deva soul. The thousands of people gathered outside of the hall clasped hands in formal greeting, their voices ringing out to shake heaven and earth. Inside the hall, the second prince and the other members of the imperial clan didn't dare to reveal a trace of defiance, and also offered formal greetings. Only the Archemperor himself didn't join in. His hands tightened onto the arms of the dragon throne for a moment, but then relaxed. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was measuring up both the Archemperor and the Grand Heaven Master. "So, this is the Archemperor?" he murmured to himself. Doesn't seem like much when compared to the Grand Heaven Master. The echo of the voices lasted for a moment before fading away. As for the Grand Heaven Master, he sat on his throne, face completely expressionless, seemingly there only to observe the ancestral sacrifices, and not inclined to speak at all. The Archemperor let the moment stretch out for a bit, then looked at the two stooped, sinister old men, and nodded slightly. Having been given this vague order from the Archemperor, the two old men exchanged a glance, and both of them could see in the other's eyes that they were fearful of the Grand Heaven Master's reaction. After a moment, one of them turned to face the square outside of the hall and began to recite the sacrificial invocation. As his words echoed out, they seemed to contain a bizarre resonance which caused the clouds up above to churn into the form of a vortex. As the vortex spun and grew larger, the enormous dragon from earlier vanished. The strange portents didn't provoke a reaction from the crowd, as though they had been expecting all of this. However, it was Bai Xiaochun's first time witnessing the event, and he couldn't help but stare in shock. Gradually, the vortex grew so large that it covered all of Archemperor City. As it did, it was possible to see something inside of the vortex, an enormous river. Bai Xiaochun held his breath in shock as he realized that the river inside the vortex was emanating a powerful aura of death. The Underworld River, he murmured. By this point, despite the fact that Bai Xiaochun was all the way up in the sky in the Imperial Palace, he could actually hear the droning sound of the common people down in Archemperor City, offering expressions of worship and praise. Because the vortex was so enormous, it was possible to see the Underworld River very clearly, even the flowing water which made it up. The aura of death which flowed out of the vortex gradually filled the entire area, leaving Bai Xiaochun feeling quite shaken. It was a very shocking sight. It almost looked as though an enormous eye had opened up, allowing everyone to peer through it to view the Underworld River. At the same time, it was as if that eye were looking out at all creation in the outside world. It was a very strange sensation, the likes of which Bai Xiaochun had never experienced before. Even as Bai Xiaochun stared in shock, the old man finished the sacrificial invocation. As he uttered the concluding words, he waved his sleeve. "Let the ceremony begin." His words rang out like the sounding of a bell, and as they did, shocking rumbling sounds could be heard from the vortex. It was almost as if an enormous, invisible hand had slapped the Underworld River, causing a huge wave to rise up. It was a frothy wave composed of countless souls, which then poured through the vortex. It was in spectacular and magnificent fashion that a rain of souls began to pour down. Endless numbers of souls began to fall onto Archemperor City. They covered everything, and most importantly of all, they all seemed to be sleeping. Even if a Deva soul appeared, it would also be in a state of slumber, and could be grabbed by whatever hands were lucky enough to reach it. A cheer rose up from Archemperor City as the excited commoners sprang into action, hoping to benefit from the favor offered during the ancestral sacrifices. The guards in the Imperial Palace reached out to grab falling souls, as did Mistress Red Dust and the other powerful people like her. The heavenly dukes, heavenly marquises, and even the government officials all did the same. Of course, to them, in this collecting of souls during the ancestral sacrifices, what was most important was not the number of souls harvested, but the type. Anyone who managed to get a Deva soul would be benefiting from an incredibly good omen. However, Deva souls didn't always appear during the ancestral sacrifices, only every so often. The scene playing out caused Bai Xiaochun to gasp. He looked around with a strange light gleaming in his eyes, and even anticipation. Now was the time for him to carry out his plan. Afterward, it was likely that the nobility and aristocracy would hate him even more than they already did. Well, I can't worry about all that. They never liked me to begin with. Even if I didn't go through with this plan, they would eventually make another move against me. Gritting his teeth, he leaped into the air, trembling with both excitement and nervousness. When Bai Xiaochun took to motion, the Grand Heaven Master's eyes opened just a crack to look at him. It only took a moment after Bai Xiaochun flew up into the air that he reached out and grabbed one of the descending souls. It was a Foundation Establishment level soul. As soon as his hand closed around it, his eyes went wide, and he gasped. An expression of disbelief filled his face, but it quickly turned to joy. He even threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Heavens! I can't believe I actually got a soul like this. His laughter was loud enough to begin with, but he actually amplified it with some cultivation bass power, which attracted quite a bit of attention. Before anyone could see clearly what had happened though, he flew back down toward the area of the main hall in the Imperial Palace. It was with lightning-like speed that he landed back in the square, right in the same location of honor as Mistress Red Dust and the other heirs of the Heavenly Kings. It was there that he spoke out in a voice that crashed like heavenly thunder. Many thanks to you, Your Majesty. Your humble servant by how managed to snatch a Deva soul. With that, he thrust the Foundation establishment's soul high up into the air for everyone to see clearly. Because of how loudly and suddenly he had spoken, virtually all of the nobility and aristocracy in the square all looked over at him. As for Mistress Red Dust, she was the closest, and when she heard his words and saw the soul he was holding, her expression flickered. What are you doing, Bai Hao? Mistress Red Dust said in a berating tone. Get back to your place. Off to the side, Zhou Hong looked on with wide eyes. As for the junior champion king and the heir apparent from Spirit Advent City, they were all stunned by what they were seeing. The soul Bai Xiaochun was holding was clearly a Foundation establishment level soul, and not a Deva soul. They weren't the only ones to react in such a way. Chen Haosong and the Heavenly Dukes were all completely taken aback. However, within moments, their gazes turned as sharp as blades, and the same thought ran through all their minds. Could it be that he wants to force the Emperor to abdicate? The Heavenly Marquises began to react as well, and were clearly flustered. No one had any idea what exactly was going to happen next. A Deva soul? That's not a Deva soul. Is Dai Hao an idiot or something? Discussion began to spread within the square. As for Zhao Shanglin, he clearly didn't see that something fishy was going on, and loudly said, Did your eyes fall out, Bai Hao? That's a Foundation establishment level soul, not a Deva soul. If you think that's a Deva soul, then you've obviously gone crazy. Why don't you just say it's a demigod soul? Mocking laughter could be heard among the crowd, but Bai Xiaochun ignored it. His gaze was fixed solely on the dragon throne and the Archemperor. As for the imperial princes and princesses, various expressions could be seen on their faces. Among them was the second prince, who knew Bai Xiaochun a bit better than the others. He couldn't help but look over, alarm written on his face. What is he doing? Don't tell me he's going to try to get father to bow his head in submission. The Archemperor sat there on his throne, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Bai Xiaochun. Although Bai Xiaochun seemed excited, he was actually profoundly nervous, and the Archemperor's shining eyes had his heart pounding. However, before he could say anything, one of the two stooped, sinister old men spoke in a voice that thrummed with killing intent. What gall you have? That's obviously a Foundation establishment level soul. How dare you try to deceive His Majesty? Even as the old man spoke, he stepped forward in Bai Xiaochun's direction, and the aura of a Deva exploded out. He was attacking with full force, clearly intending to kill Bai Xiaochun in one move, drawing on full force and full speed to cut him down on the spot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 775, This Bai Hao is a good-for-nothing wretch. Chapter 775, This Bai Hao is a good-for-nothing wretch. The sinister old man attacked with lightning-like speed, to the extent that Mistress Red Dust and the other heirs apparent didn't even have time to react. In fact, Mistress Red Dust was actually inclined to do something, but simply wasn't fast enough to. The old man's cultivation base erupted with Deva fluctuations as he appeared right in front of Bai Xiaochun. There, he called upon the powers of a Deva to become one with all creation and take the shape of an enormous magical symbol. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was shocked, and immediately tried to back up. From what he could tell, this old man was more terrifying than Chen Haosong. A single strike from him would be completely catastrophic. I say one thing he doesn't like, and he tries to kill me. Xiaochun was scared to death. However, even as he tremblingly backed up from the sinister man, the Grand Heaven Master smiled. It was a profound and meaningful smile, and at the same time, a flicker of praise could be seen in his eyes. Reaching out, he waved his right finger in Xiaochun's direction. Instantly, a shield of black light appeared around Xiaochun, almost like a bubble that completely surrounded him. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually took place in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Then, the enormous magical symbol that was the incarnation of the sinister old man slammed into the bubble. A huge boom rang out, and the entire imperial palace quaked. The bubble collapsed, and the old man appeared, face ashen as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The backlash sent him tumbling backward to slam into the ground inside the main hall, where he coughed up some more blood. Then he turned to look at the Grand Heaven Master. Grand Heaven Master, you. Before he could finish speaking, the Grand Heaven Master looked at him, causing him to tremble. Whatever else he had planned to say stuck in his throat. Calm down and let Bai Hao finish speaking, the Grand Heaven Master said coolly. As for the Archemperor, he was now gripping the arms of the dragon throne so tightly that blue veins could be seen bulging out on the backs of his hands. Xiaochun swallowed hard. The black bubble from moments ago had ensured that he came out of the incident completely unharmed. However, the sensation of deadly crisis he had felt still lingered, causing his heart to tremble. And yet, he had already started down this path, and there was no turning back. A cold gleam in his eye, he calmed himself and spoke in a loud voice. Listen, you ignoramus. I'm not trying to deceive His Majesty. This is a Deva soul. Are you blind or something? Furthermore, I didn't ask your opinion about the matter. Grand Heaven Master, would you mind providing an assessment? What type of soul is this, sir? The mysterious smile on the Grand Heaven Master's face was visible for everyone to see as he replied, a Deva soul. As soon as the words left his mouth, the imperial princes and princesses gasped, and their faces flickered with various emotions. Some of them, such as the second prince and the Grand Prince, went completely pale. The Grand Heaven Master is trying to get Father to bow his head in submission. He's going to force him to say that it's a Deva soul. The Grand Heaven Master is reasserting his authority. Even the most unintelligent of the officials and aristocracy could see what was going on. In response, the facial expressions of everyone present changed immediately, with few becoming excited or happy. Mistress Red Dust took a deep breath and looked over at Xiaochun with a complicated expression. Zhou Hong's eyes were lit up with fear as he realized that the Grand Heaven Master was going to force the Archemperor's hand. The more Zhou Hong thought about how Xiaochun was going about this task, the more terrified he became. The junior champion king stood there quietly, and the heir apparent of the Spirit Advent King bowed his head. Chen Haosong and the other heavenly dukes stood in silent introspection, clearly hoping that they didn't get dragged into what was happening. Xiaochun could see the veins bulging out on the Archemperor's hands, and could sense the killing intent in his eyes. Although it was a frightening sight, Xiaochun reminded himself that he was on the side of the Grand Heaven Master. Furthermore, he couldn't help but think back to how the Imperial clan had been behind the attack on his spirit enhancement shop. Gritting his teeth, he said, the Grand Heaven Master said that it's a Deva soul. Your Majesty, what do you say, sir? What kind of soul is this? In response, the Archemperor sat there on his dragon throne, his eyes growing colder than ever. All of the heavenly marquises and heavenly dukes stood there with hearts pounding, averting their gazes downward. The veins on the Archemperor's hands bulged larger than ever, and his eyes were colder than the coldest winter wind. It looked like he desired wholeheartedly to skin Xiaochun alive. The person to speak next was the second sinister old man. Inside, he was grumbling bitterly, but as a servant to the Imperial clan for many generations, he felt that he had to speak up. What gall you have, Bai Hao? This is complete hogwash. That's obviously a Foundation establishment level soul. How could anyone think it's a Deva soul? At this point, Bai Xiaochun took in a casual, lazy breath. Then, he glared at the old man and raised the foundation establishment level soul high into the air. Slowly turning to look at the assembled aristocracy and officials, he cleared his throat. Heavenly Marquises. Heavenly Dukes. Would you mind helping out a bit? Is this a foundation establishment level soul, or a Deva soul? Bai Xiaochun was really starting to get excited, as he had finally reached the end goal of his plan. Everything that he had done up to this point had been a feint. He had intentionally let everyone believe that he was going to try to force the Arch-Emperor to abdicate, or at least bow his head. But the truth was that his goal was not to force the hand of the Arch-Emperor, but rather, all of the government officials and aristocrats. All of this had stemmed from his assertion that he could give the Grand Heaven Master a chance to see what Bai Xiaochun could not, what everyone was thinking. Bai Xiaochun's unexpected words caught everyone off guard. All of a sudden, veins bulged out on the Arch-Emperor's face as he realized that things were far worse than he had initially taken them to be. As for the two sinister old men, their faces completely drained of blood. The imperial princes and princesses trembled, and some of them were even sighing inwardly. All of the aristocrats and officials suddenly felt like they were suffocating. Earlier, they had hoped to stay out of what had appeared to be the Grand Heaven Master and the Arch-Emperor butting heads. And at first, it had seemed that they were succeeding. But then, with no warning at all, this damnable Bai Hao turned everything around and targeted them. Mistress Red Dust's eyes went wide, as if this was her first time truly seeing Bai Xiaochun. The junior champion king and the heir apparent of the Spirit Advent King were both gasping in terror. Bai Xiaochun's act from earlier, and the way he had controlled the flow of events, had been masterful, to say the least. Almost no one could have been prepared at all for the realization that Bai Xiaochun's true goal was actually the officials and aristocrats. However, there were a few in the audience who had not been caught completely off guard. Chen Haosong and the other 9 heavenly dukes had actually begun to speculate from the very beginning that Bai Xiaochun was putting on an act. Some of the heavenly marquises had also begun to work things out earlier on. And yet, that understanding didn't help them resolve the issue they now faced, and all of them were cursing vehemently in their hearts. As for everyone who had had issues with Bai Xiaochun in the past, the sudden turn of events caused their faces to fall, and their hatred of him to grow even more intense. By this point, everyone could tell that the Grand Heaven Master was helping this Bai Hao, and was using the soul in question to determine the attitudes of everyone present. It was an issue that everyone present wished to avoid, but now they were stuck in a dead end. As such, the hatred they felt toward Bai Xiaochun penetrated all the way to their marrow. In the past, they had been able to take advantage of the general political instability to their own advantage. But now, they had to publicly reveal their loyalties. And that was not an easy choice to make. If they stated that Bai Xiaochun was holding a foundation establishment level soul, the Grand Heaven Master would most definitely not forgive and forget. But if they said it was a Deva soul, then the Grand Heaven Master would have his hooks in them well and good. And that meant that if the Arch-Emperor ever managed to gain power back, they and their clans would definitely be purged by death. Of course, some could consider attempting to secretly maintain loyalty to the Arch-Emperor, while simultaneously proclaiming themselves for the Grand Heaven Master. But that would not be easy, considering that they were speaking out publicly. Whether or not the Grand Heaven Master believed their act or not wouldn't matter. Nor would it matter that the Arch-Emperor might understand their actions. Not only would it be a big embarrassment, but they would be giving their enemies an opportunity to use against them. The slightest slip-up later on in the future could lead to terrible results. Most important of all in the situation was the fact that there was no way the Grand Heaven Master would actually trust any proclamations of loyalty made here today. And yet, that wasn't what he wanted. He wanted the power that would come with everyone siding with him, whether they were sincere or not. With that power, he could easily crush all of the influence the Arch-Emperor had secretly built up. Not only would everyone realize that they had once again been dominated by the Grand Heaven Master, but anyone who had once felt loyalty to the Arch-Emperor would now be struck with terror. This was a show of strength, and at the same time, a threat. This Bai Hao is a good-for-nothing wretch. How shameless. So ruthless. Damn it. He's forcing us to publicly reveal our stance. Hatred swelled in the hearts of all present, and at the same time, fear of Bai Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 776, You're Screwed. Chapter 776, You're Screwed. In the current Archemperor dynasty, the Archemperor was actually only a figurehead. The Grand Heaven Master held the true power, and controlled both the Son of Heaven and the aristocracy. However, that was mostly what happened behind the scenes. Furthermore, in the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter too much that the Archemperor was weak. He was only the current reigning Archemperor. Nobody could say for sure what would happen when the next Archemperor rose up. Furthermore, the Grand Heaven Master had not followed the example of the Celestial from Heavenspan Island, and turned himself into an emperor. As far as many people were concerned, the Grand Heaven Master was actually being quite benevolent and merciful. Even more people hoped to just keep their distance from the issue. Not daring to get involved, they kept their true feelings vague, allowing the Grand Heaven Master and the Archemperor to handle things on their own, as long as the Archemperor dynasty itself continued. Therefore, the events playing out right now were like a bolt out of the blue, and had placed the problems surrounding the issue of the Grand Heaven Master and the Archemperor right smack dab in the open. Everyone in the square was cursing Bai Xiaochun inwardly for being so vile as to drag them into a situation they had been working so hard to avoid. In fact, most of them greatly regretted having come to attend the event to begin with. Of course, the Archemperor was also caught completely unprepared by what was happening, and was aware that the events of this day would determine once and for all how powerful he was. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, his heart trembling with nervousness. However, he knew that his hand had been forced. The second prince and the Grand Prince had already made a move against him, and were it not for the Grand Heaven Master, he would surely have been dead and buried here in the wildlands. You can't blame me for this, Archemperor. If you want to blame somebody, blame those two sons of yours. By this point, his mind was made up. His fate was now completely tied to the Grand Heaven Master. At the moment, the entire square was silent. The heavenly marquises and dukes were all standing there looking down at their feet. For the first time ever on the day of ancestral sacrifices, the entire imperial palace was completely silent. It made quite the sharp contrast with the raucous, celebratory noise coming from the common people down below in the city. The Archemperor wasn't saying anything, nor was the Grand Heaven Master. Everyone in the hall stood there without making a peep. The princes and princesses had bitter looks on their faces as they looked down at the ground, hearts filled with hatred for Bai Xiaochun at the disaster he had caused, and dread of the Grand Heaven Master. However, the silence didn't last for very long. Eventually, one of the heavenly marquises gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Clasping hands, he bowed to the Archemperor and Grand Heaven Master, then spoke out in a loud voice. It's very clear to me that Inspections Commissioner Bai Hao is holding a Deva soul. Now that the first person had stepped forward to make a statement, a second followed. Then a third. One by one, more than 100 heavenly marquises did the same. That's definitely a Deva soul. Correct. If you look closely, it's obviously a Deva soul. Each and every person said the same thing, that it was a Deva soul. Some of the people who stepped forward really were loyal to the Grand Heaven Master, but not all of them. And yet, none of them hesitated for even a moment to make their stance clear. And of course, many of them were cursing Bai Xiaochun to death. However, their faces were covered with somber expressions as they made their statements regarding the Deva soul. Even the 9 heavenly marquises who had attacked Bai Xiaochun did the same, including Zhao Shenglin. Although he was swearing in his heart, it was with a booming voice that he said, anyone can see that it's definitely a Deva soul. As the heavenly marquises made their statements, the faces of the imperial princes and princesses grew paler and paler. Bitter smiles spread out on the faces of the two sinister old men. As for the Arch-Emperor, he sat there calmly, watching the heavenly marquises and dukes. The coldness in his eyes from earlier was gone, and his face was expressionless. However, deep in his eyes, it was clear that he was branding this image of Bai Xiaochun into his mind for all time. That struck coldness into Bai Xiaochun's heart, but he reminded himself that he was one of the Grand Heavenmaster's men, and that the Arch-Emperor couldn't hurt him even if he were more powerful than he already was. Stupid Arch-Emperor! I've smacked the giant ghost king across the side of the head, fool. I wonder what it would feel like to smack an Arch-Emperor. Swallowing hard to work up some courage, he waited for the heavenly marquises to all step forward. Before long, all of them were finished, every single one of them having uttered the words Deva Sol. Next came the 10 heavenly dukes, and not a single one hesitated about what to do. A Deva Sol. A Deva Sol. Chen Haosong was no exception. By this point, the imperial princes and princesses were trembling, although whether from anger or fear it was impossible to tell. In terms of Mistress Red Dust and the other representatives of the 4 heavenly kings, they too acknowledged that Bai Xiaochun had a Deva Soul. At that point, the square once again fell into silence. It was a silence that indicated that the Grand Heavenmaster's overall power had once again skyrocketed, surpassing his previous level of power by far. After all, this was the first time that he and the Arch-Emperor had ever clashed publicly. One statement from the Grand Heavenmaster had caused everyone to bow their heads in submission. That was a type of power that defied description. Just as Bai Xiaochun had said, the Grand Heavenmaster didn't need to know what everyone was thinking. He just needed everyone to fear him. That was enough. Within the hall, the Grand Prince, the Second Prince, and everyone else present looked as ashen as death. Yet again, they were drowning in humiliation and fear of the Grand Heavenmaster. At this point, they knew that it didn't matter what secret schemes they had been working on. In front of the Grand Heavenmaster, they were so weak they could be defeated with a single blow. It was truly terrifying. More than anything though, they felt grief that the imperial clan had fallen to this level. At this point, the Arch-Emperor looked deeply at Bai Xiaochun, then rose to his feet. Without casting a glance at anyone else, not even the Grand Heavenmaster, he walked out of the hall. The two sinister old men took deep breaths, glared at Bai Xiaochun, and then followed. The imperial princes and princesses scrambled after him, not speaking a word. However, all of them looked over at Bai Xiaochun before departing. The assembled officials and aristocracy were completely silent as they all looked over at the Grand Heavenmaster on his black throne, who looked back at them with a dark gleam in his eyes. The truth was that he had been paying very close attention to everyone outside of the hall, including the heavenly marquises and the heavenly dukes. He had been studying the slight changes in their facial expressions, and even the fluctuations of their souls. Although he didn't say anything, that dark gleam in his eyes was very telling. At this point, he rose to his feet, prompting everyone in the square to clasp hands and bow. "Farewell, Grand Heavenmaster, Arch-Emperor." "You're all dismissed," the Grand Heavenmaster said. Then he looked approvingly at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Bai Hao, you come with me." With that, he turned and headed into the back of the Grand Hall. Noting the approval in the Grand Heavenmaster's eyes, Bai Xiaochun loudly said, "You're dismissed. All of you." At the same time, he sighed inwardly, and also started to get excited at the prospect of having done something so momentous. From beginning to end, he had controlled the initiative, and that was a very thrilling thing. Although he still felt a bit of lingering fear, the fact that he had the approval of the Grand Heavenmaster had him trembling with excitement. I really performed some meritorious service this time. I wonder how the Grand Heavenmaster is going to reward me. Even as he hurried forward to follow the Grand Heavenmaster, he realized that everyone was looking at him. Turning, he saw that many of the heavenly marquises and dukes were looking at him with the contempt of someone looking at a petty person who had unexpectedly achieved a position of power. And that wasn't very pleasing to Bai Xiaochun at all. That was especially true of Zhao Shanglin, who was glaring at Bai Xiaochun so fiercely that it seemed he wanted nothing more than to rip him limb from limb. But how dare you glare at me? Bai Xiaochun thought. Then he flicked his sleeve, stuck his chin up, and loudly said, "Now that you've all confirmed that I got a Deva soul, I guess that means I got really lucky today." With that, he suddenly threw the Foundation Establishment level soul toward Zhao Shanglin. "Heavenly Marquis Zhao, I have business with the Grand Heaven Master, so I'm leaving this Deva soul with you for safekeeping. Tomorrow morning at first light, I'll go to your clan to retrieve it. Don't lose it. After all, that's a Deva soul." Zhao Shanglin didn't even have a chance to react before Bai Xiaochun was gone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 777, The Formula for 18-Colored Flame. Chapter 777, The Formula for 18-Colored Flame. Zhao Shanglin was both taken aback and infuriated. However, the Grand Heaven Master was still present, so he didn't dare to lose his temper. He could only stand there panting, face twisted with rage, cursing inwardly at this blatantly open attack. "Damn this Bai Hao," he thought. "He gave me a Foundation Establishment level soul and is going to demand that I give him a Deva soul in return." Zhao Shanglin was overwhelmed with anger, grief, and pain. To him, a Deva soul was the type of treasure that could be encountered by chance, but never searched for and found. After all, Deva souls were very useful for anyone attempting to become a Deva, and could increase the chances of success significantly. Therefore, what Bai Xiaochun had just done was like adding injury to insult. Zhao Shanglin stood there trembling at how horrible things had just become. The other aristocrats in the area were stunned as they watched Bai Xiaochun walking off. They could almost feel cold chills running down their backs as they realized that Bai Xiaochun was the type of person who would take any opportunity that came his way. Totally ruthless. He's clearly screwing Zhao Shanglin over. When he goes to get that soul tomorrow, Zhao Shanglin will have to give him a Deva soul. Although the Grand Heaven Master was already some distance away, with his back to the square, he was aware of everything that was happening. When he realized what Bai Xiaochun was doing, his cheek twitched. "Ah, whatever," he thought. "Chalk it up as a reward for him." Bai Xiaochun's performance had been spectacular, and left the Grand Heaven Master feeling very pleased. Therefore, he simply shook his head and continued to leave. When Bai Xiaochun saw that the Grand Heaven Master wasn't interfering, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he strutted the entire way to Heaven Master Hall. When they arrived, the Grand Heaven Master didn't say much. He just asked Bai Xiaochun to produce his Inspections Manner Command Medallion, whereupon he waved his finger, sending a black glow into it. "Henceforth, you command 3,000 troops. Head back and rest up a bit. Before long, your 3,000 corpse troopers can be mobilized, and then you can go get your reward yourself." With that, he entered Heaven Master Hall, not having even turned to look at Bai Xiaochun. Furthermore, he had never said a word about the objects Bai Xiaochun had secreted away from Heavenly Marquises Li and Chen. That alone spoke to the profits Bai Xiaochun would have after shaking down more clans. Excited at the prospects, Bai Xiaochun clasped hands and loudly said, "Grand Heaven Master, for you, Bai Hao will go through hell and high water." After the Grand Heaven Master disappeared into the hall, Bai Xiaochun turned, feeling profoundly pleased as he left the Imperial Palace, taking his 1,000 corpse troopers with him. Looking very grand and magnificent, he quickly made his way back to the Inspections Manor. As for the heavenly dukes and marquises, and all the other nobility and aristocracy, although they hated him so much their gums itched, when he passed by, they didn't dare to even look at him the wrong way. Back at the Inspections Manor, the first thing he did was use the command medallion to make connections with more of the subterranean coffins. Rumbling sounds filled the entire Inspections Manor as 2,000 coffins shot up into the air. "Awaken, my army of corpse troopers!" he shouted excitedly. Cracking sounds instantly rang out as the 2,000 coffins opened up, and numerous black-armored, burly men appeared. All of them emanated auras of rot, and the weakest among them were in the mid-nascent soul stage. Furthermore, this time, there were 4 who were half-devas. As the eyes of the corpse troopers opened, heaven-shaking, earth-shattering murderous auras erupted out. A black vortex appeared in the air above the inspections manor, which instantly attracted much attention from the people nearby. There are more corpse troopers over in the inspections manor? Is that 2,000 of them? In addition to the original 1,000, Baihao now controls an army of 3,000. 3,000 corpse troopers. That level of power is terrifying. He alone could start a large-scale war. Many among the nobility and aristocracy of Archemperor's city realized what was happening, and they were shaken. Grim expressions appeared on their faces as they realized that Xiaochun was building up terrifying levels of power. Xiaochun was so excited he was trembling, and his eyes shone with bright light. Looking at his 2,000 new corpse troopers, he waved his hand, causing the original 1,000 to fly out. They quickly formed ranks, whereupon the black vortex above the inspections manor grew even larger. In addition to that, further inspection of the command medallion revealed that, in addition to the 2,000 new corpse troopers, he now had access to a new divine ability. After studying it briefly, he sent some divine sense into the medallion, which caused a black glow to appear. The black glow shot toward the corpse trooper who had absorbed some of the toxic gas created by the heart of a woman, and then risen to level of a deva. As soon as the black light touched the corpse trooper, he trembled, and his energy rose. Even as Xiaochun waited in eager anticipation, he threw his head back and roared. As he did, his aura returned to the quasi-deva realm. However, Xiaochun could tell that, if necessary, he could absorb the auras of other corpse troopers to temporarily go back to that peak level of power. This was one of the powers of the Inspections Commissioner Command Medallion which he had been gifted. "Nobody will dare to provoke me now," he exclaimed, laughing heartily. Although it wouldn't be correct to say that he was invincible, it would be as easy for him to take out a deva as it would be to flip over his hand. He currently had a quasi-deva realm corpse trooper, 5 who were half-devas, and nearly 3,000 in the nascent soul realm. That was enough power that if Xiaochun returned to the eastern heavenspan region, he could challenge the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. It was definitely the best choice to side with the Grand Heaven Master. Xiaochun couldn't have been more smugly happy. All of his worries about being glared at by the Archemperor had vanished. "I'm definitely a big shot in the Wildlands now. Not very many people are as important as me." Feeling almost intoxicated, he was just preparing to take his 3,000 corpse troopers out for a stroll in the city to make sure everyone knew how awesome he was, when all of a sudden, Baihao's voice could be heard from inside his bag of holding, and he sounded overjoyed. "Master! I finally finished the formula for 18-colored flame." Xiaochun's eyes went wide with excitement, and he even laughed aloud. Today was truly a wonderful day, so wonderful that he decided not to go for a walk. Instead, he set his 3,000 corpse troopers out to stand guard in the area, then went into secluded meditation and sealed himself up tight. At that point, Baihao flew out into the open. Baihao quickly inscribed the formula into a bone slip, then handed it over to Xiaochun, who began to study it with intense anticipation. A moment passed, and he retracted his divine sense from the bone slip. After some thought, he looked over at Baihao, thinking about how priceless this formula would be anywhere in the Wildlands. It would be considered even more valuable than a Deva soul. Countless people wanted to have that formula. However, it was something that only belonged to clans with earthly necromancers. And clans like that would not lightly hand over the formula. "Well done, apprentice," Xiaochun said sincerely. "If Master can become an earthly necromancer, it will count as an enormous service on your part. What would you like as a reward?" "Name anything." Baihao's heart swelled at having pleased his master. To him, Xiaochun was a master, but more importantly, his only family. Just being able to help him, and see him happy, was enough. "Master, I don't want any reward right now. Let's worry about that later. The most important thing now is to follow this line of reasoning onto the formula for 19-colored flame. From the determination in Bai Hao's eyes, it was obvious that he was confident in being able to succeed. Furthermore, he was shaking with excitement at the thought of his master dominating the wild lens with that formula. I'm going to do everything in my power to help master become a heavenly necromancer. Having sworn this oath in his heart, he clasped hands formally to Bai Xiaochun, then returned to his soul-hoarding pagoda to start working. Bai Xiaochun was moved as he looked at the soul-hoarding pagoda and sighed. He knew that ghost cultivator techniques were something of great importance to his apprentice, and yet, he had no idea where to get such techniques. Where would I be able to get some ghost cultivator techniques? There are all types of techniques available in the Heavenspan River region. I bet I could find some there. Having decided this was the best angle to pursue, he sat down cross-legged and began to get familiar with the formula for 18-colored flame. The night passed quickly. This formula was actually very complicated, but because of his experience within the flame harmony realm, in which the faint 18-colored flame had become visible, he had a foundation upon which to work. Therefore, he actually gained a lot from that single night of study. The mere thought of actually trying to conjure that flame and become an earthly necromancer caused his heart to start racing. However, if I really want to conjure it, I'll need to do a lot of practicing. At this point, he looked outside and realized that it was light outside, and remembered that Zhao Shenglin owed him a deva soul. Putting the bone slip away, he stood up, stretched a bit, then stuck his chin up. Alright, Zhao Shenglin, Lord Bai is coming for you, Even as Bai Xiaochun reveled in his success, he had no idea that back in Giant Ghost City, the Giant Ghost King had made a decision. After receiving the report from Mistress Red Dust about what had occurred during the ancestral sacrifices, his eyes had begun to shine brightly. What a genius! I definitely didn't misjudge this Bai Hao. It's impossible to say how far he'll go. He's definitely the perfect son-in-law. I don't care what his background is. Unfortunately, Amour's temper is a problem. If things keep going the way they have between the two of them, it will be hard for them to get along. After some thought, his eyes gleamed with a strange light, and he cleared his throat. Then he sent a message to Mistress Red Dust. First, he asked some general questions about her cultivation base, and then he said, Amour, I have a certain technique you can cultivate that will give you a 70% chance of breaking through into the mid-deva realm. However, you'll need to go into secluded meditation and cultivate it secretly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 778, Seizing Every Opportunity. Chapter 778, Seizing Every Opportunity. Mistress Red Dust was surprised. It seemed obvious to her that there was more to the story, but after receiving the technique and looking it over, she couldn't figure out what it was. Besides, the Giant Ghost King was her father, and couldn't possibly be out to harm her. And yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something fishy going on. She did a bit more research, but in the end, she was simply too anxious to achieve a cultivation base breakthrough to hold back. Her previous fight with Bai Xiaochun had left her feeling very unsatisfied with her current cultivation base. Therefore, she went into secluded meditation and began to cultivate the technique secretly, just like her father had suggested. Good girl. The Giant Ghost King thought. Father isn't trying to hurt you. The technique won't do anything bad. However, after you emerge from meditation, you'll be a bit muddle-headed, and much easier to influence. In some ways, you can almost be brainwashed. Well, there's nothing else that can be done. You're just too smart, and if we let the situation stand, things will never develop between you and Bai Hao. The Giant Ghost King felt a bit guilty, but in the end, reminded himself that he was doing all of this for the betterment of his daughter. And that made him a very good father. Now that the first step of the plan was underway, the Giant Ghost King's guilt began to turn into excitement. As soon as his daughter entered her secluded meditation chamber, he called all of her personal guards over and instructed them to let him know as soon as she emerged. He spoke so strictly that the guards were very nervous, and instantly agreed to follow his instructions. Having accomplished these things, the giant Ghost King sighed. Success or failure now depends on fate. If they're not destined to be together, then nothing will work. The Zhao clan was located in Burrow 19. Considering that Zhao Shanglin was a heavenly marquis, their clan was very similar to the Li and Chen clans. The buildings were exquisite and beautiful, and the entire place was so grand that it was very conspicuous within Burrow 19. There were 2 enormous statues located in the main square of the clan, one on either side. They were dozens of meters tall, pure white, and depicted beastly creatures. Although the statues weren't made from spirit stones, they had been created using a unique method of equipment forging and special materials, which made them extraordinary, to say the least. Right in between the 2 statues was the Zhao clan's heavenly marquee pagoda, which emanated powerful fluctuations that ensured that anyone nearby felt a threatening sensation. At the moment, the various princes and princesses of the clan were currently practicing fighting techniques on one of the clan's training grounds, sparring with magical techniques and divine abilities. The eldest son of the clan, Zhao Dongshan, sat cross-legged in the position of honor. Although he seemed to be paying attention to the sparring going on the training grounds, he was actually preoccupied with other thoughts, to the point where his brow was slightly furrowed. Occasionally, he would look up into the sky and sigh. The mere thought of how his father Zhao Shanglin had returned the previous day looking extremely angry caused Zhao Dongshan to sigh anxiously. He knew some of what had occurred the previous day in the imperial palace, and it caused his hatred toward Bai Xiaochun to grow even stronger than before. So ruthless. He gave our Zhao clan a foundation establishment level soul and is expecting a Deva soul in return. What a vile attack. Zhao Dongshan sat there grinding his teeth angrily, and yet feeling completely helpless. Yesterday evening, his father had given him a Deva soul and instructed him on what to do with it, then had grimly gone into secluded meditation. Father, you think this is a loss of face, but so do I. Zhao Dongshan sighed painfully. After all, the Zhao clan only had one Deva soul to their name, which had been given to them by Heavenly Duke Chen Haosong because of the good relationship between him and Zhao Shanglin. But now, they had to give it up. Zhao Dongshan's mood continued to sink the more he thought about it, and yet, there was nothing he could do. About this time, he suddenly heard a whistling sound up above in the air. As soon as he heard it, his eyelid twitched. Looking up, he saw several thousand beams of light flying toward him, accompanied by a dramatically murderous aura. This shameless Bai Hao just has to go and make a huge scene, all to collect a single soul. Zhao Dongshan was cursing inwardly, and his expression was extremely grim as he watched the thousands of figures coming to a stop right above the Zhao clan. In the lead position was none other than Bai Xiaochun, who flicked his sleeve proudly and spoke in a voice that echoed through the entire clan. Heavenly Marquis Zhao. Oh, big bro Zhao. Thank you so much for taking care of that Deva soul for me. Well, I'm back today to get it, so could you please hand it over? Bai Xiaochun was feeling very pleased with the whole situation. Furthermore, after noticing that the person present to receive him was Zhao Dongshan, he didn't feel it appropriate to address him directly, not considering how lofty Bai Xiaochun's position was. A junior like Zhao Dongshan wasn't worthy to be greeted. Zhao Shanglin was inside the Heavenly Marquee Pagoda, meditating fitfully. As soon as he heard what was happening outside, his face twitched, but he forced himself to ignore it. Down below, Zhao Dongshan gritted his teeth and said, "Take this soul and leave, Bai Hao." With that, he flicked his sleeve, sending a piece of crystal flying out. There was something bizarre about the crystal and the way it shone with flickering light. There was also an incredible pressure that it sent out, making it seem completely extraordinary. Inside of the crystal was a ball of flame, which was none other than a fire-type Deva soul. The crystal became a beam of light which shot toward Bai Xiaochun, who grabbed it out of the air. Smiling broadly, he looked down at Zhao Dongshan. "Hey there, young lad, you must be Dongshan, correct?" "Ha ha ha. How courteous of you people. You actually encased my deva soul in some crystal. Not bad. Not bad at all. Very well, young lad. Uncle Bai is in a good mood today, so hurry over and offer formal greetings, and I'll give you a reward. Zhao Dongshan had offended him multiple times in the past, so there was no way he would let him off the hook today. Zhao Dongshan was so angry he could hardly breathe straight, and the fact that Bai Xiaochun had called him young lad was even more infuriating. However, the mere thought of Bai Xiaochun's incredible battle prowess, and the fact that he was the inspections commissioner, with a force of 3,000 corpse troopers behind him, ensured that he managed to keep his anger in check. You have your soul, Bai Hao. Just leave, alright? You're not welcome here. As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard that, his broad smile vanished, and his eyes widened into an angry glare. Pointing at Zhao Dongshan, he said, "What do you mean by that, young lad? I'm not welcome here? I represent the Grand Heaven Master. By saying that I'm not welcome, you're also saying that the Grand Heaven Master isn't welcome. You..." Zhao Dongshan was so frustrated he wanted to explode, and was even about to explain himself. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't give him the chance. By not welcoming the Grand Heaven Master, you're showing contempt for the entire court, and the Arch-Emperor himself. Don't tell me that your Zhao clan has something to hide. Even as Bai Xiaochun yelled, his 3,000 corpse troopers emanated such a powerful murderous aura that it created a black vortex in the sky above the Zhao clan. No! Zhao Dongshan blurted. After becoming the inspections commissioner, Bai Xiaochun had come to fall in love with labeling people with false accusations. All they had to do was open their mouth, and he would strike instantly. After all, Zhao Dongshan's own father had suffered the same treatment. Even Heavenly Duke Chen Haosong had fallen victim, and had eventually chosen to just keep his mouth shut. Feeling guilty or something? From the gleam in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, it seemed that he believed himself to have found some important evidence. Up in the pagoda, Zhao Shanglin's hands were trembling with rage. However, this time, Zhao Dongshan reacted a bit more quickly than before. He quickly stepped forward, took a breath to suppress his anger, and bowed deeply to Bai Xiaochun with clasped hands. Senior Dongshan offers greetings. Greetings, exalted inspections commissioner. Zhao Dongshan felt like he was going crazy, to the point where he might cough up blood. However, this Bai Hao was not the same Bai Hao from before. Not even Zhao Dongshan's father dared to anger him, and therefore, Zhao Dongshan had no other choice than to submit. Bai Xiaochun looked discontentedly at Zhao Dongshan, wondering how he had managed to recover his composure so quickly. It was a real pity, considering that he had hoped to take advantage of the situation to extort the Zhao clan a bit more. It's no fun if they give in so easily, he thought. Unfortunately, he had no excuse to keep going. Muttering to himself angrily, he looked around the clan until he noticed the two pure white beast statues. Those beast statues look a bit suspicious, he announced. Men, take them away. Deliver them to my manor so that I can study them more closely. Instantly, hundreds of black armored corpse troopers flew toward the statues, completely ignoring the Zhao clan cultivators. Blue veins bulged out on Zhao Dongshan's face and neck. However, considering that his father hadn't issued any orders, he knew he had to simply hold his tongue. The hundreds of corpse troopers quickly took those two statues which the Zhao clan viewed as priceless treasures, and ripped them up out of the ground. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few more times as he looked around. Finally, his gaze came to rest on the heavenly marquee pagoda. Obviously, Zhao Shanglin was not planning to make an appearance. Feeling a bit irritated, Bai Xiaochun snorted and then turned to leave with his corpse troopers and the two statues. How dare they provoke me? Zhao Dongshan attacked me multiple times. These statues are just going to be interest on what he owes me. Sticking his chin up, he began to strut away. After he left, an enraged roar echoed out from the heavenly marquee pagoda. Zhao Shanglin was enraged, but his anger was not sated, and could only be vented by continuing to howl in anger. Zhao Dongshan sat there bitterly, terrified of Bai Xiaochun. If he had known that things would turn out this way, then he would never have dared to offend him. And thus, Bai Xiaochun returned to the inspections manor, Deva soul in hand, with 2 new statues carried by his corpse troopers. After arranging for his corpse troopers to stand guard, he went into his secluded meditation facilities and pondered what the Grand Heaven Master had said to him yesterday. I'll just wait for some new orders. I wonder how many clans the Grand Heaven Master will have me shake down this time. Heart pounding with anticipation, he was just about to go back to studying 18-colored flame when his expression flickered. A moment later, Zhou Yixing appeared right outside of his secluded meditation facilities. Zhou Yixing seeks an audience, Exalted One. Because Zhou Yixing had been acknowledged by Bai Xiaochun as a member of the inspections manor, the corpse troopers often gave him sharp looks, but wouldn't cause any problems for him as long as he didn't harbor ill intent. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with Zhou Yixing's service so far. Therefore, he waved his hand, causing the door to the facility to open. Zhou Yixing took a deep breath and walked in, a very serious expression on his face. Stopping in front of Bai Xiaochun, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. Trying to imitate the style of the Grand Heaven Master, Bai Xiaochun coolly said, Yixing, make sure to get good and ready. The inspections manor is going to be very busy soon. Zhou Yixing immediately voiced his assent. Then, he hesitated, looked left and right, and quietly said, Exalted One, what should we do with Song K? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 779, Poor Child. Chapter 779, Poor Child. Song K? Bai Xiaochun was initially stunned, and it actually took a moment of thought before he realized that he had forgotten about Song K. Yeah, him, Zhou Yixing said in a low voice. He was the, guy who claimed to be the nephew of Bai Xiaochun, who you picked up in the Qin clan. Song Quebec. Zhou Yixing looked at Bai Xiaochun for a moment and then cast his gaze back downward. Oh, him. AI. Silly me. If you hadn't said something, I would have totally forgotten. Bai Xiaochun actually felt a bit bad. Not only was Song K one of his big lucky stars, as a member of the older generation, Bai Xiaochun had a responsibility to take care of the younger ones. Exalted One, Zhou Yixing replied hurriedly, you have a myriad of state affairs to attend to, and an entire nation to look after. Every decision you make is the type that can shake all of heaven and earth. You are constantly at the beck and call of all Archemperor's city, and spare no efforts in your duty. Your humble servant shouldn't have bothered you with such a trivial matter as this. My apologies, Exalted One. Please, watch your health. I won't bother you with things like this anymore. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased by the sincerity in his words, and how much they reminded him of the way he himself talked. Nodding approvingly at Zhou Yixing, he said, never mind all that, bring him to me. Sir, yes sir. Zhou Yixing replied loudly, then turned and hurried away. Moments later, he returned with Song K, who he plopped down in front of Bai Xiaochun. Zhou Yixing knew that there was some relationship between Song K and Bai Xiaochun, and therefore, Song K was currently not wearing the same raggedy clothes he had been back in the Qin clan. He was dressed in a rough spun cloth garment, and had been cleaned up quite a bit. However, his eyes were just as intensely stubborn and maddened as ever. After being thrown onto the ground, he crawled to his feet, where he stood ramrod straight as he glared at Bai Xiaochun and yelled, if you're that tough, just kill me. My uncle will never let you off the hook. Although Bai Xiaochun was a bit startled by how he had yelled, his words nearly caused him to laugh. However, he covered it with a dry cough. Keeping his face straight, he circled Song K a bit to measure him up. His gaze caused Song K's heart to tremble. As far as Song K could tell, it was a gaze of terrifying profundity. However, what was worse was how Bai Xiaochun poked and prodded him a bit here and there, leading Song K to shiver and think about what vile intentions he had. Stiffening, he once again resorted to a shout when he said, "Even if I die, I'll never yield." "All right, enough with the yelling. Allow me to ask you something. Who is this Bai Xiaochun to you?" Inside, Bai Xiaochun was smiling broadly, but he kept his expression somber, and even made it seem like he was afraid of this Bai Xiaochun. The truth, of course, was that he was eagerly awaiting Song Kei's response. Song Kei was a bit surprised to see the expression on Bai Xiaochun's face. Obviously, not dying was the optimal outcome if it was possible, and therefore, the gears were already turning in Song Kei's head. "Bai Xiaochun is my uncle." Blinking, Bai Xiaochun kept his smile hidden away, and instead plastered an even more serious expression on his face. "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear clearly." Eyes glittering, Song Kei raised his voice and said, "Bai Xiaochun is my uncle." Bai Xiaochun's heart was racing with excitement, and he coughed dryly again to keep himself from laughing. He also tried to look a bit more scared. "Are you talking about the guy in first place on the Hell Emperor Steel, the one with the shocking cultivation base, the one who countless women are enamored with, and who innumerable men admire? The man who everyone in the Wildlands is searching for? That Bai Xiaochun, dot." Song Kei was stunned to hear all of this, and Zhou Yixing placed his face into the palm of his hand at how obvious it all seemed, and the shamelessness of it all. Of course, there was no possible way for Song Kei to realize that the person he was standing in front of was actually Bai Xiaochun. However, he was a bit worried by the expression of fear he saw on Bai Xiaochun's face. "Yeah, that Bai Xiaochun." Bai Xiaochun wasn't fully satisfied yet, so he plastered a look of disbelief onto his face and said, "Hold on, I want you to be very clear about this. Which Bai Xiaochun? Are we really talking about the same person?" So far, he was feeling very pleased with the act he was putting on. Song Kei was starting to get a strange feeling, but he proceeded with another explanation. "I'm talking about the guy in first place on the Hell Emperor Steel, the one with the shocking cultivation base, the one who countless women are enamored with, and who innumerable men admire. The man who everyone in the Wildlands is searching for. That Bai Xiaochun." By this point, he was starting to feel like maybe they actually weren't talking about the same person. However, this was when Bai Xiaochun gasped and backed up a few steps. Eyes wide, he pointed at Song Kei with disbelief. "Heavens! I can't believe that you're actually the nephew of that Bai Xiaochun." Zhou Yixing stood there in a near daze, staring at Bai Xiaochun. However, he quickly looked down again, unable to keep watching. Song Kei was now starting to get a bit excited. "That's right. I am Bai Xiaochun's nephew, and his only nephew at that. He really likes me, and has a lot of hopes for me for the future. He's my aunt's Taoist partner, so he'll definitely be coming to save me. If you touch a hair on my head, my uncle will definitely get revenge for me." He couldn't have stated it any clearer. Anyone who was listening would be very certain that Bai Xiaochun cared a lot about him. Furthermore, anyone who was interested in catching Bai Xiaochun would obviously not want to kill Song Quebec. That in turn would make things a bit safer for him. Although Bai Xiaochun had no idea what anyone else might think of what Song Kei said, as for himself, it made him incredibly happy. "How could I ever have guessed that, contrary to all expectations, you were actually telling the truth? Your uncle is none other than the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering Bai Xiaochun, whose cultivation base is matchless in all creation. Well, in that case, all right. Yixing, let's keep this guy here in the inspections manner. Start him out as a servant. And give him some resources to practice cultivation. Hoof. With him around, the notorious Bai Xiaochun, who is the ultimate chosen in the world, a person that countless individuals are infatuated with, will definitely walk right into the trap I'm planning for him." He emphasized his righteous, sincere words with the flick of a sleeve. When Song Kei heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he still had a strange feeling about the whole situation, he still couldn't put his finger on what exactly it was. Before anything else could happen, Zhou Yixing grabbed him and hauled him away. With that, Bai Xiaochun closed his door, sealed the place up, and then let loose a stream of uproarious laughter. "Oh, K'er. I can only imagine the look on your face if you ever find out who I really am." The mere thought was exciting, but Bai Xiaochun also decided that he definitely couldn't ever let that happen. After all, he was a circumspect person in general, and also had to be on guard against Song Quebec considering that he was deep undercover. He obviously couldn't reveal the truth to anyone. Besides, it was wonderful to hear Song K lavishing Bai Xiaochun with praise. From now on, if he was ever in a bad mood, he could simply call Song K over, scare him a bit, and then bask in the resulting praise. Now that Song K had been taken care of, though, Bai Xiaochun thought about Master God Diviner. I wonder where he is now. Probably somewhere else in the Wildlands, I suppose. It was another mission on his list. After all, Master God Diviner had been one of his followers, and was likely in a horrible situation. Therefore, it was definitely important to find him and save him. Unfortunately, he had absolutely no clues to work with. After thinking about the matter for a bit, he sighed and put the matter to rest temporarily. Just when he was about to start working with 18-colored flame, his expression flickered, and he looked down at his bag of holding. Eyes lighting up, he produced the eternal parasol. The canopy of the parasol had been destroyed by Chen Haosong, leaving behind only the shaft. Thankfully, the beast hide he had found when shaking down the Li clan had been a perfect fit. Now, it was completely recovered. As soon as it was out in the open, it glowed with black light. As for the beast hide which formed the new canopy, it caused the parasol as a whole to emanate fluctuations which were many times more powerful than before. As of this moment, the parasol seemed completely different from before. As he held it, he could sense an incredible, shocking power inside of it. Unable to contain his excitement, he snapped it open. Rumbling sounds filled the room, and at the same time, the ghost face appeared on the canopy, with its enigmatic smile, and half-laughing half-crying ghost face. The ghost face was much clearer than before, and was actually a bit frightening to Bai Xiaochun. However, upon rotating his cultivation base, the feeling went away. My eternal parasol is finally fully repaired. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 780, Shakedown Addiction. Chapter 780, Shakedown Addiction. 10 days passed by in a flash, during which time Bai Xiaochun never went outside. He remained in seclusion in the inspections manner, getting familiar with the formula for 18-colored flame. With Bai Hao's help, he was gradually making progress. He had even attempted to do a few conjurings. However, the resource wastage was incredible. The formula for 18-colored flame was different from other formulas, and took a lot more resources. In fact, to conjure a single 18-colored flame required that he first conjure 10 17-colored flames. Despite the fact that Bai Xiaochun had access to vast wealth, he still couldn't sustain such losses. What am I supposed to do now? He thought. However, even as he pondered the issue, the Grand Heaven Master did something major. After 10 days of thought and contemplation, he acted in lightning-like fashion to arrest 9 of the heavenly marquises. The arrest shook everyone in the Wildlands, even the 4 heavenly kings. All of Archemperor's city was abuzz, and the remaining 90 or so heavenly marquises were panic-stricken. Although no action had been taken against any of the heavenly dukes, they were also filled with dread. In fact, all of them chose to go into seclusion, and refused to see anyone who called on them. They simply did not want to get involved in what was happening. Even Chen Haosong knew that he was in a very dangerous position, and simply kept his mouth shut and went into seclusion. After the 9 heavenly marquises were apprehended, their clans were left behind, trembling in terror. Furthermore, without express permission from the Grand Heaven Master himself, none of them were permitted to leave the city. While everyone in Archemperor's city was shaking in fear, Bai Xiaochun finally got his orders from the Grand Heaven Master. He was to go shake down the offending clans. At long last, Bai Xiaochun was able to make full use of his skills. He had been waiting for this day for some time. After the destruction of his spirit enhancement shop, he had been cut off from cultivation resource income. Now that he had been ordered to shake down some clans, he would finally get some money back. As soon as he had the Dermic decree in hand, he was filled with excitement. It's going to take a lot of souls to practice with 18-colored flame. Too many to even calculate. There is really no trick I can use other than to simply practice over and over again. Shakedowns. If I shake down 9 heavenly marquee clans, then I can get to work conjuring some flame. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaochun took his army of 3,000 corpse troopers and immediately went to work with the list the Grand Heaven Master had provided him. The time had come to do something that he was starting to get a bit entranced with: perform some shakedowns. Fudge! I started shaking down clans almost as soon as I got to the Wildlands. First in Giant Ghost City, and now here in Archemperor City. In terms of shakedown skills, if I ranked second in the Wildlands, then there wouldn't be someone who ranked first. Looking very proud and even disdainful, he headed toward the first clan on the list. As soon as he emerged from the inspections manor, it caused a big stir in the city. Even the most wicked and vile characters in the city got out of his way. The city folk trembled, and as for the nobility and aristocracy, they felt like they were in a nightmare from which they couldn't awaken. One after another, he took his terrifying army of corpse troopers to the clans and shook them down. He cleaned them out, down to the grass on the ground. Anything of value was taken, even building decorations. A storehouse of grain attacked by starving rats wouldn't have ended up as empty. However, the star of the entire show actually wasn't Xiaochun, but Zhou Yixing. He was a true genius when it came to clan shakedowns, with eagle eyes that could find the most hidden of treasures. Thanks to him, every little thing was taken away. In order to make sure that he had plenty of resources to work with when concocting flame, Xiaochun even woke up the little turtle. The little turtle was also very fond of shakedowns, and when he worked together with Zhou Yixing, they created a windstorm of calamity for anyone in their path. Quite an audience went along with Xiaochun to watch him shake down the 9 heavenly marquee clans, and the sight left them stunned. Soon, all sorts of stories began to spread. This Baihao was born to shake down clans. How heartless. Heavens! He doesn't even let the houses stand, he tears them down. What eyes he has! Every time he points his finger, he finds hidden treasures. This Baihao, could he have been a pack rat in a previous life? The entire city was abuzz. Even more shocking to the people who were paying close attention was that Xiaochun's first shakedown took 6 hours. However, by the time he got to the 4th, he only needed 4 hours to clean the entire clan out, and even leave most of the buildings in ruins. By the time he reached the 7th clan, he acted with explosive efficiency. He only took 2 hours to leave the 7th clan as little more than a crater in the ground. And yet, that almost didn't count for anything. Most shocking was the 9th clan. It only took a single hour, and when he departed, not even a grain of dust was left behind. It was a stunning event to anyone who could see it. Although Xiaochun had experienced many things in his life, the amount of wealth he was amassing by shaking down these 9 clans caused even his heart to pound. In fact, he managed to get his hand on quite a few complete 15-colored flames, and even some flames of higher quality. Those completed flames were extremely important, because they would enable him to cut down on the souls necessary to practice with 18-colored flame. As far as Xiaochun was concerned, 17 colored flames were like precious treasures. By the time he reached the 9th clan, it took a lot of restraint on his part not to go shake down the clan located just across from them. When the members of that clan saw his greedy, bloodshot eyes, they hurried out to confirm that their clan wasn't on the list. After all, it would only take a single order on the part of Xiaochun to send his 3,000 corpse troopers into their clan and ruin it completely. Because of his frenzied shakedown of the 9 clans, the name of Baihao grew even more infamous in Archemperor City. In fact, it also spread throughout the Wildlands to certain almighty figures in the sects in the Heavenspan River region, who were privy to some of the things that went on in the Wildlands. By this point, Bai Xiaochun was basically addicted to shakedowns, and thankfully, it was at this point that the Grand Heaven Master issued another set of arrest warrants. 7 more heavenly marquises were apprehended. When the Dermic decree came down, Bai Xiaochun was delighted. Laughing heartily, he descended upon the offending clans in a storm of shakedowns. As a result, the nobility and aristocracy in Archemperor's city began to use every means they could think of to reach out to the Grand Heaven Master and express their loyalty. For the first time ever, the Archemperor voluntarily went into secluded meditation, which seemed to be a clear message that he was trying to protect the aristocracy and officials. However, the truth was that he was bowing his head in an attempt to win public favor. The Grand Heaven Master knew that, but didn't care. He didn't want public favor, he wanted people to fear him. And that was exactly what he was accomplishing. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased, and shook down the next 7 clans with even greater efficiency. The spoils caused his eyes to shine as if they were made from gold. He was not a person who cared much about wealth, and yet, was struggling against the impulse to go shake down all of the heavenly marquis clans in the Archemperor dynasty. However, he was always careful to send 90% of the goods to Heaven Master Hall, with one main goal being, helping the Grand Heaven Master understand how fabulously wealthy these heavenly marquis clans were. Furthermore, that wealth was one of the reasons for their wild ambitions. Sadly, after striking twice against the heavenly marquises, the Grand Heaven Master didn't do so again. Bai Xiaochun waited for a while, and then sighed sadly as he thought about the remaining 90 or so clans. The Grand Heaven Master is far too merciful. It would be way better to keep shaking down more of those clans. However, this session of shakedowns was over, and Bai Xiaochun had no choice but to go back to the inspections manor, where he once again went into secluded meditation. Thanks to all of the multicolored flame he had acquired, he began to get more and more familiar with 18-colored flame. In fact, he advanced by leaps and bounds, to the point where it was almost impossible to calculate how much time and effort he was saving. The fall of those 16 heavenly marquises pushed the Grand Heaven Master's power to new heights. The Archemperor was now in seclusion, and so were the imperial princes and princesses. Nobody from the imperial clan dared to even take half a step out of their official residences. Even the 4 heavenly kings chose to submit to the Grand Heaven Master in this situation. None of them did anything to provoke him. The Grand Heaven Master was currently the most powerful and glorious person imaginable, even more so than when he had become a demigod and forced the Archemperor to become his puppet. 3 months passed by. Because of the shakedowns, and because of the Grand Heaven Master's power, Bai Xiaochun was more famous than ever. In fact, there were few people in the Wildlands who hadn't heard of the name Bai Hao. Savages and tribes both large and small feared him, and his notoriety grew as the stories about him spread. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 781, Dark Undercurrents Appear. Chapter 781, Dark Undercurrents Appear. So you've also heard of Inspections Commissioner Bai Hao? He kills people without batting an eyelid. He's vicious and merciless, and a complete madman. He's a self-proclaimed wife-stealer who cheats his superiors and defrauds his subordinates. Everyone says that he's an unabashed brown-noser who even managed to hoodwink the giant Ghost King. He's very skilled with shakedowns, to the point where he doesn't even leave the grass behind. He's shaken down 18 clans in the Archemperor dynasty, and is so ruthless everyone hates him. He's a complete villain who cultivates an evil technique that absorbs life force. You can find people all over the place in Archemperor's city who had life force stolen away by him, but according to the stories which were spreading through the Wildlands, this Bai Hao was a person who was wicked beyond redemption. In fact, in many of the savage tribes, his name was a very effective tool used to frighten naughty children. As for Bai Xiaochun, he didn't really care at all about that. However, his apprentice did. Bai Hao would occasionally go out into the city, thanks to the infinite shape-shifting abilities that came with being a ghost cultivator. Furthermore, since he was acting as Bai Xiaochun's sole slave, he could go out and about without attracting any attention, as long as he maintained a stiff appearance. Besides, Bai Xiaochun had arranged for him to be escorted by corpse troopers wherever he went, and therefore, no one ever dared to cause problems for him. Bai Xiaochun's flame conjuring was a very expensive thing. Even with everything he had acquired in the shakedowns, he still couldn't sustain the work for too long. After all, each attempt required 10 tons of 17-colored flame. As such, both Bai Hao and Zhou Yixing would often go out to acquire more souls for him to use. It was because of such frequent outings that Bai Hao continued to hear more and more stories with his name in them. From what he could tell, his master really was ruining his name. Furthermore, many of the rumors were the type that got Bai Hao worried about potential dangers. As for Bai Xiaochun, as his resources drained away, he became more and more confident with 18-colored flame. In fact, he was fairly certain that with only a few more sessions of practice, he would succeed. He was actually starting to get anxious, and was worrying about the same dangers that Bai Hao had already begun to worry about. After all, he had behaved with complete madness on the day of ancestral sacrifices, to the point where it clearly put him in a position of extreme danger. Before, he had been a sharp knife wielded by the Grand Heaven Master, and had thus benefited from his protection. But now, the Grand Heaven Master was at the peak of power, and had suppressed everyone. Therefore, the position of Inspections Commissioner wasn't as important anymore, and would in fact soon be unnecessary. When the world was at peace, there was no need for razor-sharp knives. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but worry that the Grand Heaven Master would eventually just discard him to earn back favor with the nobility and aristocracy. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao had discussed the matter, and both agreed that, considering the level of his cultivation base, no matter how great the danger he faced, there was one way he could save himself. And that was, to become an earthly necromancer. By becoming an earthly necromancer at just the right moment, he could definitely get out of even the most difficult situation. However, he thought, both Hao and I agree that the Grand Heaven Master probably won't get rid of me anytime soon. Maybe I'm just reading into things too deeply. Maybe the Grand Heaven Master will continue to approve of me more because of everything I've done. Besides, even Hao thinks that his attitude might change soon. After all, I was very careful to make sure that 90% of what I acquired in the shakedowns was sent to him. I refused to believe that doing all that didn't make an impression on him. Although those heavenly marquis clans weren't rich enough to fund the entire nation, they were still fabulously wealthy. With that, he looked down at the tongue of fire he held in his hand. All of that will be what I rely on for protection. Maybe nothing will happen. But if there is even the slightest sign of danger, I can rely on the ruthless plan Hao came up with. That plan could buy me some time, but it really is ruthlessly harmful. Although I don't care too much about my reputation here, it would be best to avoid it if at all possible. However, if the Grand Heaven Master forces my hand, then I'll have no other choice but to do it. Taking a deep breath to still his thoughts, he continued with his flame conjuring. Even as Bai Xiaochun was worrying about potential danger, and doing everything he could to succeed with 18-colored flame, a pair of eyes like those of a viper had come to focus on Bai Hao. Certain forces had begun to gather every bit of information they could about him, and at the moment, a meeting was taking place somewhere in Archemperor's city, in an unassuming private chamber, but the soul has no name, but is always at Bai Hao's side. The investigation in Giant Ghost City has concluded, and nobody knows where the soul came from. The first time anyone saw it was in Bai Hao's spirit enhancement shop. It looked stiff and numb, like ordinary soul slaves usually do. There were 13 shadowy figures floated within the darkness of the private chamber. It was impossible to see their features clearly, but all of them were gazing steadily at a person who sat in the very middle of them all. She was a beautiful young woman, and she was currently revealing all of the information gleaned from recent investigations into the soul form by Hao. If Bai Xiaochun were here, he would immediately recognize this young woman. She was Miao Liner. She had fought Bai Xiaochun back in the necromancer kettle, and had also plotted against him after he arrived in Archemperor's city. However, none of her plotting had come to fruition so far. After Bai Hao became the inspections commissioner, the soul disappeared from public view and remained heavily guarded inside the inspections manor. No one was able to get any information about it. However, during the past 3 months, the soul has been seen out in the city more often. Normally, it is acting on the orders of Bai Hao to purchase souls. It was last seen 3 days ago. According to our calculations, that soul will appear at least one more time during the next 2 weeks. However, it is always escorted by at least 100 corpse troopers. It's the same with Zhou Yixing. Miao Linner spoke slowly and clearly so that everything she said was very easy to understand. Furthermore, she was no longer dressed in the revealing way she had been before, but rather more modestly. Therefore, I suggest that we make our move the next time that soul appears out in the open. With that, she clasped hands and bowed to the 13 shadowy figures. The 13 figures remained silent for a long moment before one of them spoke. Are you sure that this soul is actually intelligent? If so, how intelligent? Has it been merely putting on an act to fool outsiders? Without the slightest hesitation, Miao Linner replied, although I've only personally seen the soul a few times, I am absolutely certain that. Another protracted silence followed, after which another of the shadowy figures spoke in a raspy voice. This soul slave of the mad dog Bai Hao is obviously very important to him. Therefore, you need to be absolutely certain that it can be used to conjure 18-colored flame. Miao Linner didn't respond at first. Instead, she produced 13 bone slips from her bag of holding, which she sent flying to the 13 shadowy figures. After catching the jade slips, the shadowy figures studied their contents, and then soon, their eyes began to shine brightly. Clearly, the information they were seeing confirmed the answer to the question that had just been posed. With that, Miao Linner went on, to our clan, the most important factor to consider in 18-colored flame is the flame spark. With the flame spark, my grandfather can rise to the rank of earthly necromancer. Only after that point would he be able to conjure 18-colored flame without the use of this type of soul. Seniors, I can guarantee that all of you will get the formula for 18-colored flame afterward. In fact, my grandfather will even swear a Tao oath to that effect. Seniors, clearly you can see that Bai Hao's days are numbered. The only reason the Grand Heaven Master is still hesitating about him is that he hasn't found the right opportunity. In any case, that doesn't matter. Bai Hao is already a toothless tiger. If he can't rein himself in, then we won't need to do anything. We just need to add a bit of fuel to the fire, and the Grand Heaven Master will definitely kill him to appease the masses. At that point, Bai Hao's reign of terror will finally be over. Smiling faintly, Miao Linner looked around at the silent figures and said, what the Grand Heaven Master wants now is stability. Furthermore, what need would he have to get rid of people who have outlived their usefulness, if those people are already dead? Miao Linner wasn't feeling anxious at all as she stood waiting for a response. She was extremely confident, and was sure that nothing unexpected would happen in the plan. The truth was that she hadn't paid much attention to the soul form Bai Hao. Because of the powers of Bai Xiaochun's mask, Bai Hao had always looked like any other soul slave would. It was only when he and Bai Xiaochun were alone together that he would show any signs of being alive. However, something had happened during the flame conjuring competition with Sun Yifan and Sima Tao. In the moment that Bai Xiaochun created a faint 18-colored flame, Bai Hao had been so emotional that not even the protection of Bai Xiaochun's mask had been able to conceal it. In that moment, Miao Linner had looked over and noticed the change to his facial expression. Furthermore, the technique she cultivated had something to do with souls, which made her even more perceptive than the average cultivator in that regard. Miao Linner did not belong to the clan of a heavenly marquis, but rather, a heavenly duke. Furthermore, her clan had once given rise to an earthly necromancer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 782, Conjuring 18-Colored Flame. Chapter 782, Conjuring 18-Colored Flame. The earthly necromancer who had risen up in Miao Linner's clan had long since perished. However, before that, he had been spectacularly famous, and had only been half a step away from becoming a heavenly necromancer. Before his death, he had managed to create a magical device linked to the bloodline of the clan, which made it impossible for anyone outside of the clan to acquire their formula for 18 or 19 colored flame. Not even a demigod would be able to acquire them without their consent. Therefore, the good fortunes of the clan continued even after the death of that earthly necromancer. Although they had experienced something of a decline, they still had their reserve savings. Furthermore, Miao Linner's grandfather was already at the peak of the celestial rank. His main goal was to rise from the celestial rank to the earthly rank, and then restore the glory which had been brought to the clan by that earlier earthly necromancer. Their clan would shake the Wildlands, and would have a position higher than the clans with heavenly marquises and dukes. They would actually be on the same standing as the Grand Heaven Master. Unfortunately, their clan's method for reaching the earthly necromancer rank was unique, and required a very intelligent soul to use as the primary ingredient. Only in that way could the requisite flame spark be created. Because of that, and because of the technique cultivated by the clan as a whole, they were particularly sensitive to the fluctuations of souls. Unfortunately, intelligent souls were a rarity. Although their clan had managed to produce some throughout the years, none of them were perfect. Without a soul that met all the standards, any attempts to make 18-colored flame would be useless. After Miao Linner noticed something different about the soul formed by Hao, she had immediately notified her grandfather. That prompted the clan to do more careful tests, whereupon it was confirmed that Bai Hao was exactly the type of soul they needed to make their flame spark. Were it not for Bai Xiaochun himself, Miao Linner's clan would already have made a move and snatched Bai Hao. Later, Bai Xiaochun skyrocketed to the position of inspections commissioner, and shook everything under heaven. At that point, they didn't dare to provoke him, and simply bided their time. But now, they saw the perfect opportunity. Although they still feared Bai Xiaochun, their desire to have an earthly necromancer pushed them to make a decision. They spared no cost to propose an alliance with 13 other clans within Arch-Emperor City. They had showered them with gifts and even offered to swear a Dao oath to make it happen. With the full power of the alliance focused together, they were sure that they could spirit Bai Hao away without leaving a trace of evidence. At this point in the meeting, Miao Linner felt more confident than ever. Some time passed, during which the 13 shadowy figures took more time to think. Then, one by one, they swore Dao oaths and placed them into the bone slips, formalizing the alliance. Miao Linner smiled a beautiful smile, then clasped hands and bowed. Excellent. The next time that soul appears, we'll make our move. According to the strategy put in place by my grandfather, we will plan for the worst-case scenario. After we have the soul, our clan members will scatter and go into hiding in your 13 clans. 3 months later, my grandfather will be able to conjure the flame spark. And now, I'll take my leave. With that, she gave a curtsying bow, turned, and glided out of the private chamber. Actually, Miao Linner was of the opinion that her grandfather was being too careful in all of this. Not even she had any idea where he would go into hiding after the clan dispersed. She didn't even know who the 13 clans were that she had just been speaking to. Well, as long as grandfather is confident in being able to prevent the other clans from backstabbing us, then I guess we should be fine. Although she couldn't quite wrap her mind around what her grandfather was thinking, she was sure that Bai Xiaochun's days were numbered, and that he would soon be dead. Half a month flew by in the briefest of moments. Bai Xiaochun was now only a short step away from successfully conjuring an 18-colored flame. His speed and progress was thanks in part to the extravagant wastage of resources, but also because Bai Xiaochun had begun to apply Bai Hao's theories to the formulas of everything from 15-colored flame and above. That made things go even more smoothly. Most importantly, he had already succeeded with a very faint 18-colored flame during the competition with Sun Yifan and Sima Tao. Because of that, he was able to save a huge amount of time. This time, I'm definitely going to succeed. He thought excitedly, his hair in disarray and his eyes bloodshot. He had hardly rested at all during the past several months, but he was still in extremely high spirits. It has to work. I've wasted virtually all of the resources from all of those clans. After this current attempt, I'll only have enough for 2 more tries. During the recent period of intense work, Bai Hao and Zhou Yixing had been very busy selling items from Bai Xiaochun's bag of holding and using the profits to get more souls. In fact, both of them were currently outside, gathering the ingredients he needed for his final batches. Bai Xiaochun took a very deep breath, closed his eyes, and then settled his qi and cleared his mind. After a long moment passed, he slapped his bag of holding and produced 10 17-colored flames. Immediately, his hands flew out to either side, flashing with incantation gestures. At this point, all of his concentration was focused on the 10 tongues of 17-colored flame, as he so slowly began to merge them together. He had already attempted to do this on several occasions, and was quite familiar with the process. Gradually, the 10 tongues of flame transformed into a sea of fire. Incredible levels of heat rolled off of it, although it was contained within a 300-meter area. Anything beyond that wasn't affected at all. That was a trick Bai Xiaochun had come up with during his many sessions of practice. And now, it's time to start compressing it. He unleashed the power of his cultivation base, and focused his divine sense. Nothing else in the world mattered to him in this moment. He was completely focused on compressing that 17-colored sea of fire. Ru Yu Yuumbul. His secluded meditation facility shook as the power being exerted onto the 17-colored sea of fire caused it to start shrinking down. From 300 meters, down to 270 meters. Then 240 meters, 210 meters, 180 meters. And it kept going. Beads of sweat popped out on Bai Xiaochun's forehead, and he began to pant from the exertion. The fluctuations of his divine sense were somewhat disorderly, and yet, the sea of fire continued to shrink down. Soon it was 150 meters. Then 120 meters, 90 meters. This was where I failed so many times before. He thought, working hard to maintain full focus. Soon, the sea of fire had shrunk down to 60 meters. And things weren't over yet. 45 meters. 30 meters. 15 meters. By this point, the 17-colored sea of fire seemed like the sovereign of all types of fire. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out, and the fire leaped and danced as though it didn't wish to be constrained. However, all of the explosive activity was limited to that 15-meter area. As the shrinking continued, shocking transformations were beginning to occur. The fire began to burn hotter, and the 17 different colors inside of it were beginning to overlap. It was a dazzling sight that not even Bai Xiaochun's divine sense could make out clearly. Furthermore, as the 17 different colors flickered, it was possible to see another color. This is the last, critical moment. He murmured excitedly. According to the formula, it was within the 15-meter area that the 18th color would appear. It was in that critical moment that his vision would begin to swim, but that he would be required to locate that additional color. When he located it, he would have to lock his divine sense on it, causing that color to expand, to grow, to become the 18th color. At that point, he could make a portion of 18-colored soul medicine, or, if he compressed the flame all the way down, an 18-colored flame. He would only have one chance, and if he failed, the flame would vanish. The smaller the sea of fire got, the more slowly the colors would flicker, which would make it easier to spot and lock onto the new color. Unfortunately, he needed to exert more force to do that, which meant that the chances of dangerous instabilities were even greater. This was another point where he had often failed in the past. I can't fail again. Forcing his breathing under control, he stared at the 15-meter sea of fire and tried as hard as he could to locate the additional color. Unfortunately, every time he sent his divine sense deep into the fire, it was rebuffed. Time passed, and he was beginning to lose focus. I'll compress it more, he said with full determination. At this point, he abandoned his search efforts, and began to push the flame down to a smaller size. It was now 12 meters across, and the flickering of the colors was growing slower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 783, Dramatic Events. Chapter 783, Dramatic Events. The slowdown compared to the 15-meter size was minuscule. In fact, most other people wouldn't even be able to notice the difference. However, Bai Xiaochun was so focused on the sea of fire that he could immediately notice the difference. And yet, even with that change, the flickering colors within the 12-meter sea of fire were still impossible to penetrate with divine sense. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot, and he was trembling physically from the exertion. By now, his cultivation base, his mental faculties, and his ability to shrink the sea of fire were all reaching the limit. And yet, he didn't attempt to shrink the sea of fire down again. He tried yet again to find the 18th color. Then he tried a second time, and a third time. In the short time it takes an incense stick to burn, he was able to glimpse it a total of 14 times. So, I was right. This time, things are going better. The last time, I was only able to glimpse it 9 times. This time, that number has increased to 14. His spirits were lifted. However, despite having glimpsed it clearly so many times, he still wasn't able to reach it with his divine sense. He sighed, then gritted his teeth and gave up on trying to form the 18-colored flame with a 12-meter sea of flame. Instead, he chose to shrink it down again. It was almost as if a huge pair of hands were physically pushing the sea of fire in on itself. It began to fluctuate, and even seemed to be teetering on the verge of destabilizing. Bai Xiaochun immediately adjusted his method of control, and when it stabilized, he forced it to shrink from 12 meters to 9 meters. Sweat poured down his forehead, but quickly evaporated into steam thanks to the intense heat of the sea of fire. By now, Bai Xiaochun was panting nervously. Shrinking the sea of fire down to 9 meters was something he would only do if absolutely necessary. It was very draining on him mentally, and also caused the sea of fire to behave even more wildly than before. Worse of all, his numerous practice sessions had led him to the discovery that 9 meters was the absolute limit. Although it was possible to shrink the fire down to 6 meters, if he did, it would be destroyed moments later. After all of his experiments, he was fully convinced that although it was technically possible to shrink the sea of flames down to a size of 6 meters, and that doing so would slow the flickering colors so much that, if he then sent divine sense into it, the result would be the same as had occurred when he was conjuring in the presence of Sima Tao and Sun Yifan. He would create only a dim wisp, not a true flame. It was only because of the powers of his mask that, over the course of the past few months, no one had ever sensed it when he created such flame wisps. And in the end, what Bai Xiaochun wanted was, not a flame wisp, but a complete 18-colored flame. 9 is the limit, he murmured, eyes shining with focused determination. He knew that he couldn't keep going for very much longer, so he focused all of his mental faculties on searching within that sea of fire for the new flame. He did it in methodical fashion, not blindly. After the initial attempt failed, he tried a second time, then a third time. On the fourth time, when he was certain he had identified the newly added color, he unhesitatingly sent his divine sense exploding out. His eyes shone with glittering light as his divine sense fused with his vision, pierced into the 9-meter sea of fire, and latched onto the newly added color. As his divine sense merged with the new color, the color became brighter, as though it were struggling with the other 17 colors. The 9-meter sea of fire rumbled loudly as the other 17 colors fought as viciously as a nation defending against an invading army. But Bai Xiaochun was in control of everything, and refused to allow the other 17 colors to interfere. Within the shortest of moments, the 18th color grew brighter and more shocking. The entire room shook violently as the 18th color appeared in full in the 9-meter sea of fire. As of this moment, it was crystal clear that the sea of fire had risen to the level of 18-colored flame. Although it was still in the sea of fire state, all Bai Xiaochun had to do was use his flame conjuring techniques to return it to a state of flame, and that was nothing incredibly difficult, but for all intents and purposes, he was now looking at an 18-colored flame. In the instant the 18th color appeared in the sea of fire, it was almost as if the fire itself had fused with heaven and earth, instantly causing drastic transformations. They were clear signs and portents pointing to the fact that an 18-colored flame had been brought into existence. Any given 18-colored flame was enough to shake all creation, and gave rise to something like heavenly tribulation. If Xiaochun closed his fist down to create the actual flame, then those signs and portents would grow more intense, until visible manifestations could be seen in heaven and earth. Even now, in the sea of fire state, there were still incredible fluctuations, although they were currently being covered up by Xiaochun's mask. "It worked!" he exclaimed, trembling. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time, had spent months doing research, had performed unending experiments, and had spent outrageous amounts of resources. And it had all been for this moment. Although his heart was going wild with excitement, he took a few deep breaths, and calmed himself. Then, he began to close his fingers into a fist. The 9-meter sea of fire churned and writhed, almost as if something inside of it were screaming. As it began to shrink down into his palm, though, certain fluctuations appeared that caused him to hesitate. Those fluctuations were coming from his mask, and were an indication its powers were wavering. If that happened, and Xiaochun pulled the sea of fire all the way into his palm to create an 18-colored flame, then the drastic transformations that resulted would notify everyone in Archemperor's city of what had occurred. And that would cause problems for his upcoming plan. 18-colored flame was one of his trump cards, and to reveal it too soon would give his enemies the chance to prepare for it. Eyes glittering, Xiaochun committed every aspect of this conjuring session to memory, so that he could be completely confident in replicating it in the future. He wouldn't necessarily be able to succeed every single time, but he would at least have a 60% success rate. Considering how confident he was feeling, he had to force himself not to go ahead and take the chance and form the flame. However, he could not afford to gamble in this situation. A trump card like this was far too important. Therefore, he sighed in regret, then grabbed the sea of fire in a way that caused it to transform into a portion of soul medicine. It was something even more rare in the wildlands than 18-colored flame, supreme-grade soul medicine. In some ways, this portion of soul medicine actually did prove that Xiaochun had broken through to become an earthly necromancer. He now had a higher standing than the heavenly marquises and dukes, and was someone even the Grand Heaven Master would have to treat with respect. He was one of only 4 earthly necromancers. 18-colored flame. Damn it, if it weren't for that Hell Emperor steel, I would enhance my nascent soul right now. It's been a long time since I did. That would put me right in the late nascent soul stage. However, doing that would come with other risks. Therefore, he decided to simply wait for the right moment to skyrocket to prominence in one fell swoop. It was a lot less glorious to be a powerful person who nobody knew about, and it immediately dampened some of Xiaochun's excitement over being an earthly necromancer. However, at least he could tell his apprentice. Feeling very proud of himself, he drew upon his mental connection with how to call out to him. "Apprentice, guess what, master?" However, before he could finish speaking, How replied in an anxious voice. "Master, help em." Before he could finish speaking, it was to Xiaochun's utter shock that their connection was severed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 784, Raging Murderous Aura. Chapter 784, Raging Murderous Aura. There was no possible way that Xiaochun could have been prepared for the sudden and unexpected severing of his connection to his apprentice. "Hower!" he shouted, leaping to his feet, mind reeling with a sense of deep foreboding. There was clearly no time to ponder the situation. All of the joy about becoming an earthly necromancer was cast deep into the back of his mind, which was now filled with only one subject: how. Without pausing for even a moment, he walked out of his secluded meditation chamber, flew up into the air above the inspections manor, and then shot with lightning-like speed in the direction he knew by how to have been in moments ago. He even resorted to teleportations, moving with dramatic speed that caused whistling sounds to echo about. He vanished in the blink of an eye, and when he reappeared, he was on a crowded street near the edge of the borough that was home to the inspections manor, which was right in the middle of the city center. It was a bustling street with many stores, and countless pedestrians walking every which way. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary about the area, but by Xiaochun's sudden appearance, accompanied by intense rumbling sounds, caused countless people to look over in shock. Many even backed away reflexively. It's Bai Hao. What's he doing here? As soon as people realized who it was, they started to get nervous. After all, everyone had been talking about Bai Hao recently. Even more unsettling than his mere presence was the fact that his expression was profoundly grim, and he was even trembling physically, as if from rage. As soon as he arrived, his divine sense spread out to fill the area, and the killing intent present within it was like an angry wave that swept out in all directions. In response, countless faces fell, and many people even gasped. What's wrong with Bai Hao? Heavens, what is he going to do? What happened? Everyone was shaken by the murderous aura radiating off of Bai Xiaochun, and many of them immediately felt as if they were in danger. It was a rare thing to see him like this. At the moment, he almost seemed out of control. His heart overflowed with anxiety, concern, and self-blame, a combination which pushed him into utter madness. He looked like he was ready to unleash a bloodbath. It was with bloodshot eyes that he scanned the street, his gaze soon coming to rest on one particular shop that specialized in selling souls. However, he couldn't detect any evidence of fighting in the area, not even the fluctuations of magical techniques. There were absolutely no clues present, and yet, Bai Xiaochun was certain that this was the area from which Bai Hao had messaged him urgently. As for the 100 corpse troopers who had been assigned to protect Bai Hao, they were not harmed in any way. However, they appeared to have been tampered with in some way, as they simply stood in place unmoving. At this point, Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and let loose a howl that shook all creation. It was a hoarse cry filled with fury and madness, that swept out like a mad tempest. Corpse troopers! Instantly, the corpse troopers back in the inspections manor all shivered, and then shot toward Bai Xiaochun in beams of light, their murderous auras raging like vortexes around them. Dramatic rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as 3,000 corpse troopers converged on Bai Xiaochun's location. Lock down this entire area. Search every person, every shop, every alley. Search everything. Find my soul slave. The 3,000 corpse troopers' eyes began to shine with red light, and their murderous auras grew more intense as they fanned out and began to follow the orders Bai Xiaochun had just issued. They even began to magically seal the entire area, including the soul cultivators, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, their background, or their status. They searched the shops, and searched the cultivators, even their bags of holding. The shop Bai Xiaochun had identified as Bai Hao's last known location was of particular focus in the investigation. Of course, everyone was infuriated, and some began to angrily protest, and even refused to cooperate. Bai Xiaochun remained in place, unmoving, seemingly not possessing any aura at all, only an intense, frigid coldness that caused frost to start to build up in the area. His face almost looked like that of a corpse, his eyes growing more bloodshot by the moment, until they were almost pure red. Coupled with his disheveled hair, he looked like a devilish god. Furthermore, the murderous feeling of the icy coldness made it seem like, if this person went crazy, he could eradicate worlds. He seemed completely oblivious to the commotion, immune to the shouting. In fact, he didn't even see anything around him. He was completely wrapped up in memories. First was an image of himself teleporting into the wildlands and finding Bai Hao's corpse. Second was when he assumed Bai Hao's identity, went to the Bai clan, and found Bai Hao's notes written on the floor of his hut. Third was the necromancer kettle, when he actually found Bai Hao's soul. Fourth was when Bai Hao awoke, then kowtowed and called him master. Fifth was in the spirit enhancement shop, where the two of them had relied upon each other for survival, with Bai Hao constantly giving him advice. There was a sixth and a seventh. When he finally reached the last of the memories, his heart was as black as the night, and Bai Hao's voice rang in his ears. Master, help M. As he stood there with a blank look in his eyes, his corpse troopers were causing a huge scene as they searched the area. The commotion was growing more and more intense. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Damn it! Even if you are the inspections commissioner, you don't have the power to do this. I come from Heavenly Duke Situ's clan. How dare you search me? At one point, an old man furiously made his way through the crowd to stand in front of Bai Xiaochun. Bai Hao, I'm an honor guard from Heaven Master Manor. If you want to go crazy, fine. I can't believe you're using your corpse trooper army like this all because of a soul slave. I'm definitely going to report this to the Grand Heaven Master. Let me go immediately so that I can return to Heaven Master Manor. Other people feared the inspections manor, but this old man was a member of the Heaven Master Manor. As far as he was concerned, the inspections manor was nothing more than an attack dog used by the Grand Heaven Master. Heaven Master Manor was indeed a very special place. It was actually the clan of the Grand Heaven Master, and this so-called honor guard was essentially a personal attendant of the Grand Heaven Master. Even as the old man was yelling angrily, Bai Xiaochun looked up, and without saying even a single word, stepped forward and punched him right in the chest. It happened so quickly and suddenly that the old man couldn't even react. Bai Xiaochun possessed battle prowess equivalent to a half-deva, power which completely overwhelmed this honor guard from Heaven Master Manor. A miserable shriek erupted from his mouth, followed by a stream of blood. He flew backward like a kite with its string cut, and before he could even land, the power of the fist strike caused him to explode into bits. A rain of blood and gore then descended onto the city. Everyone was completely shocked by the sight, and looked over incredulously at Bai Xiaochun. That old man had been from the Heaven Master Manor. And yet Bai Xiaochun had killed him without uttering a single word. If anyone resists, kill them immediately. He said in a hoarse, cold voice that echoed out for everyone to hear. No one dared to offer any further resistance. It was at this point that Zhou Yixing finally arrived, just in time to see the old man getting killed. Then he looked around at the army of corpse troopers, and finally at Bai Xiaochun. The expression on Bai Xiaochun's face instantly struck fear into his heart. He had never seen him like this before. "Milord," he began. Before he could say anything else, Bai Xiaochun looked over and cut him off. "Find my soul slave." His gaze caused Zhou Yixing's mind to reel, and even fill him with intense coldness. Without any hesitation, he joined the search effort. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 785, Warmth from the Giant Ghost King. Chapter 785, Warmth from the Giant Ghost King. The search didn't last for long. The corpse troopers were like fiendish monsters, who demanded cooperation even if it wasn't offered. Before long, all of the shops had been thoroughly searched, as had all the people. Zhou Yixing's efforts were particularly speedy and thorough. Because of all the shakedowns he had participated in, he was able to leave virtually no stone unturned. Soon, the corpse troopers began to check in. Nothing here. No clues at all. Nobody here. After all 3,000 corpse troopers gave their reports, Zhou Yixing nervously approached Bai Xiaochun, lowered his voice, and said, "Milord, we weren't able to find any clues at all. We checked all the shops and all the people. Nobody even saw that soul. We looked especially closely at those shops over there." The more Zhou Yixing spoke, the softer his voice got, until he trailed off nervously and bowed his head. As of this moment, all of the happiness and glory that Bai Xiaochun had felt were gone, replaced by intense coldness and bitter madness. And of course, he blamed himself. His best guess was that someone had come to suspect his identity, and had taken Bai Hao in an attempt to get evidence. He also felt guilty, if he hadn't been so distracted and negligent, he wouldn't have failed to provide Bai Hao with sufficient protection. Most bitter of all was the realization that if he hadn't been so immersed in flame conjuring, he wouldn't have needed to send Bai Hao out to get souls. My apprentice has done so much for me. Bai Xiaochun's heart hurt, and it was impossible to keep his emotions under control. He could not comfort himself, and could not even breathe steadily. It was very obvious that this was not just some random misunderstanding, and yet, he had no idea who exactly was targeting him. With that, he took out his Inspections Manor command medallion and used its special ability to check the records of Archemperor City going back several months. However, no amount of searching produced any clues. The Inspections Manor had access to all of the intelligence reports in the entire city, and yet, he found nothing helpful. After all, the Inspections Manor would usually have clues build up after an event occurred, and Bai Hao had gone missing only moments ago. If the Inspections Manor did manage to get some clues, they would likely filter in through reports that would come in days later. But Bai Xiaochun couldn't wait that long. Every breath of time that passed was a moment of danger for Bai Hao, and Bai Xiaochun knew that if he didn't rescue him, he would live in regret for the rest of his days. Anxiety rising to maddening levels, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and took out a transmission jade slip. For the first time since becoming the inspections commissioner, he took the initiative to contact the giant Ghost King. It wasn't that he hadn't thought to do so on previous occasions, or that he couldn't. It was just that, as the inspections commissioner working directly for the Grand Heaven Master, it wasn't very appropriate for the two of them to have dealings. After all, the Heavenly Kings and the Grand Heaven Master weren't exactly on good terms. However, he had never forgotten the feelings that had grown between them. And right now, Bai Xiaochun didn't care about the detriment of direct contact with the giant Ghost King. The events that had played out were too strange, and Bai Xiaochun simply couldn't come up with any ideas about what might have happened. And for some reason, he had the feeling that considering not a single scrap of a clue had been left behind, he needed the help of someone with the experience and cultivation base of the giant Ghost King. A demigod. Back in the royal palace in Giant Ghost City, the giant Ghost King was currently dining with Mrs. Chen. Even as the two of them laughed and chatted, he suddenly frowned and pulled out a jade slip. Snorting, he transmitted his voice into the jade slip. Well, if it isn't the exalted inspections commissioner Bai Hao. What could possibly have caused you to think of me today? If you have something important to say, spit it the hell out. Your Highness, I've run into some trouble. As soon as Bai Xiaochun's hoarse, maddened voice reached the ears of the giant Ghost King, his jaw dropped, and his expression turned serious. Calm down, you little brat. What happened? Tell me everything. As the giant Ghost King listened, his eyes began to glow, and intense pressure began to radiate off of him. Gradually, he rose to his feet and walked out onto a balcony overlooking the palace. A grim look could be seen in his eyes as he stood there for a moment, and then responded to Bai Xiaochun. No evidence. No fluctuations. No clues. Those three facts alone are very telling. I know what happened. A demigod made a move against you. It seems unlikely that it would be the Grand Heaven Master. After all, if he wanted to do something to you, he wouldn't do so in such a complicated way. He could just wave his hand. However, considering that you're in Archemperor City, the fact that the deed was done with such seamless perfection indicates that it wasn't just the work of a demigod. There must have been multiple clans working together to provide support. That would be the only way to do it without leaving behind even the slightest evidence or clue. Bai Hao, you've offended so many people that I don't think even I can figure out who was behind it. But at the moment, the more you get involved in this situation, the worse it's going to get. You're a smart person, Howard. Why don't you just come back to Giant Ghost City? Leave that nest of vipers. Let's see who would dare to plot against you with me around. Not once during his little speech did the giant Ghost King ask why this particular soul slave was so important to Bai Xiaochun, or who the soul slave was. He had no desire to know, and actually felt that being left in the dark about the matter was the best thing. The giant Ghost King's message caused a warm feeling to rise up in Bai Xiaochun's heart. However, he knew that if he went back to Giant Ghost City, that it would cause the hatred of all the nobility and aristocracy to fall upon the giant Ghost King himself. That was something he didn't want to happen. Furthermore, he couldn't just accept the fact that Bai Hao had gone missing. In fact, his killing intent only continued to grow stronger, and the intense coldness around him more biting. "Hang in there, Hauer," he said in his heart. "I don't care what storms arise because of it. Master is going to find you." He swore this oath with the last bit of warmth that existed in his heart, after which it turned completely ice cold. "I don't care who did this, even if it's a demigod. When I find out who it is, I'm going to exterminate their entire clan." Without the slightest hesitation, he flew up into the air, followed by his corpse trooper army and Zhou Yixing. His destination was the Imperial Palace. Considering that this was a matter which affected all of Archemperor City, the only person who could truly resolve it was the Grand Heaven Master. Although Bai Xiaochun knew that the Grand Heaven Master's stance toward him had changed recently, and that the inspection's manner was actually relatively weak within the power structure, he currently had no other alternatives. "The Grand Heaven Master treated me well in the past. Perhaps all the things I worried about before are unfounded. Maybe he doesn't really want to get rid of me." A blood-colored glow could be seen in his eyes as he shot at top speed through the city toward the Imperial Palace. Upon arrival, he left most of the corpse troopers outside, and only took his Quasi-Deva Realm Guard with him as he headed toward Heaven Master Hall. As of this moment, only 2 hours had passed since his connection to Bai Hao had been severed. Most of that time had been wasted while the corpse troopers performed their search. Even still, Bai Xiaochun was reacting about as fast as was possible. The Grand Heaven Master wasn't alone in Heaven Master Hall. He was joined by 8 other individuals, who were seated in front of him, respectful expressions on their faces as they talked in low tones. 2 of them were heavenly dukes, with one being Chen Haosong, and the other a middle-aged man with a beautiful, flowing beard. Behind those 2 were 6 heavenly marquises. Currently, the person speaking to the Grand Heaven Master was none other than the beautifully bearded man. Grand Heaven Master, the sects from the Heavenspan region have been particularly active this year. They've been building up forces along all 4 sections of the Great Wall. According to the clues we've unearthed, and the information provided by our spies, we are certain that the Celestial from Heavenspan Island is preparing for an assault the likes of which comes around only once in 1,000 years. It was in this moment that Bai Xiaochun requested to see the Grand Heaven Master. The request was granted, and Bai Xiaochun entered the hall and stood off to the side. As for the bearded man, he glanced briefly at Bai Xiaochun, and then continued speaking to the Grand Heaven Master. Although the 4 heavenly kings have their mission to defend the borderlands, they can do more than just be a passive threat. They can actively cast fear into the hearts of the enemy. I would like to propose placing more emphasis on watching all 4 sections of the Great Wall. Furthermore, your humble servant hereby requests to go to the front lines on the northern section of the Great Wall to offer military consultation. The Grand Heaven Master didn't respond at first. Instead, he looked over at Bai Xiaochun, whose murderous aura and bloodshot eyes made him seem very different from usual. The Grand Heaven Master's brow furrowed. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 786, Grand Heaven Master, your humble servant has a plan. Chapter 786, Grand Heaven Master, your humble servant has a plan. The Grand Heaven Master looked away from Bai Xiaochun and coolly said, "We'll discuss your request in a moment." When the bearded man heard that, he held his tongue and looked over at Chen Haosong. Heaven Master Hall was very quiet. At this point, Bai Xiaochun looked up, took a deep breath, and prepared to speak. However, the Grand Heaven Master didn't let him. Looking over at Chen Haosong, he said, "Heavenly Duke Chen, did you also come to speak about the Great Wall?" Chen Haosong's expression was the same as ever as he took a few steps forward, clasped hands and bowed. Grand Heaven Master, the situation at the Great Wall is urgent. The slightest unexpected circumstance there would have grave ramifications in the wildlands. I also believe that we should beef up the defenses. We need to send more soul cultivators and more necromancers to hold the line. However, an effort like that would require much soul medicine and other resources. Grand Heaven Master, would you please consider granting permission for this? Furthermore, I would also be willing to go to the front lines to supervise the war effort. With that, he clasped hands and bowed again. Considering that two heavenly dukes were essentially offering the same advice, even the Grand Heaven Master would need to take it seriously. How much in terms of resources? Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Haosong said, 8 billion portions of soul medicine, as well as roughly 1 billion other items necessary for routine cultivation and spell formation construction. With those resources, I am confident in being able to prevent the Heavenspan River cultivators from taking even a single step into the wildlands. No expression could be seen on the face of the Grand Heaven Master, although he happened to be tapping the arm of his throne with his index finger. Inwardly, he was feeling very angry. The amount of resources being requested to shore up the defensive lines was much more than usual. And yet, there was little the Grand Heaven Master could do about that. Even though much of the aristocracy was loyal to him, everyone had their own personal ambitions, and wanted to further the glory and honor of their clan. That was why war efforts always involved significant expenditure, and also one reason that the Grand Heaven Master couldn't outright forbid the clans from accumulating wealth. Again, Heaven Master Hall fell into silence. Nobody spoke. Even Bai Xiaochun could tell what the Grand Heaven Master was thinking, that the resources being requested were vast. On any other occasion, he would have been shocked to hear such numbers, but right now, he was so worried about Bai Hao that he didn't have time to think about the matter. Furthermore, every moment that ticked by meant more danger for his apprentice. However, he could also tell that, to the Grand Heaven Master, the matters at hand were more important than requests from himself. He couldn't just interrupt. In fact, doing so would most likely make things worse. He could only hope that the current discussion would be wrapped up as quickly as possible, after which he could ask for the Grand Heaven Master's help. Countless thoughts ran through Bai Xiaochun's mind, and because of his worry and anxiety, he didn't even notice that the Grand Heaven Master had turned to look at him. The Grand Heaven Master could tell that Bai Xiaochun was very anxious, and that he clearly had some important matter he wished to discuss. At this point, his eyes glittered, and an expression of displeasure appeared on his face. From the moment you arrived, Bai Hao, it was clear that you had some urgent matter on your mind. Could it be that the inspections manor has come up with some important new evidence? Shaken, Chen Haosong and everyone else in the room looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun could hardly breathe as he stood there and looked back at the Grand Heaven Master. The clear displeasure in the Grand Heaven Master's gaze shattered any notions within Bai Xiaochun that the man wasn't interested in discarding him. Heart trembling, he decided that since things were bad, he would just have to hope to get lucky. Grand Heaven Master, this matter doesn't have to do with the inspections manner. Your humble sire. Before he could say anything further, the Grand Heaven Master waved his hand to interrupt. Since it's not an inspections manner matter, then keep it to yourself. His words struck Bai Xiaochun like lightning, causing his mind to reel. What little bit of hope had existed in his heart was washed away with bitterness. Although he had long since come to suspect that the Grand Heaven Master's attitude had changed, to have that suspicion confirmed still caused him to shiver inwardly. If you want to get rid of me, fine, but you don't have to be so obvious about it. At this point, it was clear that he wouldn't be getting any help from the Grand Heaven Master in the matter of Bai Hao's disappearance. As for the two heavenly dukes present, their eyes flickered in response to the Grand Heaven Master's words, and Chen Haosong even smiled coldly. From what he could tell, the Grand Heaven Master was sending a clear message here that his previous tool was about to be discarded. Various expressions could be seen on the faces of the 6 heavenly marquises, and all of them were chuckling coldly in their hearts. From what they could tell, it was obvious that this Bao Hao was about to be discarded, which would be cause of rejoicing for all of the nobility and aristocracy. They were all very familiar with the Grand Heaven Master, and knew that Bai Xiaochun was now like a rowboat in a stormy sea, who could capsize and sink at any moment. What was occurring right now only provided more evidence of that very fact. Bai Hao's days are definitely numbered. It seems he will suffer a much different fate than the last inspections commissioner, Haiming. Let's see if he knows his place. If he's smart, he'll simply resign, and hope that the Grand Heaven Master gives him a chance to live. If he continues to serve as the inspections commissioner, then he'll definitely end up dead. Oof. Even if he does resign, the Grand Heaven Master won't just let him go. He's offended too many people. Everybody wants him dead. Without the inspections commissioner title to protect him, he'll be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. Everyone in the hall was thinking something different, but all of them were looking at the situation with coldness. Although Bai Xiaochun couldn't see it in their eyes, he knew their general attitude. He was having trouble breathing smoothly, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. Anxiety and worry regarding Bai Hao had completely consumed him. It was only made worse by thoughts of what would happen if his identity were revealed. And then there was the sudden change in the Grand Heaven Master's stance. Furthermore, it seemed obvious that news of what had just happened would rapidly spread through Arch-Emperor City. Soon, all of the nobility and aristocracy would know. Before long, their fear of him would diminish, and they would begin to test and challenge him. It wouldn't take long before he would have no way to make it out of the situation alive. By now, it was obvious why people had felt confident enough to make a move on Bai Hao. Obviously, they had guessed that the Grand Heaven Master planned to get rid of his inspections commissioner. If he didn't do something about the situation, then when the people who had taken Bai Hao learned of it, whatever fear they still felt would vanish. Bai Hao's situation would be more hopeless than ever, and Bai Xiaochun would be in extreme danger. If he wanted to save Bai Hao, he had to stabilize his position. He needed even more power than before. Only then could he strike fear into the hearts of Bai Hao's captors, and at the same time, use his newfound power to get the clues he needed. Everything revolved around the Grand Heaven Master. No matter how he did it, he had to convince the Grand Heaven Master not to get rid of him. And more than that, he needed to make himself more important. Only then would he have a chance. You people are forcing me to do this, he thought, gritting his teeth as he stood there trembling. At this point, he had to throw caution to the wind. He had to flip the table over. It was now time to follow the plan Bai Hao himself had come up with when Bai Xiaochun had first been appointed to be the inspections commissioner. Bai Hao had come up with the plan based on speculations regarding what the Grand Heaven Master would eventually do. Now, the Grand Heaven Master was doing just that. In the past, Bai Xiaochun had felt the plan to be too ruthless. After all, whatever killing intent the nobility and aristocracy felt toward him right now was only temporary, and would likely fade as the years went by. But if he went through with Bai Hao's plan, then the nobles and aristocrats would hate him for the rest of their lives. It would be a hatred that seeped down into their bones, and even their souls. That was why he had always hesitated to go through with it. But right now, he needed to be more important to the Grand Heaven Master than ever. And he had to find Bai Hao. And since he couldn't do it by himself, he needed the help of a benefactor. The Grand Heaven Master. Furthermore, he needed the help of numerous people throughout the Arch-Emperor dynasty, people who would act as his agents among all of the various clans. He needed to know about everything that happened in all of the clans. Only then could his investigation produce the results he needed, and reveal the party who had captured Bai Hao. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he took a deep breath. Eyes bloodshot, he took a step forward in the direction of the Grand Heaven Master. Clasping hands and bowing deeply, he spoke in the coldest, most sinister of voices. Grand Heaven Master, your humble servant came here today because I have a plan. A plan to solve all of your problems. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 787 Vicious Plan of the Bastards. Chapter 787 Vicious Plan of the Bastards. In response to Bai Xiaochun's words, all eyes in Heaven Master Hall shifted to focus on him. The 6 heavenly marquises were clearly taken by surprise, and all of a sudden, they realized that Bai Xiaochun was the epitome of ruthlessness. Maybe he was a toothless tiger, but even still, he left them feeling very unsettled. Chen Haosong and the beautifully bearded heavenly duke were visibly displeased, and their hearts were beginning to pound. The Grand Heaven Master looked over at Bai Xiaochun. When it came to his plan to cast him aside, it wasn't the cause of even an iota of guilt within him. As far as he was concerned, everyone in heaven and earth was a pawn to be used at his leisure, and could be classified into only 2 types, useful and not useful. Before, this Bai Hao had been a useful tool. Now, he was not very useful. Of course, he hadn't planned to kill him. Furthermore, the fact that he wasn't useful at the moment didn't outweigh the fact that he was important to both the Hell Emperor and the Giant Ghost King. As such, he knew that he could potentially be made useful again later. Furthermore, the words he had just spoken immediately sparked the Grand Heaven Master's interest. After all, he had not forgotten that Bai Xiaochun was the one who came up with the plan carried out during the ancestral sacrifices. Grand Heaven Master, Bai Xiaochun continued in an ear growl, your humble servant's plan is the type which should not be made privy to too many people who are not part of it. Smiling, the Grand Heaven Master waved his hand, and before the 6 heavenly marquises could react, they began to fade away, and were soon gone, removed to a location outside the imperial palace. Unsightly expressions could be seen on their faces as they exchanged glances and then snorted coldly. He's bluffing, that's all it is. It seems this Bai Hao just won't give up. Humph. Struggling all the way into the grave. Well, the more he does that, the worse off he'll be. Meanwhile, back in Heaven Master Hall, the Grand Heaven Master's expression was exactly the same as before as he said, go ahead. Other than he and Bai Xiaochun, the only people present were Chen Haosong and the bearded heavenly duke, who stood there motionless as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered as he looked over at the 2 heavenly dukes. As of this moment, he knew for sure that these 2 were trusted confidants of the Grand Heaven Master. Who would have thought that Chen Haosong is actually a close advisor to the Grand Heaven Master? His brow furrowed slightly as he thought back to everything he knew about Chen Haosong. Something about the whole situation seemed off, but there wasn't time to ponder the situation right now. Sighing softly, he looked at the Grand Heaven Master and continued, your humble servant disagrees with Heavenly Duke Chen about what should be the priority right now. Immediately, the Grand Heaven Master's eyes flickered, and the gazes of the 2 heavenly dukes turned sharper than ever. According to the traditions of the dynasty, there are 108 heavenly marquises, 10 heavenly dukes, and 4 heavenly kings. They are hereditary positions held in perpetuity, meaning that if a heavenly marquis dies, then as long as his clan isn't exterminated, or some other drastic situations arise, then there is virtually no chance of someone outside of that clan taking on his mantle. Furthermore, only a direct descendant of the previous heavenly marquis can succeed him. Bai Xiaochun spoke in an icy cold voice, and his eyes were both bloodshot and ruthless looking. At the moment, he had decided to throw caution to the wind. Because he had no suspects in the disappearance of Bai Hao, he currently had to be suspicious of everyone. Even if there are no suitable successors because of cultivation-based issues, the position will still remain with that bloodline, and they will simply wait for an appropriate person to rise up. That is why all heavenly marquises select their successors long in advance, and only from the direct bloodline of their clan. Special attention is given to that person in their cultivation, so that they can be groomed to be the perfect successor. That is how the arrangement works for heavenly marquises, and it's the same with the heavenly dukes and heavenly kings. Bai Xiaochun spoke with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron, and the Grand Heaven Master listened with rapt attention. Clearly, he was very interested to hear what was to be said next. Chen Haosong and the bearded heavenly duke were frowning, and were clearly completely in the dark about what Bai Xiaochun was getting at. Flicking his sleeve, Bai Xiaochun raised his voice and continued speaking at a breakneck speed. Because of this tradition, there are a bit more than 100 clans who have an eternal place within the dynasty. Furthermore, they only grow more powerful as time passes, and accumulate staggering amounts of wealth, but that wealth is the true source of their power, and their confidence. It is the foundation of everything. As long as everything goes their way, things are smooth. But with the right spark, they could erupt into violence with the resources of a whole nation at their disposal. In fact, if drastic upheavals ever struck the Arch-Emperor dynasty, and more than 100 such clans joined forces, their profound resources would make them far too powerful. At this point, Chen Haosong realized what was going on. "Ice cold," he said, "shut your mouth, Bai Hao. This is complete and utter hogwash." Perhaps the heavenly kings are exceptions, but the heavenly marquises and heavenly dukes run huge clans. They have to take care of every clan member, and make sure they have sufficient battle prowess, not for themselves, and not to rise up as independent forces, but as the reserve power of the Arch-Emperor dynasty. In fact, you have simply no idea how expensive it is to take care of a clan and increase its battle prowess. And that's all to maintain the reserve powers of the dynasty. As far as he was concerned, what Bai Xiaochun was currently saying was very dangerous. "I don't know?" Bai Xiaochun said, looking over at him. Although Bai Xiaochun generally feared death, and was usually a coward, he knew that now was not the time to fall back on such tendencies. "I think there are probably few people in the Arch-Emperor dynasty who know more than I do about such things. How many clans have you shaken down, Heavenly Duke Chen? And how many have I? Do you know how much wealth I saw in each of those shakedowns? How much reserve savings? Well, let me tell you. In fact, I'll spell it out very, very clearly. I've shaken down 18 heavenly marquee clans. And you know what? Every single one of those clans had amassed wealth that could only be described as sufficient to shake heaven and earth. The Li clan had saved up 1 billion portions of soul medicine, 279 soul grounds, and 1,000 inactive large-scale spell formations. And how about the Chen clan? 2 billion portions of soul medicine. That alone could fund 30% of the military expenditures you just referred to, Heavenly Duke Chen. Can you imagine how many cultivators it would take to use up that many resources? In the third wave of shakedowns, the clan of Heavenly Marquis Gongsun Dao turned out to have hundreds of thousands of sets of materials to create spell formations. Plus, they had 10 million soul bombs. If those bombs detonated, they could destroy most of Arch-Emperor City. If the Heavenly Marquis clans are like that, then what do you think the Heavenly Dukes are like? In this matter, I will not be shutting my mouth. You will. By the time he finished speaking, he was yelling. Chen Haosong's chest heaved as he glared angrily at him, and yet, he was incapable of offering a retort. As for the Grand Heaven Master, he simply sat there quietly, looking at Bai Xiaochun with shining eyes. The one to speak next was the bearded Heavenly Duke. Even if the Heavenly Marquis clans have deep reserve savings and power, Bai Hao, that only goes to show how strong the Arch-Emperor dynasty is. One of the main reasons the Celestial can't invade us easily is because of how intrepid and valiant we are. The resources we have help us groom our successors, and pass on their strength from generation to generation. They protect the glory of the Arch-Emperor dynasty, and also ensure that there are only 108 heavenly marquises. In fact, that is also why the number of heavenly dukes and kings is limited. When you have a sharp blade, you keep it that way, you don't grind it down until it's dull. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand dismissively at the two heavenly dukes. Focusing on the Grand Heaven Master, he said, "Wrong. I believe that the most important principle in the world is fairness. Fairness is the only way to ensure the continued growth of the dynasty. That is the only way to guarantee that a dynasty can stand strong and tall, but why do these clans only view their certain heirs as important? Why do those heirs get all the resources? Why are other children of the clan so vastly unimportant? It's not fair to the other children, and it's especially unfair to the bastards. Why is only a designated successor allowed to take over for a dead heavenly marquis, and thus control the wealth of the clan? It's simply not fair to both the other members of the direct bloodline and the bastard children. Therefore, I suggest that the wealth of the clans that make up the aristocracy be equally distributed. Give that wealth to all heirs, regardless of their status in the bloodline, and regardless of whether or not they are bastards. Everyone should have the chance to become a successor, and everyone should have an equal share of the resources. Heavenly marquises. Heavenly dukes. Heavenly kings. Their wealth and resources should be equally divided among all their children. That would be a gift to the people, and grace to the commoners. Only in that way can the Archemperor dynasty grow stronger than ever. I hope that in the future, we won't just have 108 heavenly marquises. I hope that we will have many more. And more heavenly dukes too. At the same time, everyone will proclaim the glory of the Grand Heaven Master, thank him eternally, and offer oaths of unending loyalty. As his voice echoed out with thunderous volume in Heaven Master Hall, Xiaochun flicked his sleeve to add emphasis to his words. This was a truly vicious plan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 788, Proclamation of Universal Grace. Chapter 788, Proclamation of Universal Grace. It was a vicious plan through and through. In fact, it was vicious to a completely shocking degree, to a level that would leave many people bristling with anger. Chen Haosong felt like his heart was being struck by hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts. Face falling, he actually staggered slightly as he stood there. Grand Heaven Master, you mustn't do such a thing, he said, trembling. He had many heirs, and if this plan were carried out, it could shatter his entire clan, Furthermore, nobody would be able to revolt against the Grand Heaven Master because of it. After all, he wouldn't be the one to take away the resources. The chaos which would result in each and every clan would force them all to do everything in their power just to remain stable. In the end, it would essentially take all the biggest clans and reduce them to dozens of smaller clans. With no clans able to maintain a dominant position, it would be hard to even state what the political situation would be in the years to come. Chen Haosong didn't even dare to think about it. This Bai Hao is completely ruthless. He cursed inwardly. Why won't he just go and die already? This vicious plan was clearly an extenuation of the shakedowns. However, the ones to be shaking down the clans wouldn't be by Xiaochun, it would be the children in the clans, and those people in the clan who were loyal to them. Bai Xiaochun was asking to hand a sharp blade to the bastard sons and the members of the direct bloodlines who had no right of succession. Then he would have them raise that blade up over the heads of the clan as a whole. It was a very crafty plan. It would sow chaos within all of the nobility and aristocracy by turning the clans on themselves internally. The people who currently held power would be badly burned, and no one else. After all of the children were members of the direct bloodline, and carried the requisite blood of the clan. Short of exterminating all descendants, any given marquis, duke, or king would be incapable of smoothly resolving all of the resulting conflicts. Contrariwise, it would be a boon to the bastard sons and other children with no right of succession. Although such people normally did get access to better cultivation resources than the average cultivator, it was nothing compared to the true successors. For the most part, they only slightly benefited from the vast wealth of their clans. But if this plan were to be carried out, everything would change. Everyone would have equal access to the wealth, successors, non-successors, and bastards alike. How could people like Chen Haosong not go mad? How could they not be passionately opposed to it? Of course, unluckiest of all, were the current appointed successors. They would be suffering catastrophic blows, and their futures would essentially be ruined. One could only imagine how much they would hate Bai Xiaochun. Whatever hatred they already felt would increase exponentially, and would permeate their very marrow. As for the people currently in power, they would be skating on even thinner ice. All of the wealth they had worked so hard to build up, all of their savings, would be divided up in the clan. It would make it impossible for them to say if they could continue to bask in their previous glory. On top of that, such people would then be forced to watch helplessly as their chosen successor squabbled and fought with the other children. Their hatred for Bai Xiaochun would reach towering heights, to the point where they would desire nothing more than to drink his blood, dine on his flesh, and crush his bones to bits. Before, Bai Xiaochun had been a dangerous knife that could be directed at anyone, which was why everyone had wanted him dead. But now, that knife was threatening everyone. This is complete insanity. The bearded heavenly duke said, chills running up and down his spine. Although he was loyal to the Grand Heaven Master, the mere thought of how terrifying this plan was left him in utter terror of Bai Xiaochun, but scalp tingling in fear, he clasped hands toward the Grand Heaven Master and bowed deeply. Grand Heaven Master, you mustn't do such a thing. As for the Grand Heaven Master, he sat there in his throne, breathing unsteadily, which was a rare thing. As he looked at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes shone with brilliant light. Never could he have anticipated that Bai Xiaochun would come up with a plan like this. From beginning to end, he had explained everything in perfect detail. As far as the Grand Heaven Master was concerned, there was no downside. And the upsides virtually defied description. It was a plot that was tailor-made for him. Although it wouldn't necessarily resolve the issues of the military expenditures, it would solve the crux of the issue. The greed of the nobility and aristocracy would be ended. Furthermore, any profits they made in the future would be evenly distributed, which would lead to the overall strengthening of the Archemperor dynasty as a whole. Plus, everyone who benefited from the new arrangement would be deeply loyal to the Grand Heaven Master, who would be the source of everything they had gained. At the same time, it would prevent any one clan from becoming so powerful that they could eventually threaten his position. The Grand Heaven Master's eyes were shining brightly. Before, the only use he had found in Bai Xiaochun was how he caused a big scene, striking fear into the aristocracy, and forcing the Archemperor to go into secluded meditation. He had also pushed the Grand Heaven Master to the peak of his current power. But now, he thought back to all of the wealth Bai Xiaochun had sent to him during the clan shakedowns, and immediately understood the main point of the argument. And then, the gears in his head started to turn. Now that he thought about it, the reserve savings of these clans really were inappropriately large. He also understood that the very extreme circumstances in which he had exterminated 18 heavenly marquises recently were very unique. At any other time, they would likely have led to a rebellion. Furthermore, taking out 18 heavenly marquises was the limit of what he was capable of. If he continued on with such action, it would lead to complete revolt. That was another reason why he had been contemplating expelling Bai Xiaochun, to sate the anger of the masses. But the plan which had just been presented was flawless. He didn't have to take any risks, and would come out victorious without ever having to fight. He could dismantle the aristocracy with almost no effort. If the plan were carried out, not only would people be unable to use it as an excuse to revolt, but most people would be delighted by it. Just as Bai Xiaochun had said, their profound gratitude would be given to the person who had given them the biggest chance of their lifetimes, the Grand Heaven Master. Supporting him would be the same as safeguarding themselves. As for the possibility of some unknown factors coming into play, the Grand Heaven Master was confident in being able to handle them. With such thoughts on his mind, the Grand Heaven Master looked at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes shining with praise. As of this moment, he realized that his previous plan of getting rid of Bai Xiaochun didn't make much sense. He was a rare genius. He could cut down the enemy, handle important matters, and put good plans and ideas forward. His heart was beginning to pound, and soon, he simply couldn't cover up his pleasure. He began to laugh uproariously, a laughter which filled the two heavenly dukes with incredible terror. Grand Heaven Master, you mustn't do such a thing. Please reconsider, Grand Heaven Master. Bai Xiaochun completely ignored the two heavenly dukes, and focused completely on the Grand Heaven Master. And when he saw the praise in the man's eyes, and heard his laughter, he breathed a sigh of relief. He also knew that not only had he resolved a major crisis, he had also pushed himself to new heights of power. And yet, he felt no joy. His heart was still as cold as ice, and his murderous aura continued to grow stronger. Just hold on a little bit longer, Howard. Laughing, the Grand Heaven Master ignored the two heavenly dukes and turned to Bai Xiaochun. A blessing for all living creatures. Divine kindness from above. From the mortals to the nobles, Wildlander clans will no longer be divided by age or bloodline. All wealth will be evenly distributed. Call it a proclamation of universal grace. This is a wonderful thing for the Archemperor dynasty. In fact, I will support the new arrangement myself. Let it begin in Heaven Master manner, and spread to fill the entire dynasty. Heavenly Marquises. Heavenly Dukes. Heavenly Kings. All will comply. Continuing to laugh heartily, the Grand Heaven Master rose excitedly from his throne. Bai Hao, hear my command, he said, waving his hand dramatically. Your humble servant awaits his orders. Bai Xiaochun said decisively. Henceforth, you will command 5,000 troops in your role as Inspections Commissioner. You will also be responsible for enforcing the proclamation of universal grace. Take your leave and get to work. With that, he flicked his sleeve, causing Bai Xiaochun and Chen Haosong to fade away from Heaven Master Hall. Only the bearded Heavenly Duke remained behind, frowning and sighing bitterly. He knew that there was no way to change what was happening, and that the plan was actually perfectly suited for the Grand Heaven Master. Taking a few steps forward, he clasped hands and bowed. Grand Heaven Master, you can't leave that kid alive. He's truly venomous, a clan-reviling brute. First was the matter with the ancestral sacrifices, and now this. The nobility and aristocracy all hate him. Even I can't help but feel coldness in my heart. Furthermore, there are some questions about his identity. I think there is a strong chance that he's actually Bai Xiaochun. His heart truly knows no bounds when it comes to evil. Clearly, this bearded Heavenly Duke had truly been frightened by Bai Xiaochun's plan. There are going to be a lot of people who support this new arrangement. The bastard sons and auxiliary bloodline cultivators are going to go wild with joy. The worst off of all will be the arrogant heirs apparent, and the chosen who already have a problem with him. He's basically killing them by proxy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 789, Silver Armored Corpse Trooper. Chapter 789, Silver Armored Corpse Trooper. The Grand Heaven Master smiled, and a profound gleam appeared in his eyes. This isn't a matter of him getting someone else to do his dirty work for him. He's going crazy trying to find his soul slave. Soul slave? The bearded Heavenly Duke said in surprise. Someone just captured that soul slave of his. Whoever it was knew how to do it in just the right way so that I wouldn't notice in time. Furthermore, no evidence was left behind. The bearded Heavenly Duke was clearly stunned. Go look into who did it. The Grand Heaven Master knew that whoever had done the deed had planned on him not interfering. And the truth was that, before Bai Xiaochun revealed his plan, he wouldn't have. But now he was hesitating. The bearded Duke hesitated for only a short moment. I suspect that only those four would be able to do something like this. Your humble servant will look into it immediately. He paused, then added, however, I still think Bai Hao is a ruthless schemer who must not be left alive. You're only looking at things on the surface, the Grand Heaven Master said with a profoundly intelligent smile. The giant Ghost King only has a single daughter, and therefore, Bai Hao's plan won't affect him. The fact that his plan protects the giant Ghost King shows that he knows how to be grateful. If he was the completely ungrateful type, I wouldn't dare to use him. However, considering that he is, I think I'll bless him just the same as the giant Ghost King has. If he follows the giant ghost king, his prospects will be limited. But if he follows me, he will have no such limitations. He is definitely a ruthless dagger, but the important thing is that I hold him in my hand. The giant ghost king doesn't qualify, only I do. The giant ghost king tried to get him together with Zhou Zimo, right? Well, he likes Chen Manyao, so if he manages this upcoming affair properly, then I'll give him her hand. Afterward, he can become my stepson. Although the Grand Heaven Master did not speak in a loud voice, there was something profoundly meaningful to his words. In response, the bearded Heavenly Duke simply voiced his assent and left. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun had appeared outside of the imperial palace, a very grim look on his face, his eyes shining with cold light, and his murderous aura seething. He looked like he had gone mad, and was now so tightly wound that he seemed ready to snap and kill someone at a moment's notice. He sent out a thought, which caused his army of corpse troopers to fly over, along with Zhou Weixing, who was feeling very apprehensive. It was without a single word that he followed Bai Xiaochun all the way back to the inspections manor. He reached the place with blinding speed, and instead of descending and landing inside, he hovered in the air above it and pulled out his command medallion. After sending some divine sense into it, an image of the area below the manor appeared in his mind. He saw more than 90,000 coffins, all of them visible in complete detail, and surrounded by a sinister and cold aura. Without the slightest hesitation, he sent his divine sense sweeping over them, selecting 2,000 and saying to them, "Awaken!" Rouyuayunbul. The intense sounds which erupted out from the manor caused the ground to shake and the sky to flash with bright colors. Virtually all of the soul cultivators in the area could feel what was happening. Something is happening at the inspections manor again. What is that black cloud? Heavens! I can't believe that so many coffins are visible. How is this even possible? Isn't everybody talking about how Bai Hao is in big trouble? Amidst the resulting commotion, quite a few people flew up into the air and saw what looked like a black cloud above the inspections manor, radiating a shocking murderous aura. Even as everything in the area shook, the coffins began to swirl about through the air. There were 2,000 of them, a shocking sight, and yet things weren't over yet. At this point, the coffins began to open up, and numerous black-armored corpse troopers emerged from within them. Especially noteworthy was the fact that 5 of the coffins were unique. All of them had ornate designs on them, and as for the last of that group, it was a different color, silver. From within the first 4 of those coffins emerged hulking, black-armored corpse troopers who had half-deva cultivation bases. Most shocking, though, was the figure which emerged from the silver coffin, a middle-aged soul cultivator, with silver armor. Just like all the other corpse troopers, his face was completely expressionless, and he was surrounded by a shockingly cold air. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, thunder crackled in the air above, and the fluctuations of a deva erupted out from him. At the same time, the command medallion in Bai Xiaochun's hand vibrated a few times. There was something completely obstinate and unyielding about this silver-armored warrior that the command medallion instantly identified and connected with. As the deva fluctuations erupted out, the burly man's murderous aura erupted out, and it was so strong that it immediately caused the other roughly 5,000 corpse troopers to tremble, as if they were matchlessly weak. As for the 9 half-deva corpse troopers, they were also trembling. The only one who didn't was that one corpse trooper who always accompanied Bai Xiaochun. As he looked up, his eyes shone with a strange light, and he also erupted with the shocking fluctuations of a deva. Clearly, he and the silver-armored corpse trooper were equally matched. Everyone who saw that gasped and was completely taken aback. Heavens! He has 2 deva corpse troopers, 9 half-devas, and an army 5,000 strong. Damn it! Whoever was just saying that Bai Hao is in trouble was obviously just trying to start rumors. He's not in any trouble. He's gotten more powerful than ever. He's already at the same level as the previous inspections commissioner, Heiming. 5,000 corpse troopers. That's the same level of power as the 4 heavenly kings and the Grand Heaven Master. Bai Hao is the number 1 figure under the demigod realm. Shocked, people began to take out jade slips to spread the news. Meanwhile, Xiaochun hovered in the air above the inspections manor, looking at the two most powerful corpse troopers facing off. Clearly, the silver-armored corpse trooper didn't want to be controlled. Under normal circumstances, Xiaochun might have been inclined to talk things over, and maybe figure out another way to get the silver-armored corpse trooper to submit. But right now, he was in a very bad mood, and was in the grips of madness. The silver-armored corpse trooper's obstinacy only served to get on Xiaochun's nerves. Eyes growing colder, he reached out and pointed at the corpse trooper. Instantly, his quasi-deva realm corpse trooper burst into action, as did his 9 half-deva troopers, murderous auras raging as they attacked the silver-armored corpse trooper. Of course, that wasn't enough. The rest of the 5,000-man strong army all howled as they attacked along with the others. Rumbling booms immediately filled the air. At the moment, it didn't matter that the silver-armored corpse trooper was a deva, he could only last for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, whereupon he slammed down into the ground. At first, he still seemed defiant, but the most powerful of the black-armored corpse troopers bashed him with another divine ability, whereupon he shivered and finally showed compliance. With that, Xiaochun flicked his sleeve and paid no more heed to the matters of the corpse troopers. Flickering into motion, he headed into his secluded meditation chamber, where he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He was waiting for the official announcement of the proclamation of universal grace. From what he could guess, it wouldn't be much more than a few hours before that happened. The proclamation of universal grace would definitely shake the entire city, and quickly shock all of the nobility and aristocracy in the Wildlands. Furthermore, the news that he had 2,000 additional corpse troopers had been witnessed by many people in the area of the inspections manor, and as they began to spread the news, all of the aristocracy in the city heard. Wait a second. What happened? How could this have happened? I thought he was in trouble and couldn't defend himself. As it turns out, he's as aggressive as ever. Something fishy is going on. Why do I suddenly have a very, very bad feeling? Something big is about to happen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 790, Universal Grace begins. Chapter 790, Universal Grace begins. The appearance of a whole new group of corpse troopers in the inspections manor was a source of complete shock to many people, especially the nobility and aristocracy, among whom numerous speculations began to run wild. This doesn't make sense. How is supposed to be stuck in an inescapable quagmire? The only option he had was to resign as the inspections commissioner. But now, he's not only fine, he's actually stronger than before. Everyone in Archemperor City was completely shaken, and the nobility and aristocracy immediately poured all the resources they could into investigating what was happening. That was especially true of the leaders of the various clans who had banded together to capture Bai Hao. Although they felt like something was off about the situation, they could find no explanation. Furthermore, they didn't dare to make too much of a scene, and could thus only wait, stewing in their speculations until the truth came to light. The chosen who had been in conflict with Xiaochun were all grinding their teeth furiously that he had unexpectedly extricated himself from a deadly situation, and even come out stronger than before. How come he's not dead? It must be a bluff. Virtually all of those chosen soul cultivators were from the direct bloodlines of various important clans, and many of them were the successors selected by the older members of the clan. They were the very ones who had access to vast amounts of cultivation resources, and had thus reached their current level of cultivation. There were many bastards and other siblings and relatives who were eclipsed by their glory, people who were vastly separated from them both in terms of cultivation base and the resources they had access to. Of course, such people were still members of great clans, and thus surpassed ordinary soul cultivators in most aspects. But in terms of cultivation resources, their only hope to truly benefit was to make sure they stuck closely to the chosen successors in the clans. This had been the state of affairs in the aristocracy of the Wildlands for many generations. Although occasional situations arose in which people rebelled against their clan's arrangements, they usually suffered miserable fates. When Zhao Dongshan heard the news about Bai Hao, he was in a courtyard in his clan. He was so angry that he lashed out at a nearby tree, which shattered into countless fragments that peppered other nearby members of the clan. However, none of them dared to dodge to the side, and merely stood there quietly. Many of the people present were siblings of Zhao Dongshan, many of them bastards. Outside the clan, they could act in grand and domineering fashion, but inside the clan, they had to bow their heads and act fawningly to the successor, Zhao Dongshan. At the moment, Zhao Dongshan's face was extremely grim, and his eyes burned with unyielding light. Bai Hao! He growled through gritted teeth. He feared Bai Hao, but even more so, was jealous of him. Bai Hao had trampled him underfoot from the necromancer kettle all the way to Archemperor City. Furthermore, it had only been a few months since Bai Hao had forced him to offer formal greetings the way a junior would to a senior. His anger still burned hot because of that incident. However, he could only suppress his killing intent in his heart, at least until Bai Hao was thoroughly and utterly defeated. After all, he couldn't never forget the fate of Li Tiansheng. I refuse to believe that he'll remain in power forever. Angrily flicking his sleeve, he looked around at those siblings of his who had been born out of formal wedlock. He was a fundamentally irritable person, and because he was the appointed successor in the clan, he often acted in overbearing fashion toward the other clan members. All of you line up. I want to do some sparring. He immediately headed toward one of the younger members of the clan, who was a sibling of his. The young man's expression flickered, but he didn't dare to refuse to fight. However, almost as soon as he made a move, it was obvious that he wasn't a match for Zhao Dongshan. A boom rang out, and the young man tumbled backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. The other clan members' expressions flickered, and their scalps tingled in fear. However, they had no choice in the matter. One by one, more booms and crashes could be heard as dozens of Zhao clan cultivators were flung this way and that, coughing up blood. Useless trash, all of you! Zhao Dongshan shouted. Although his words angered all of the other clan members, they knew that he was venting his frustration, and that they had no option of resisting. They simply had to endure. Zhao Dongshan was aware that they were only enduring because they had no other choice, and yet, he didn't care. He was the clan's successor, its future heavenly marquis. No matter how angry the other clan members got, they had to simply bow their heads, lest they be accused of rebellion. Zhao Dongshan snorted coldly and prepared to vent a bit more frustration when, all of a sudden, a bright beam of light shot toward them from some distance away. It was none other than an old servant, who had an expression of alarm on his face, and was panting furiously, as though he had just experienced some terrifying ordeal. He was actually preparing to fly right over Zhao Dongshan and head directly to the heavenly marquee pagoda. However, Zhao Dongshan frowned and shouted, "What's got you in such a hurry, Sun Fu? Some disaster or something?" The old man apparently didn't hear him, which led to no small amount of irritation on Zhao Dongshan's part. In fact, he waved his hand, causing a rumbling sound to fill the air as the old man was knocked out of the air. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth as he looked around, surprised. That was when he noticed Zhao Dongshan looking at him with a grim expression. "Something big has happened, Crown Prince," the old man said in a shaky voice. "Everybody outside is talking about it. The Grand Heaven Master is about to issue a Dharmic decree, something called a Proclamation of Universal Grace. At its core, it will force all the clans to distribute their resources evenly among all the potential heirs in the clan. It doesn't matter if you're a bastard or a non-successor, as long as you have the right blood in you, you'll be treated equally." Zhao Dongshan felt completely and utterly thunderstruck. It seemed too incredulous to believe, so much so that he stepped forward and grabbed the old man. "What did you just say?" "I'm not making it up," the old man said, shivering. "Everybody outside is talking about it." Zhao Dongshan was just about to start yelling again when, all of a sudden, the sound of bells could be heard from the imperial palace, ringing out to fill all of Archemperor City. Whenever those bells tolled, it meant something extremely important was happening. As the bells tolled, a somber voice could be heard speaking, reaching the ears of everyone in the city. But the founder of the Archemperor dynasty once said that all living things should be treated equally. From this day forward, from the imperial court on down, the children of the clans, whether they be bastards or non-successors, will have equal access to the wealth and resources of their clans. A new golden age is about to begin for our imperial dynasty. Everyone who heard the words felt as though their hearts were leaping in their chests. Xiaochun was gasping for breath, his eyes shining with disbelief as he stood there trembling, his mind a blank. All of a sudden, he looked around at all of his siblings. Before, they had averted their gazes, but now, they looked back at him with blazing eyes. Xiaochun recognized that fire. It was ambition. Impossible. This is completely impossible, he said, shivering. Meanwhile, all of the other clans in Archemperor's city had descended into deathly silence. As for the heavenly marquises, their expressions flickered, and their minds felt like they were about to explode. This proclamation of universal grace is going to be the end of the dynasty. This is absurd. What does the Grand Heaven Master think he's doing? Damn it. Damn it. Whose idea was this? Why does this proclamation of universal grace seem like just as vicious a plan as what happened on the day of ancestral sacrifices? The immediate response to the proclamation of universal grace was for Archemperor's city to go completely silent. But then, a huge commotion ensued. That was when the crushing demigod might of the Grand Heaven Master descended from the imperial palace. At the same time, the auras of 5 heavenly dukes joined the Grand Heaven Masters to fill the city. That was when Xiaochun opened his eyes within his secluded meditation chamber in the inspections manner. Slowly rising to his feet, he took a step forward to appear in midair above the manor, his bloodshot eyes shining with cold light. Swishing his sleeve, he loudly said, "Corpse troopers, assemble immediately. The time has come to enforce the proclamation of universal grace." As his voice rang out, all of his 5,000 corpse troopers flew over, murderous auras burning with intense power. "We'll start with the heavenly marquis clans." With that, he flew up into the air, followed by the corpse troopers. His first destination, the Zhao clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 791, This Bai Hao is a Madman. Chapter 791, This Bai Hao is a Madman. The nobility and aristocracy in Archemperor's city were deeply shaken. Despite the fact that the Grand Heaven Master and 5 heavenly dukes had unleashed incredible pressure, there were still other heavenly marquises and dukes who flew out of their clans and headed to the imperial palace to offer formal greetings to the Grand Heaven Master. As far as everyone was concerned, this proclamation of universal grace was incredibly malevolent. Furthermore, everyone believed that it mustn't be allowed to stay in effect for very long. If it did, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, even as the heavenly marquises and dukes joined forces to head to the imperial palace, Xiaochun was leading his army of fierce corpse troopers toward the Zhao clan. He was in a state of madness, moving at top speed, and thus, it didn't take long for his 5,000 corpse troopers to descend on the clan, surrounded by a black vortex that was their murderous aura. Although the Zhao clan seemed peaceful and quiet, the bastard children and non-successors of the bloodline couldn't have been more excited. After the Grand Heaven Master's Dermic decree came down, the ambitions they had forced to keep hidden for their entire lives suddenly blossomed, causing their hearts to race. Everyone was to be treated equally. Everyone was to have fair access to resources. It was a beautiful prospect that had everyone affected bursting with excitement. The only angry one was Zhao Dongshan, as he realized that the assets that were his inheritance by right would soon be divided up equally among everyone else. Although he was furious to the point of going crazy, he didn't dare to go against the orders of the Grand Heaven Master. All of his hopes rested with his father, who had gone to the imperial palace with the other heavenly marquises. This isn't a proclamation of universal grace. It's proclamation of clan shakedowns. As he stood there gritting his teeth, he glared around angrily at the bastards and auxiliary bloodline cultivators. He was just starting to get restless from anger when Xiaochun arrived. He hovered in the air above the clan, expression grim and eyes cold. With every moment that ticked by, his anxiety and madness grew stronger. All of the clan members down below who looked up at the black vortex of the corpse trooper's murderous aura were shocked. However, many of them had actually been waiting for Xiaochun to show up, and were feeling more excited than ever. They felt very differently from the last time Xiaochun had come. As for Zhao Dongshan, he looked up, expression flickering, and prepared to speak. Before he could, though, Xiaochun's cold voice rang out to fill the entire Zhao clan. The Grand Heaven Master has spoken. He has issued the proclamation of universal grace, which all subjects of the dynasty are required to comply with, regardless of rank or status. I have come here in my role as the Inspections Commissioner, to represent the Grand Heaven Master in enforcing the proclamation. Numerous soft gasps could be heard in the clan, many of them filled with excitement. The bastard children and non-successors all looked on with brightly shining eyes. Zhao Dongshan's face fell even further, and his eyes widened. It was you! Damn it! It was you! This vicious plan was yours all along. That's why you were able to consolidate your power with the Grand Heaven Master. Zhao Dongshan understood everything in an instant. After all, it wasn't a very difficult puzzle to solve. The recent stir from the inspections manor happened right before the proclamation of universal grace was issued. The slightest amount of thought into the matter would reveal the underlying truth. Zhao Dongshan's madness, and his previous hatred, made it so that he couldn't hold back from shouting. By how, you'd. But he had picked the wrong time to react in such a way. The madness in Xiaochun's own heart had reached the point that he could erupt with brutal violence at any moment. Xiaochun said, a cold light flickering in his eyes. He took a step forward, vanishing and then reappearing right in front of Zhao Dongshan. Without the slightest hesitation, he then clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. The fist strike seemed to be filled with all the fury that existed in his heart. It caused the air to vibrate and shatter, and although the shocked Zhao Dongshan tried to defend himself, his battle prowess was vastly inferior to Xiaochun's. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he was flung backwards several hundred meters, where he slammed into a building that then collapsed on top of him. Although some of the other nearby clan members had instinctually stepped forward to interfere, most of them subsequently stopped in place. Then, they simply watched with glittering eyes as Xiaochun took another step forward, placing him right in the middle of the collapsed building, directly in front of Zhao Dongshan, who had been struggling out of the rubble. Zhao Dongshan's eyes went wide with terror at the realization that Xiaochun had come after him again, and he immediately tried to back up. But Xiaochun was too fast. His hand exploded out with lightning speed to grab Zhao Dongshan by the throat and lift him up into the air. Then, he sent some cultivation base power pouring into him to seal him. Was it you? Xiaochun asked, his eyes as cold as midwinter snow as he stared at Zhao Dongshan. The way his gaze stabbed into Zhao Dongshan's eyes made it seem like he was capable of seeing all the secrets inside of him. Zhao Dongshan's heart immediately began to pound, and he started panting. Without even thinking about it, Zhao Dongshan tried to struggle free, but couldn't. The strength of Xiaochun's right hand was completely terrifying. What are you talking about? Don't do anything rash. That was what he tried to say, but actually couldn't. The only thing which came out of his mouth were some indistinct gurgling sounds. By this point, a sense of imminent deadly crisis had risen up in his heart. He's crazy, he thought. Damn it, this Baihao is a madman. Zhao Dongshan's heart pounded in his chest as he realized that he was likely moments away from death. Xiaochun looked at Zhao Dongshan for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes. Zhao Dongshan's expression had revealed nothing but fear of death. Considering how hot-headed he was, if he had been involved with the incident with Baihao, then the fact that he knew something about it would have shown in his eyes. So he's not in on it, he thought, his anxiety mounting. However, he didn't release Zhao Dongshan. Instead, he turned to look at the young clan members in the area, the ones who were obviously Zhao Dongshan's siblings. The proclamation of universal grace will be enforced, and I'm here to supervise. All of you should have fair and equal access to the resources of your clan. The people to benefit from the proclamation are those of you who never had any hope of becoming the successor of the clan, and those of you who were born bastards. If you refuse to support the proclamation, then the only people you will be hurting are yourselves. If you want the proper amount of resources, then I need you to tell me everything you know about your clan. Tell me about your parents, the members of the elder generation, the heavenly marquis. The extent of the wealth of your clan will determine how much resources you get. The more you tell me, the more information I'll have for my records. That's the only way to ensure that the resources are distributed evenly. And in the end, you will get the fairest division of the clan assets. I have the power to grant rewards during the carrying out of the proclamation of universal grace. Therefore, whoever among you gives me the most information will get the biggest rewards. As all of you can tell, this entire thing is for your benefit. That is why I need to know everything about the Zhao clan. And sometimes, the clan's assets are not physical items, but rather information, reports, and secrets. Such things are oftentimes far more valuable than the material assets. The other clan members were getting more excited by the moment, and their eyes were already shining with greed. They were bursting with excitement and ambition, to the point where some were on the verge of going crazy. From what Xiaochun had just said, they could all tell that the proclamation of universal grace really had been issued to benefit them. If they wanted to get their share of the assets, then it was important to have a true understanding of what the clan possessed. And when it came to that, no one on the outside could possibly know as much as the people inside the clan itself. By this point, Zhao Dongshan's terror had reached the point of panic. On the one hand, he was terrified at the prospect of dying, but on the other hand, if people took the clan assets, they were basically taking away his inheritance. Although it was driving him into madness, his cultivation base had been tightly sealed, and he was being physically held by Xiaochun. He had no choice but to wait and see what would happen, his heart filled with mixed emotions of all sorts. Xiaochun could see how excited everyone was. Looking back at Zhao Dongshan for a moment, he then tossed him into another nearby building, which also collapsed on top of him. Then he flew into motion, taking his 5,000 corpse troopers with him as he went on to his next target, the next heavenly marquis clan. As he left, Zhao Dongshan crawled out of the rubble of the second building, staggering a bit as he looked around at all of the familiar faces around him. These were his siblings, who he had known for many years, but now, they looked like a pack of wolves. His heart trembled, and suddenly, the sky seemed dark. I'm finished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 792, The Talk of the Town. Chapter 792, The Talk of the Town. Xiaochun took action at the perfect time, the very moment that the Grand Heavenmaster's Dermic decree was sent out, shaking Archemperor City and causing all of the heavenly marquises to band together and go to the imperial palace. It was a time when the nobility and aristocracy were completely unstable, and because of that, Xiaochun swept across them like a windstorm. The successors were struck with fear, and the bastards and direct bloodline non-successors were shown staunch support. For the latter, they now had a justification to be ambitious, as well as something they had never even been able to dream of before: hope. The truth was that Xiaochun hadn't planned out his timing at all. He had simply been anxious, and hadn't dared to delay any longer than necessary. He would have shown up at the clans even if the heavenly marquises hadn't left. After all, he had 2 Deva Corps troopers, 4 half-devas, and 5,000 in the nascent soul stage. He could even assault the manors belonging to heavenly dukes, much less those of the heavenly marquises. It was with rapid speed that he began to move out from the Zhao clan into the other boroughs, toward the other heavenly marquis clans. There were roughly 90 of them, scattered throughout Archemperor City. Virtually every borough in the city had one, and as soon as Bai Xiaochun arrived, he would immediately take action and grab the appointed successor of the clan. And he would ask the same question of each one. Was it you? He accompanied the words with raging killing intent, casting fear into the hearts of the clan successors he grabbed. However, he didn't turn up any clues, which caused his anxiety to grow, and his voice to grow more filled with rage. At every clan, he would address bastards and direct bloodline non-successors alike, repeating the words he had first spoken in the Zhao clan. The only difference was that he began to speak more and more directly. Tell me everything about your clan. Tell me what assets your clan has. Tell me about your clan's reserve savings, and tell me about your clan's troop movements. Did anyone new show up recently? Was there any suspicious activity among the elder generation? What has your heavenly marquis been up to? Tell me your clan's secrets, your hidden resources, your intelligence reports. The more you tell me, the greater your share will be. Whoever tells me the most will receive personal backing from me. He spoke such words in clan after clan. Of course, no matter how quickly he moved, making his way through all 90 of the clans was not something he could accomplish in a short time. Eventually, he split up his force of 5,000 corpse troopers, sending them to other clans with explicit instructions on what to do and say. Before long, news of what was happening filtered up to the heavenly marquises, who were waiting outside of Heaven Master Hall to see the Grand Heaven Master. They were infuriated, but had no idea what exactly to do. Some stamped their feet and returned to their clans to try to restore order, others remained behind in the hopes of getting an audience with the Grand Heaven Master. It didn't take long before the ambitions in the hearts of the bastards and non-successors began to grow like weeds in a field. The waiting heavenly marquises began to grow more and more anxious, and were constantly sending and receiving messages to stay up to date on what was happening in their own clans. The fact that their children were all starting to go completely mad had their hearts pounding with anxiety. This good-for-nothing Bai Hao. He was the one that came up with this vicious plan. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Expressions of madness appeared on their faces as they realized that things had already reached the point of no return. The storm had come, and calming it would be no easy task. Once ambitions arose in the heart, they could not be erased easily. Although it wouldn't be completely impossible, for all intents and purposes, it was. None of them had actually met with the Grand Heaven Master, and yet thanks to Bai Xiaochun, their clans were all descending into chaos. It was already worse than an enemy invasion. Some clans had it better off. But for those who were truly in pandemonium, their respective heavenly marquises eventually had no choice but to head back to put out the proverbial fires. By the time the doors of Heaven Master Hall opened, there were only about 20 heavenly marquises left behind, who then entered the hall with bitterness written on their faces. It was impossible to say what exactly they talked about, or how the Grand Heaven Master managed to placate them. But in the end, they all left, unsightly expressions on their faces as they chose to simply hold their tongues on the matter. By that time it was night, and Bai Xiaochun was waiting anxiously in the inspections manor. At a certain point, his transmission jade slip vibrated, and messages began to filter in from some of his most important contacts out in the clans. After the heavenly marquises had returned, they quelled much of the chaos, and cast fear into the hearts of all their children. Because of that, Bai Xiaochun wasn't getting a huge amount of news. However, he wasn't willing to resign himself to fate. Virtually every day, he would take his army of corpse troopers out to visit the clans, and reinforce the ambitions which had taken root in the hearts of the people there. Although he experienced some friction with various heavenly marquises, considering he had 5,000 corpse troopers at his command, he didn't have much trouble dealing with it. Furthermore, he had Xiaochun go out and spread more information to boost the confidence of the bastard children. Things went on like this for 3 days. The proclamation of universal grace still stood, and the Grand Heaven Master didn't seem likely to rescind it. Despite the threats of the heavenly marquises, Bai Xiaochun's transmission jade slip continued to vibrate as more information and secrets came in. Another 3 days passed, and the heavenly marquises continued to quell the chaos in their clans using all sorts of methods. Some used callous techniques, others were more conciliatory. Whatever they did, it was exhausting. After all, they not only had to prepare for what happened if Bai Xiaochun showed up, but they also had to work hard to control internal affairs. Everyone involved had the blood of the clan in them, which meant that no outsider could be relied upon for help. The marquises had to handle everything personally. Some of them even resorted to executions. Because of that, more and more people began to act in secret. As a result, Bai Xiaochun's transmission jade slip vibrated with increasing frequency. Soon, when word spread that some of the heavenly marquises had brutally killed or imprisoned some of their own children, Bai Xiaochun took his corpse trooper army over and fought them openly as punishment. The fighting got other heavenly marquises worked up, and they joined in the fighting. However, the bastard sons of the clans, who had been suppressed viciously for more than 10 days straight, and who had also been incited into action by Zhou Yixing, finally made a move. At this point, true chaos erupted in many clans. Things had reached a boiling point, and all of Archemperor's city was being shaken. Eventually, the Grand Heaven Master took action to stop the fighting. The heavenly marquises couldn't worry about Bai Xiaochun anymore, and returned to their clans to prevent more chaos from erupting. Of course, things had only calmed down on the surface. The clans were buzzing with activity. And at the same time, Bai Xiaochun's transmission jade slip began to vibrate almost non-stop. There were more than 10,000 bastards and other direct bloodline non-successors who were sending him messages. My clan has 3,700,000,000 portions of soul medicine. Exalted by Hao, my clan has a secret treasure room. Normally, only the successor is allowed in. I once saw our heavenly marquis with a Deva soul. It was metal type. My clan has a 100,000-man strong personal army. Although the bastards and other direct bloodline non-successors all seemed shaken, they were secretly going crazy, and were beginning to reveal all of their clan secrets to Bai Xiaochun. By now, Bai Xiaochun basically had spies in all of the clans. And before long, he not only knew everything that was happening in the clans, but could also directly influence the course of events. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 793, Heavenly Duke Clan. Chapter 793, Heavenly Duke Clan. Many of the bastard children and direct bloodline non-successors had hated Bai Xiaochun in the past. But now, he stood on their side, and even represented them. As the person enforcing the proclamation of universal grace, they were all on the same team. It wasn't that none of the heavenly marquises had thought of defying the order. However, as time progressed, the truly vicious aspects of the proclamation of universal grace only became clearer. Each clan had one successor. However, the heavenly marquises were all people with profound cultivation bases, as well as multiple wives and concubines. It was only natural that they would have many children. Furthermore, all of those children were members of their clans. And now, all of the bastards and direct bloodline non-successors were on the side of the Grand Heaven Master. Unless the heavenly marquises completely exterminated their own bloodlines, the unrest inside their clans would never be completely quelled, and there was no way they could defy orders in rebellion. Furthermore, in the final analysis, the proclamation of universal grace kept all clan resources within the clan itself, and also within the bloodlines of the various heavenly marquises. As such, the Grand Heaven Master could only be said to be acting reasonably. Justice and reason were on his side, and thus everyone supported him. Thus, the truly ferocious nature of the entire plan was revealed. And what was even more terrifying, were the common citizens of Archemperor City. The nobility and aristocracy were vastly removed from the common people. Therefore, when the proclamation of universal grace was announced, the common people staunchly supported it. Although it wouldn't directly benefit them, they were generally envious of the nobility and aristocracy, and especially the successors. Therefore, they were very happy to see everyone within the nobility and aristocracy treated the same. It would immediately cause very powerful people to fall, and although they would likely rise to prominence again, the disparity between them and the common people would be greatly reduced. As such, the common citizens in Arch-Emperor dynasty were all very excited about what was happening. Furthermore, they supported the Grand Heaven Master more than ever. Yet again, the Grand Heaven Master's prestige rose to a higher level, a level that was completely and utterly unprecedented. In fact, he was now in the position to smoothly establish his own new dynasty if he wished to. That filled the heavenly marquises with dread and bitterness. The heavenly marquises were all profound schemers, and therefore, it didn't take long for them to realize how truly terrifying the proclamation of universal grace was. And yet, that realization did them no good. Knowing the facts and being able to do something about them were two very different things. If Bai Hao really did come up with this idea, then he's completely terrifying. His ability to craft and scheme could terrify even ghosts and gods. He's a complete master at manipulating people. What kind of person do you have to be to come up with a vicious plan like this? Wait a second. This Bai Hao was born a bastard. Damn it. I bet he came up with this idea all the way back in Giant Ghost City, in the Bai clan. And yet, the storm was only just beginning. Things had started in Arch-Emperor City, but they soon spread to other parts of the Wildlands. It wasn't just the Heavenly Marquis clans who were affected. Many necromancer clans erupted into pandemonium. And the person responsible for all of it was Bai Xiaochun, who currently sat cross-legged in the inspections manner. He did nothing to cover the exhaustion in his eyes. Up to this point, he still hadn't rested. Instead, he read each and every message that came his way, analyzing it and hoping to piece together any clues he found. About half a month had passed since Bai Hao had gone missing, and Bai Xiaochun's madness had become like a raging sea of fire that threatened to burn both the people around him and himself. He simply couldn't stop worrying about Bai Hao and his safety. Unfortunately, none of the information he had received up to this point had been of any help. He was deeply worried and sick at heart, to a level he had never experienced before. The only time he could keep his breathing straight and his aura steady was when he was immersed in looking for clues. Although he had plenty of information stored in his jade slip now, none of it was comprehensive. He knew that any hope of finding Bai Hao rested in getting more clues. The wildfire caused by the proclamation of universal grace needs to burn a bit hotter. With that, he looked up, focusing his gaze on a certain direction. Arch-Emperor City's Burrow 5. Burrow 5 was the location of a Heavenly Duke clan. The time has come to make a move against the Heavenly Dukes. Not only will I be able to get more good information, I can also instill a bit of confidence in the cowards there. Gritting his teeth, he flew into the air, and was soon leading his corpse troopers toward Burrow 5. Many people were paying attention, and noticed what was happening. Countless eyes tracked the army of corpse troopers as it flew through the sky, and before long, people realized that he was heading to Burrow 5, which was the location of a Heavenly Duke clan. At that point, people began to gasp in excitement. A Heavenly Duke clan. This Bai Hao is too gutsy. He's actually going to a Heavenly Duke clan to enforce the proclamation of universal grace. As the conversation buzzed, 5,000 corpse troopers descended on Burrow 5, with Bai Xiaochun in the lead position. He was flanked by 2 corpse troopers who emanated deva fluctuations, one in silver armor and one in black. Next in the procession were 9 half-deva corpse troopers in black armor. They didn't even pause for a moment after entering Burrow 5. They headed right for the Heavenly Duke clan. Bai Xiaochun vaguely recalled this Heavenly Duke as being an old man with whom he had had a few relatively cordial dealings. Unfortunately, he was running out of options at this point. As he neared the clan, a glowing shield of light suddenly appeared to block his path. A face appeared on the surface of the shield, a middle-aged man who looked at Bai Xiaochun with cold eyes. Inspections Commissioner, if you have something to say, go ahead and say it. However, you are not permitted past this point. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed as he looked through the shield at the clan, where numerous clan members were staring up at him. Although they all looked calm, he could see glints in the eyes of some that revealed to him that even many people in this Heavenly Duke clan were looking forward to the effects of the proclamation of universal grace. Unfortunately, they could not act out in any way because of the unbelievable power of the Heavenly Duke himself. After a moment of thought, Bai Xiaochun chose not to try to use force. He simply hovered there and projected his voice with his cultivation base so that it passed through the shield. I'm here on the orders of the Grand Heaven Master, to supervise the enforcement of the proclamation of universal grace. Heavenly Marquis clans and Heavenly Duke clans alike must comply. Even the 4 Heavenly Kings are not exempt. Clan resources must be split fairly within the clan. Whether you are bastards or direct bloodline members with no right of inheritance, all of you. With that, he proceeded on with his usual speech. When he was finished, the expressionless middle-aged man looked at him and said, "Finished? Please see yourself out." With that, the face of the man faded away, and Bai Xiaochun was left hovering there, a slight frown on his face. After a moment passed, he turned and headed to the 2nd Heavenly Duke clan. After that was the 3rd, and the 4th. Before long, he had visited every clan between Burrow 1 and Burrow 5. He had visited 9 Heavenly Duke clans, and they had all treated him the same way as the first one he had visited. Not a single Heavenly Duke allowed him to enter their clan. They permitted him to speak outside of their spell formation shield, and then unceremoniously asked him to leave. It was cooperation of a sort, but their attitude left Bai Xiaochun with a very unsightly expression on his face. As for everyone who had gathered to follow him and watch the show, various thoughts ran through their heads. Furthermore, the children in the various clans were also watching, and it caused their hearts to sink. Don't tell me that the proclamation of universal grace isn't going to last much longer. All of them were wondering about the potential profits and losses at hand. The nobility and aristocracy watched as Bai Xiaochun grimly arrived at the location of the final Heavenly Duke clan, the Chun clan. Chen Haosong's clan took up nearly half of the entire borough, and had a Heavenly Duke pagoda that rose up far higher than any of the Heavenly Marquis pagodas. Everyone in the clan sat silently waiting. As for all the children of the clan, the events which had played out among the Heavenly Marquis clans because of the proclamation of universal grace had been very exciting to them. And yet, none of them had dared to act. After all, the difference between a Heavenly Marquis clan and a Heavenly Duke clan was difficult to even put into words. Back in the initial bloodbath, the Grand Heaven Master had put an end to 18 Heavenly Marquises. However, not a single Heavenly Duke had been affected. Generally speaking, as long as the Heavenly Dukes didn't openly betray the dynasty, their positions were unshakable. They were devas, and whether it was in the Wildlands or the Heavenspan River region, such people existed on a higher level than everyone else. As Bai Xiaochun arrived at the Chun clan, the glowing shield sprang up, preventing him from entering. Then, a voice echoed out loud and clear. "Speak. And when you're done, get the hell out of here." The scorn and loathing in that voice couldn't have been more clear. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed as he looked through the shield at the Heavenly Duke pagoda, and then suddenly, he smiled. It was a cold smile, a smile filled with unrestrainable madness. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 794, Even the Heavenly Duke Bites His Tongue. Chapter 794, Even the Heavenly Duke Bites His Tongue. The audience that had built up looked on silently. The fact that the 10 Heavenly Dukes wouldn't even let Bai Xiaochun in was something that led to all sorts of varied thoughts on their part. News had been spreading, and more people in Archemperor City were paying attention to what was happening. Within the shield, the numerous members of the Chun clan had placid expressions on their faces as they looked through the shield at Bai Xiaochun. Chen Xiong was there. He was a member of the direct bloodline, but had no hope of becoming the successor. In the past, he had hated Bai Xiaochun, but now his feelings had changed. He knew the type of reserve savings his clan had built up, and also knew that if they were fairly distributed to someone like him, that a single portion would be enough to cause countless people to drool and envy, and would essentially support him for the rest of his life. 1. As various similar thoughts ran through the heads of many other clan members, Bai Xiaochun smiled coldly on the other side of the shield, and his eyes burned with madness. He had known from the very beginning that the Heavenly Duke clans would be much more difficult to handle than the Heavenly Marquis clans. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to throw caution to the wind, and leave the Chen clan for the very last. After all, he had butted heads with this clan before. His plan all along had been to see what happened with the other clans, and if things didn't go well, to go crazy on the Chen clan. And now, he didn't even need to find an excuse. The Chen clan's attitude was enough to set him off. Pointing dramatically at the clan, he said, "Corpse Trooper Army, break down that spell formation shield." Countless jaws dropped when people heard his words. Whether it was the people in the Chen clan or the audience who had gathered, no one even had a chance to react before Bai Xiaochun's 5,000 corpse troopers howled at the tops of their lungs and charged forward in attack. The silver-armored corpse trooper moved especially quickly, and was the first to slam into the shield. Even as the shield shook, the 9 half-Deva corpse troopers arrived, unleashing heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. Things weren't over yet, though. Next came the rest of the 5,000 troops, who unleashed a torrent of magical techniques and divine abilities. This was like warfare, as 5,000 attacks became like a huge wave that slammed into the Chen clan's spell formation shield. "But what are you doing, Bai Hao?" shouted the same voice as before, except this time there was no scorn in it, only fury. As for all of the Chen clan cultivators inside, their faces fell. The audience looked on with incredulity. This Bai Hao, Heavens! He's actually ordering an attack on a Heavenly Duke clan. I can't believe he dares to do such a thing. The onlookers were starting to get very enthused, and quickly began to spread word through the city. Everyone else who had been watching events play out from other locations in Archemperor's city had strange expressions on their faces. Many of the heavenly marquises flew out from their pagodas and looked over at the Chen clan with expressions of complete disbelief. The other 9 heavenly dukes were all shocked, and sent streams of divine sense over to observe what was happening directly. When they realized that no reaction at all could be seen from the imperial palace, they grew more taciturn than ever. The bastard children in the clan were all as shocked as wooden chickens, and a single thought ran through all of their heads. He's insane. Even if the Qin clan's spell formation shield was stronger than it couldn't withstand a sea of divine abilities like this. Under the battery, it quickly began to fragment, and then eventually just exploded. Chaos immediately swept through the Chen clan, and a roar of rage echoed out from the Heavenly Duke Pagoda. "Do you have a death wish, Bai Hao?" Powerful fluctuations surged out from the Heavenly Duke Pagoda, rushing forward to meet the sea of magical techniques and divine abilities that were entering the clan. A huge boom resulted that was distinctly audible even in the imperial palace. The sea of invading attacks shattered, and the 5,000 corpse troopers were shoved backward, with the exception of the silver-armored corpse trooper and the 9 half-devas. All of them shot toward the Heavenly Duke Pagoda. Before they could arrive, the air around the pagoda swirled dramatically as a projected version of Chen Haosong's face appeared. Looking at the silver-armored corpse trooper and the other corpse troopers it led, he uttered a curse in a shouting voice. Cleaving. Suddenly, numerous mountains formed out of thin air, descending from above to slam into the corpse troopers. Moments later, Chen Haosong's face twisted and distorted, and then a violet beam of light shot out, slashing through everything in its path as it headed directly toward Bai Xiaochun. Chen Haosong was actually trying to kill Bai Xiaochun. However, at this point, Deva fluctuations rolled out from the black-armored corpse trooper who had stayed behind to defend Bai Xiaochun. Without the slightest hesitation, that corpse trooper took a step forward and launched a fist strike at the beam of violet light. The light shattered, and the corpse trooper shuddered as he staggered backward several paces. At the same time, his entire right arm was shredded out of existence. If he had possessed a flesh and blood body, then it would have been a very serious injury. However, corpse troopers were essentially impossible to permanently injure. A moment later, the area where the arm had been severed began to wriggle and grow, as a new arm appeared. Having failed to destroy by Xiaochun, Chen Haosong stepped out of the Heavenly Duke Pagoda, where he waved his sleeve, sending a blast of wind at the silver-armored corpse trooper, and the other 9 who followed him. The 9 half-Deva corpse troopers trembled and tumbled backward, but the one in the silver armor only took a single step back. That caused Chen Haosong's face to fall, and he even began to pant slightly. The Deva fluctuations rolling off of Chen Haosong grew even stronger. Never before could he have guessed that this Bai Hao would actually dare to attack him and his clan. Although there had been friction between them in the past, he had always been of the opinion that Bai Xiaochun only looked like a force to be reckoned with, but was actually cowardly at heart, and mostly put on a show of false bravado. He had also come to the conclusion that although he could act in ruthless fashion, he valued his own life too much to do anything risky. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun's sudden decisive action left him feeling very shocked. "Do you know what you're doing, Bai Hao?" he said coldly. Bai Xiaochun looked back at him, waving his hand to cause all of the corpse troopers to stop moving. And yet, his killing intent only grew more and more intense. Chen Haosong's eyes slowly narrowed. Although his cultivation base surpassed the silver-armored corpse troopers by quite a bit, he knew that he was surrounded by a huge group of them, and that they all had undying bodies, as well as further unknown abilities. And that was not to mention Bai Xiaochun's quasi-Deva realm corpse trooper. All in all, it was a shocking force arrayed against him. Bai Xiaochun's expression was as cold as ice as he looked at Chen Haosong. Then he took a step forward, and another, until he passed the point which had once been defended by the shield, and was now inside of the Chen clan. According to the proclamation of universal grace, everyone must be treated equally. The bastard children of the Chen clan, as well as the direct bloodline members with no right of succession, are all welcome to send me what information they know. I will guarantee that they get their fair share of the clan assets. It is only fair and just. If you are cowardly, and don't take advantage of this opportunity, if you allow the distribution to be unfair, and allow the so-called successor to get the majority of the assets, then the results will be obvious. What little you gain, will also be taken away from you. At the moment, none of you have to actually do anything. Just, tell me everything you know about your clan. What secrets are there? What resources exist? Has anyone new shown up recently? All you have to do is secretly pass word to me about these matters. I'll do all the dirty work. Although Bai Xiaochun spoke calmly, it was also with great power, allowing everyone in the Chen clan to hear him. Immediately, the hearts of many clan members began to race. An unsightly expression could be seen on Chen Haosong's face as he hovered there in the air. However, when he looked up at the imperial palace and saw absolutely no reaction, he realized that no one would be interfering with the day's events. After Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, he gave a piercing look to the assembled crowds, then turned to leave. However, after only taking a few steps, he looked back at the Chen clan, his eyes shining with cold light. "Oh right. Just now, who was it that so brazenly defied the proclamation of universal grace of the Grand Heaven Master, and even told me to get the hell out of here?" Almost immediately numerous bastard children within the clan all looked over at one particular old man. Even Chen Xiong joined in that group. The old man's face fell, and before he could even say anything in response, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand. "Execute him." As soon as the words left his mouth, all 5,000 corpse troopers attacked simultaneously. A scream echoed out as the old man was killed in body and soul. Chen Haosong's face grew so grim it was almost as black as iron. Clearly, Bai Xiaochun was ready to fly off the handle at the slightest provocation. Considering how delicate the situation was, Chen Haosong had no choice but to simply bite his tongue and stare with narrowed eyes at Bai Xiaochun as he walked off. Chen Xiong was one of the first chosen to clash with Bai Xiaochun in Archemperor's city, back in the arc that started in chapter 725. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 795, A Clue. Chapter 795, A Clue. Xiaochun didn't need to do this to every single one of the Heavenly Duke clans. All he needed to do was show his general stance. The children of the other 9 Heavenly Dukes would immediately begin to ponder the significance of what had happened, not to mention the children in the Heavenly Marquis clans. What he had done was enough. In fact, the very day he left the Qin clan, he got more messages than he had during the past half-month. Some information was genuine and some was not. When reports came in about the assets of the various clans, Xiaochun merely glanced at them. What he was more interested in was information about what unusual events had transpired in the clans recently. During the following days, information poured in, and Xiaochun immersed himself in it, searching for clues. Many things were happening behind the scenes in the Heavenly Duke clans because of the proclamation of universal grace. The storm was building up to the point that the Heavenly Marquis clans were starting to lose their grip of control. It was also at this point that, at long last, the 4 Heavenly Kings were affected. The War Champion King got off somewhat lightly, because he had fewer children. Other than the Junior Champion King, he only had 5, and was able to keep them under control without resorting to any violent methods. The Giant Ghost King came off almost completely unscathed. His only daughter, Mistress Red Dust, didn't even know what was going on. She had not yet ended the session of secluded meditation her father had encouraged her to begin after the ancestral sacrifices. However, the 9 Serenities King had it very rough. He had over 100 children, all of whom were thrilled about the situation and instantly sided with the Grand Heavenmaster and Xiaochun. Zhou Hong wanted to cry. After all, if he wanted to eventually take over the position of king, then he needed a demigod cultivation base. And his only hope of doing that was by using all the resources the clan had built up. But now, his hopes were dashed. And of course, he came to detest Xiaochun more bitterly than ever. The 9 Serenities King was a bit worried about the matter. Considering he had a demigod cultivation base, he initially didn't pay much attention to it, but the squabbling and fighting among his children quickly became quite a headache to deal with. However, all he had to do was think about the Wildlands' famous Spirit Advent King, and suddenly, he realized that his concerns were of little note. The Spirit Advent King was the one going most crazy of all. Currently, he was shouting so loud that his voice echoed out from Spirit Advent Hall to fill the entire city. Damn that Bai Hao. That little punk is too ruthless. All I did was break up him and Shanshan, right? Ugh. I didn't do anything that bad. What, I'm not even allowed to watch over my own daughter? This revenge of his is obviously targeting me. He was so angry he was shaking, and the mere thought of how many children he had caused him to howl with grief. He just had too many offspring. Considering sons alone, he had over 3,000. And if you added in the daughters, well, it was roughly double that. In fact, even he wasn't sure exactly how many children he had. The thought of his life savings being divided up among roughly 6,000 children was so infuriating and distressing that not even his demigod cultivation base could keep him calm. And of course, his countless children were very excited by the proclamation of universal grace. And the fact that they were all siding with the Grand Heavenmaster and Xiaochun was monumental. After all, if the Spirit Advent King resisted the proclamation, it was entirely possible that all his children could join forces and actually fight him. Spirit Advent City was already in complete chaos, with 6,000 of the king's own children pooling all of their resources and power structure together. The Spirit Advent King had no options at hand. He couldn't kill all of his children to save his own clan assets. And therefore, he simply stared morosely in the direction of Archemperor City. That Bai Hao was definitely doing this on purpose. Most furious of all was the official heir apparent in Spirit Advent City, who sat with gritted teeth and bloodshot eyes, his hatred for Xiaochun rising into the heavens. Xiaochun lay on her bed gazing in the direction of Archemperor's city, sighing constantly. As far as she was concerned, there was something fishy going on with Bai Hao. She really wanted to go find him and talk about it, but her father had her on complete lockdown, making it impossible for her to leave the city. As far as Chen Manyao was concerned, she was still in secluded meditation on the orders of the Grand Heaven Master. As the four heavenly kings dealt with the situation in various ways, Bai Xiaochun was sifting through volumes of information, trying to find that needle in a haystack that was the clue he needed. Niao Liner went missing. Her clan used to have an earthly necromancer. Her entire clan is missing. All of a sudden, his killing intent surged, but he quickly suppressed it. Now was not the time to act impulsively. He could only take action when he was absolutely sure of the facts. That was his only hope of saving Bai Hao. After all, if he made his move, and then failed, then his enemies would be even more on alert, and it would be almost impossible to track them down. I'm only going to have one chance. I just don't have enough clues. However, I definitely need to figure out where the Miao clan went. With those thoughts on his mind, he sent a message to Zhou Yixing and had him start searching for Miao clan cultivators, with orders to keep eyes on those he found, but not make any sort of contact. The only people I haven't touched now are the four heavenly kings. Who exactly was it that did the deed that day? Once I find that out, then I can use all of the information I've collected to figure out where Bai Hao is. Although he was clearly exhausted, his heart still burned with intense madness. He hadn't rested at all for nearly a month, and his nerves were stretched taut. However, he continued working, using the resources of the inspections manor to reach out to the children of the heavenly kings. His instructions were for them to personally come to the inspections manor within 3 days so that he could deliver the proclamation of universal grace to them personally. Of course, Bai Xiaochun knew that, considering this wasn't an order from the Grand Heaven Master, the heirs apparent could simply ignore it. However, he didn't care about that, or how much they hated him. He wanted to see how many of the children who had no right of inheritance would come. Those people would be his eyes and ears within the palaces of the heavenly kings. The giant ghost king ignored the message, as did the war champion king and his children. But the children of the Nine Serenities king and the Spirit Advent king rushed excitedly toward the teleportation portals in their city to meet with Bai Xiaochun at the inspections manor. When the day came, Bai Xiaochun emerged from his private chamber to find a shocking number of people waiting for him. Furthermore, the fact that 97% of them were from Spirit Advent City left him feeling stunned. As soon as all these royal children caught sight of him, they clasped hands passionately and bowed. Greetings, Inspections Commissioner. You are a true hero of the ages, Inspections Commissioner. The proclamation of universal grace is a sign of the coming golden age of the Archemperor dynasty. All sorts of talk could be heard from the mouths of the thousands of people present. In response, Bai Xiaochun gave a slight nod. He was in no mood for chit-chat. Looking out at the crowd, he somberly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Archemperor himself has ordered that from this day forward, everyone from the Grand Heaven Master to the royal officials will no longer have solitary heirs apparent. Everyone will now have the chance to win the position of king, even if you don't have a demigod cultivation base. According to the stipulations of the Proclamation of Universal Grace, all of you now have the right to start out on equal footing to become the appointed heir apparent. However, the true judge of how fair this will all be is your own understanding of your clans. Tell me everything you know about them. The more information I get, the more likely that I can make you all happy. As of this moment, I have sufficient information from the Heavenly Marquis clans and the Heavenly Duke clans, as provided to me by the bastard children and those from the direct bloodlines who have no official right of inheritance. The only people I need information from now is you here." Everyone present was already roughly familiar with what had been happening, and took his words in stride. In fact, all of them felt very grateful. It was only natural for them to support an arrangement in which they could secretly pass the information to him, and he would do the dirty work. When it came to information about clan assets, such things wouldn't normally be passed to outsiders. But he'd already done the same thing with the Heavenly Duke clans, and no one had come to be in any danger. And when it came to the demigod clans, no one would punish these children, not even if they were considered to have betrayed the clan by revealing secret information. After all, they had the blood of heavenly kings in them, even if they weren't heirs apparent. Normally speaking, they could do whatever they wished without fear of any reprisal. As such, the very day that everyone left the inspections manor, news began to filter into by Xiaochun. As of this point, Bai Xiaochun now had an information network that filled the entire Archemperor dynasty. Reports came in almost every moment. Even the common people joined in, sending him information about virtually everything. Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been busier. Eventually, after 5 days passed, he suddenly looked up, and his hand clenched down so hard on the transmission jade slip that it nearly shattered. At this point, the killing intent in his eyes burned with complete insanity. He had found the clue he needed to fit all the pieces together. The impenetrable fog that had surrounded the disappearance of Bai Hao faded away. Their clan used to have an earthly necromancer. 13 clans working together. The 9 Serenities King. Miao Linner's grandfather. He's hiding in one of those 13 clans. Killing intent surging, he looked down at the transmission jade slip and found a message from one of the children of Heavenly Marquis Zhou. There's a celestial necromancer in our clan that I've never seen before. He's very mysterious. Supposedly he's in secluded meditation performing spirit enhancements on some magical items, but I doubt that's true. Bai Xiaochun looked up again, and his eyes were crimson. This is what I needed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 796, Fighting into the Zhou Clan. Chapter 796, Fighting into the Zhou Clan. Zhou Wudao. The coldness in Bai Xiaochun's eyes was such that the entire private chamber suddenly seemed as frigid as the dead of winter. Although he didn't fully understand the reason Bai Hao had gone missing, he now had a general idea. A patriarch in Miao Linner's clan was a necromancer at the peak of the celestial rank, who planned to use Bai Hao's soul in a flame conjuring to achieve a breakthrough. Out of fear of Bai Xiaochun, he had allied with 13 other clans, and had also somehow called upon the aid of the 9 Serenities King. That was how they had managed to snatch Bai Hao the previous month without leaving a single trace of evidence behind. Afterward, the Miao clan patriarch had gone into hiding in one of the clans, a clan where no one would think to look. After all, when it came to the heavenly marquises of the Archemperor dynasty, Zhou Wudao was neither among the 10 most powerful, nor among the 10 weakest. He was somewhere in the middle. He wasn't a very well-spoken person, and thus didn't have many dealings with others. He was basically the quiet type. He was one of the people in the dynastic court who almost never spoke. If he was ever forced to speak, he would always go along with the majority. He was so unassuming that many people even forgot he existed. Bai Xiaochun had never heard of him before the proclamation of universal grace. However, it was a bastard son of Zhou Wudao who secretly sent the critical information. Never could Bai Xiaochun have guessed that Bai Hao would be in that clan, but... Of course, Zhou Wudao's clan was one of the 13 who had helped the Miao clan. As for who the other 12 clans were, Bai Xiaochun had still not yet unearthed any clues. However, he wasn't very concerned with that information. All of his efforts during the past month had been focused on finding Bai Hao. As far as what he had just learned, he had no intention of reporting it to the Grand Heaven Master. The matter was simply too important, and he couldn't risk the chance that the Grand Heaven Master would refuse him the right to act. If word leaked out, and if his enemies were alerted, then it might very well become impossible to track Bai Hao down again. He couldn't gamble when it came to something this vital. As he rose to his feet, his murderous aura grew stronger. The time had come to vent all of the madness which had been building up over the last month. The time had come to do some killing. Without the slightest hesitation, he sent a message to Zhou Yixing with certain instructions. Then he strode out into the open and flew up into the air above the inspections manor. With the wave of a sleeve, he sent some divine sense out, and then headed at top speed toward the location of Zhou Wudao's clan. At the same time, rumbling sounds could be heard as countless corpse troopers flew up to follow him. In this case, he didn't take 5,000, but rather, 4,000. The other 1,000 were in Zhou Yixing's hands to handle other matters. By Xiaochun plus 4,000 beams of light shot through the air, surrounded by a black vortex that was the most powerful of murderous auras. The sky rippled, and a screaming wind kicked up, attracting the shocked attention of numerous individuals in Archemperor City. Bai Xiaochun ignored all of the gazes which came to focus on him, nor did he attempt to prevent his eyes from being completely bloodshot. He looked completely mad, and engulfed by a shocking killing intent. His veins of steel pulsed explosively, as though he had become a devilish god. As he raced along, the anxiety in his heart mounted. He felt guilt, frenzy, nervousness, apprehension, and all sorts of other emotions, all of which shoved him deeper into madness. Very rarely in Bai Xiaochun's life did he ever wish to kill people, but in this situation, he had been pushed too far. He had just spent a month searching for clues, and now that he had a target, it was impossible for him to dispel that killing intent. Of course, through it all, he reminded himself that his main goal right now was not revenge, it was to save Bai Hao. He and his 4,000 corpse troopers sailed over dozens of burrows until they closed in on Burrow 61, where a heavenly marquee pagoda rose high into the air. When Bai Xiaochun saw it, his eyes flashed with sharp light. This place was the Zhou clan. After scanning the place with divine sense but finding nothing, he turned and transmitted a message to his silver-armored corpse trooper. Can you detect a hidden chamber anywhere in the Zhou clan? A chamber containing a celestial necromancer? The silver-armored corpse trooper's eyes flashed, and he studied the Zhou clan. After a moment, he shook his head. There must be some unique secret magic at work that defies divine sense. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, and yet he didn't hesitate. As soon as he was outside the Zhou clan, he loudly said, I want 2,000 corpse troopers to form a perimeter. No one is allowed to enter this clan from the air or the ground. Nor may anyone leave. Instantly, 2,000 of the corpse troopers flew out and formed ranks, locking down everything around the Zhou clan. They were completely surrounded. The 2,000 corpse troopers quickly created a spell formation which caused black smoke to roil out and cover the entire Zhou clan, sealing it completely. Cries of alarm rang up from inside the clan, especially from the appointed successor in the clan. As for the Marquis himself, he looked up angrily at the corpse trooper army, at the seal locking down the clan, and at Bai Xiaochun with his murderous aura. It only took a moment for the heavenly Marquis to realize what was happening. He was one of the very few people in the clan who knew that Miao Linner's grandfather was hiding amongst them, and that his clan had been one of the people involved in the abduction of the inspections commissioner's sole slave. Therefore, his anger regarding the proclamation of universal grace had mostly been a mask to cover his anxiety. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had suddenly shown up caused his face to fall and his mind to reel with the realization that he knew the truth. Activate the formation, he said. Then he bit down on his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood. That blood was a key aspect needed to activate the clan's spell formation. A moment later, a huge blood-colored shield sprang up, instantly spreading out to protect the clan. That was the exact moment in which Bai Xiaochun and his 2,000 corpse troopers arrived. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately had the corpse troopers violently attack the shield. Most shocking of all, though, were not the brutal corpse troopers, but Bai Xiaochun, who had a vicious snarl on his face as he attacked with the explosive violence of an erupting volcano. Rouyuayunbul. Heaven and earth shook violently, and a huge shockwave blasted out in all directions, causing many nearby structures to rock back and forth. The blood-colored shield immediately began to twist and distort, and then, after only a few breaths of time passed, it shattered into countless fragments that rained down onto the clan below. The clan was thrown into a huge commotion, with many cultivators coughing up blood and looking up with incredulity. Some even began to cry out. What are you doing, Bai Hao? Our clan didn't break any rules, nor did we offend you. What are you doing? The heir apparent of the clan was also present. Eyes flashing with anger, he shouted, "This is an abuse of power, Bai Hao. You're using your public office to get revenge for personal matters. The Grand Heaven Master is going to find out about this, and the rest of the nobility and aristocracy too. Nobody will be able to protect you then. You'll die for sure. Fellow clan members, join forces. If we stand against him for long enough, someone will definitely come to rescue us." However, even as he spoke these words, he fled in the direction of his heavenly marquee pagoda. Although not everyone in the clan leaped to obey the orders of the heir apparent, many of the senior generation flew angrily up into the sky toward Bai Xiaochun. Even some of the most loyal of the clan's servants joined them. There were more than 1,000 in total. And yet, as soon as they met Bai Xiaochun's advancing corpse troopers, fierce fighting broke out, along with agonized shrieks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 797, Killing and Crushing. Chapter 797, Killing and Crushing. The Zhou clan was fundamentally incapable of resistance. Blood sprayed out of the mouths of those who came forth to fight, and they were sent tumbling backward. Then, a chilling voice rang out, which belonged to none other than Bai Xiaochun. "That's right, I am here for personal revenge. But I only want to kill 3 people. And if anybody tries to stop me, I'll cut them down." Bai Xiaochun couldn't care less whether the other members of the Zhou clan lived or died. However, there were 2 people who had long since been on his list to kill. One was Zhou Wudao, and the other was Miao Liner's grandfather. Now, there was a new person on that list, the heir apparent. Without pausing for a moment, Bai Xiaochun shot with lightning-like speed toward that very heir apparent. The heir apparent's face was pale white as he sped toward the heavenly marquee pagoda. Just when he was about to reach it, Bai Xiaochun suddenly appeared in front of him and unleashed a fist strike. That fist strike contained all of Bai Xiaochun's anger and madness. It ripped the air apart, and provoked a shrill scream from the heir apparent. A profound sensation of deadly crisis filled him, as though he knew that there was no longer a place for him to live in this world. This was his clan, where he was supposed to be safe, and yet, unprecedented deadly danger had found him. "Father! Save me!" he shouted. At this point, a beam of dazzling light shot out from the heavenly marquee pagoda, accompanied by a cold and sinister voice. "If you dare to kill my son, Bai Hao, then your soul slave will be destroyed beyond the shadow of a doubt." Currently sitting in the heavenly marquee pagoda was a middle-aged man of average height and appearance. He was a half-deva, but among half-devas, could not be considered particularly strong. However, with the power of his heavenly marquee pagoda, he was capable of battle prowess roughly equivalent to a full deva. That was why, despite how Bai Hao had attacked his clan and destroyed their shield, he had waited patiently inside of the heavenly marquee pagoda. At the moment, he felt hesitant and fearful, not of Bai Xiaochun, but of his corpse troopers, especially the one wearing silver armor. At the same time, he still felt confident in some aspects. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had come here showed how important his soul slave was to him. And therefore, Zhou Wudao was confident that he wouldn't kill his son. He was just trying to create some pressure, or perhaps bring about a scenario in which he could offer a trade for his soul slave. Whichever was the case, the inspections commissioner definitely wouldn't resort to killing. After all, Zhou Wudao was a heavenly marquis, and this was Archemperor City. The inspections commissioner still answered to the Grand Heaven Master, and despite how crazy he was acting, he hadn't become irrational. "I just need to buy some time," he thought. With that, he produced a transmission jade slip to send a message asking for help. However, in Zhou Wudao's moment of confidence, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned more bloodshot than before. Ignoring the beam of light shooting down from the heavenly marquee pagoda, he sent his fist flying forward with even greater speed than before. It pierced through the air like the gust of a storm wind, landing directly onto the back of the fleeing heir apparent. The heir apparent had a mid-nascent soul-stage cultivation base, whereas Bai Xiaochun had battle prowess similar to a half-deva. How could this heir apparent possibly defend himself against that? Intense rumbling sounds filled the air as a scream escaped the young man's lips that vastly surpassed anything from before. However, the scream didn't last for long. The explosive power of the fist reduced him to nothing more than a haze of blood and gore. Even his nascent soul was incapable of escape, and was ripped to pieces. The heir apparent was destroyed in body and soul. Not even his bones remained behind. As for the beam of light from the heavenly marquee pagoda, the silver-armored corpse trooper stepped forward and took the blow for Bai Xiaochun. By how? Zhou Wudao shouted in apoplectic rage as he leapt to his feet. How dare you kill a child of mine? Never in his wildest imagination could he have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would actually be so decisive, and also so uncompromising. The other members of the Zhou clan who had just witnessed what happened were left shaking physically. His chilling words from earlier had already prompted a large number to give up thoughts of interfering with him, but now, all of them were terrified to the extreme. It wasn't just them. A crowd had already begun to build up in the area beyond the perimeter created by the corpse troopers, and when they saw what had just occurred, many of them gasped. To kill a heavenly marquis son in this way showed how deep his enmity went. I guess I haven't killed enough people since coming to Archemperor City, Bai Xiaochun said in a fierce and brutal tone. Well, since you and your friends decided to attack me personally, then not only will I kill your son, I'm going to kill you too. Even as his words continued to echo in the air, he burst forward with explosive speed toward the heavenly marquee pagoda. As he closed in, several beams of dazzling light shot out from the pagoda toward him. Simultaneously, the side of the pagoda rippled as a shadowy figure emerged. That shadowy figure was one of the miraculous abilities of the heavenly marquee pagoda, a magical clone which immediately shot toward Bai Xiaochun in attack. It was at this point that the corpse troopers, including the silver-armored one, split off and began to search the buildings for Miao Liner's grandfather. Obviously, Bai Xiaochun had given them the order to do so. He didn't need the help of his corpse troopers for this fight. In fact, he wanted a chance to vent the anger, madness, and guilt which had built up over the last month. Rumbling booms could be heard as the dazzling beams of light landed on Bai Xiaochun, and yet, he didn't even blink in response. He only picked up speed, hurtling toward the magical clone at top speed. As he closed in, he shoved out his right hand. An explosive blast of wind spread out in all directions in response. In response, the magical clone of Zhou Wudao snorted coldly and performed an incantation gesture, summoning a horde of illusory pythons to attack Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression didn't change at all. He clenched his right fist, which caused a black vortex to appear, along with a terrifying gravitational force. It was as if all of the energy in the entire area were being sucked into that vortex. Even Bai Xiaochun's aura vanished, until it almost seemed like he didn't exist. However, that was when a domineering figure appeared behind him. This was none other than the Undying Emperor's Fist. It was an attack that had left Mistress Red Dust visibly surprised, and was very close to the power of a deva, but a massive amount of force was building up around Bai Xiaochun. It almost seemed like night was falling in his area as all of the light was sucked into that black vortex. Zhou Wudao's shadowy clone felt an intense sensation of deadly crisis building up, and let out a shout, simultaneously performing a double-handed incantation gesture that caused the pythons to all form together into a 300-meter-wide defensive formation. However, that defensive formation was as effective against Bai Xiaochun's Undying Emperor's Fist as a mantis was against a war chariot. Boom! The python formation was ripped to shreds, becoming a cloud of gore and bones which rapidly transformed into nothing more than ash. Zhou Wudao's clone couldn't have looked more shocked at how wildly destructive the Undying Emperor's Fist was. Things weren't over yet, though. As the darkness of night grew stronger in the area, the heavenly marquee pagoda began to shake. Inside, Zhou Wudao coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned as white as a sheet as he spared no effort to fight back with the powers of the pagoda. "Time to double it up," Xiaochun said, eyes glittering. Clenching his hand into a fist, he unleashed the undying emperor's fist again, this time with double the level of power. The darkness in the area converged on itself, making a huge black fist that caused everyone who saw it to gasp in shock. Then that fist slammed into the heavenly marquee pagoda. Heaven and earth shook violently, all of Archemperor's city trembled. A moment later, the undying emperor's fist faded away, and the heavenly marquee pagoda still stood. Xiaochun hovered just outside of it, his expression as cold as ice. Inside the pagoda, Zhou Wudao was coughing up more blood, and had visibly aged, and yet was laughing madly. So what if you have a Deva-level fist strike? This is a heavenly marquee peg, however. Before Zhou Wudao could finish speaking, cracking sounds could be heard. His face fell, and then drained of blood as he saw a crack appear right beneath him. Impossible. Impossible. Zhou Wudao felt like his mind had been struck by lightning, and his face was covered with an expression of unmitigated horror. Then, more cracking sounds could be heard. More and more cracks began to spread out through the pagoda, as, within the space of a few breaths of time, it collapsed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 798, I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Chapter 798, I'll give you 10 breaths of time. As the heavenly marquee pagoda collapsed, complete silence filled the area. Everyone in the clan felt like their minds were being struck by lightning from the heavens. To a heavenly marquee clan, their heavenly marquee pagoda was a symbol of how lofty and amazing their clan was. It was the most important legacy in their clan, passed on to each successor as a means to defend the clan. And right now, the Zhou clan's heavenly marquee pagoda was collapsing into pieces. Although this was not the first such pagoda to be destroyed after the Archemperor dynasty relocated to the Wildlands, it was the only one to meet such a fate in the past 1,000 years. The significance of this event defied imagination. If that was how the Zhou clan reacted, then there was little need to wonder how everyone else in the audience was reacting. There were countless people observing events on behalf of other powerful groups, and also just random people interested in watching, and all of them were dumbstruck. The Zhou clan's heavenly marquee pagoda is collapsing. This by how actually dared to destroy a heavenly marquee pagoda. Zhou Wudao emerged from within the collapsing pagoda, blood spraying out of his mouth, and looking visibly older than before. The instant he appeared in the open, he didn't charge toward Xiaochun in attack, but rather, turned and fled. He had no other choice than to do so. Xiaochun's fist strike had been unimaginably shocking, so powerful that it actually destroyed a lofty and magnificent heavenly marquee pagoda. To Zhou Wudao, it was almost inconceivable. Most people only knew a little bit about how heavenly marquee pagodas actually worked, but as a heavenly marquee, he had complete control over his own pagoda, and was thus deeply struck by what had just occurred. He knew that the so-called heavenly marquee pagodas were not created by heavenly marquises. Instead, they had been built along with Archemperor's city itself. More specifically, they were shocking magical devices that could focus and release the power of an unseen spell formation. After all, what was visible of Archemperor's city right now was actually only a part of the true extent of the city. There was more buried underground. And as for the heavenly marquee pagodas, they could enable a half-deva heavenly marquee to unleash battle prowess equivalent to a full deva. And of course, the heavenly duke pagodas were even more impressive. The power of the pagodas was limited to some extent. After all, they were expensive to fully power up, and that would not be permitted unless the Archemperor dynasty were under direct threat. Even still, they were powerful enough that no ordinary person could possibly attack them successfully. In fact, the one which had been successfully destroyed 1,000 years ago had been during a battle of demigods. Because of that, there was no way that Zhou Wudao could ever have guessed that his heavenly marquee pagoda would collapse. Although he wasn't sure how it was happening, he had his suspicions, and they terrified him. If it isn't his cultivation base, then it must be some special divine ability. That fist strike is actually a magical technique. But what? Zhou Wudao's face was ashen as he realized that he had provoked someone he was most certainly not powerful enough to have provoked. Thus, it was without the slightest hesitation that he fled as quickly as possible. An icy glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He didn't know much about heavenly marquee pagodas, and therefore, was a bit confused by Zhou Wudao's reaction. It was with lightning-like speed that he immediately gave chase, when suddenly, a shadowy blur appeared from within the rubble of a collapsing building at the edge of the Zhou clan. The figure was partially translucent, and was moving directly toward the corpse troopers who had the area locked down. Not only was the figure moving quickly, it was using some sort of divine ability that slowed the corpse troopers down. As a result, it seemed to be just on the verge of breaking through the blockade. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun stopped, turned, and vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the shadowy figure. It was almost as if he had been waiting for this person to make a break for it. "So, you finally show your face," he said, his eyes radiating icy coldness and killing intent. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the air around him began to swirl like a vortex. Unexpectedly, the intensity of his killing intent actually surpassed what had appeared when he had attacked Zhou Wudao. "You!" the shadowy figure blurted, suddenly backing up. At that point, it resolved into the image of an old man. He seemed alarmed. Clearly, he had believed himself very clever for attempting to flee when the heavenly marquee pagoda fell, and Bai Xiaochun went chasing after Zhou Wudao. By fleeing at that time, and using his special technique to slow the reactions of the corpse troopers, he had been very confident in being able to make his escape. Never could he have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would be prepared for just something like this. The old man was caught completely unaware. The truth was that as soon as Bai Xiaochun had arrived at the Zhou clan and found that neither he nor his silver-armored corpse trooper could use their divine sense to find this old man, he had come up with his plan. One of the reasons he had killed the heir apparent was to vent his anger, but the other was to prevent Zhou Wudao from buying time and getting help. The whole point to his offensive had not been to kill anyone, but to give Miao Linner's grandfather what he believed was a chance to escape. Only by pushing things to the very limit, and by making his opponent think that he was completely mad, would the man be confident enough to try to escape. That was why he had attacked with such ruthless efficiency, and had immediately resorted to the undying emperor's fist. The whole time, his divine sense had been spread out through the clan, and especially focused on his corpse troopers, but he knew that the old necromancer would attempt to escape by breaking through the ceiling blockade, and that was exactly what he had been waiting for. Now that the old man was backing away from him, Bai Xiaochun stepped forward. At the same time, he sent a thought out to his corpse troopers, causing them to reinforce and shrink the perimeter. Meanwhile, the silver-armored corpse trooper unleashed the power of his Deva cultivation base and headed toward the old necromancer. It only took moments to lock down everything above and below. As of this point, it didn't matter what special technique this old man had, he would not be escaping. Zhou Wudao was also affected, and had to start backing away from the corpse troopers. There was simply no way he could break through that barrier. Miao Linner's grandfather could see that it was a critical moment. Eyes flickering with madness, he suddenly looked over at Bai Xiaochun and shouted, "Let me go, Bai Hao. If you don't, then a single thought from me will wipe your soul slave out of existence." Apparently worried that Bai Xiaochun might be convinced that his soul slave was dead, the old man performing an incantation gesture, causing a soul shadow to appear on his forehead. That soul shadow was Bai Hao, who was trapped in the old man's forehead, slowly being burned and clearly in critical danger. Bai Xiaochun stopped in place, trembling inwardly as he looked at Bai Hao's soul shadow. The corpse troopers also stopped, including the silver-armored one, although his Deva fluctuations grew more intense. "If you let me go," the old man said nervously, "I'll give you back your soul slave." His eyes darted back and forth between Bai Xiaochun and the silver-armored corpse trooper with the Deva cultivation base. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had stopped moving instantly boosted his confidence. He could clearly see how important this soul slave was to him. Back down now. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. The old man's eyes were glittering more brightly than ever, and off to the side, Zhou Wudao's heart leaped with anticipation. Bai Xiaochun looked away from Bai Hao's soul shadow and into the eyes of the celestial necromancer. Although he was very nervous, he was feeling more merciless than ever. Voice cold, he said, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to decide. Either you die, or every last member of the Miao clan dies. The choice is yours. Waving his hand, he summoned a screen of light, within which was an image. It depicted the inspections manor, within which were tens of thousands of soul cultivators. There were men and women of all types, and they were all trembling with fear. Miao Liner was there, her face pale and covered with dread. They were surrounded by an army of corpse troopers who pulsed with murderous auras, their leader being none other than Zhou Yixing. Miao Liner's grandfather was clearly shocked by the image. Even more shocking was that the people in the image could see him. They quickly began to call out in anxious voices. Save us, Patriarch! Help me, grandfather! Patriarch, it's me, Tanner. Help me, Dot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 799, You Tricked Me, Bai Hao. Chapter 799, You Tricked Me, Bai Hao. Shockingly, these were all of the members of the Miao clan. They only represented about 70 to 80% of the clan as a whole, but that was still a large number. Furthermore, many of them were chosen of the clan, people who the patriarch had spent blood, sweat, and tears, not to mention significant cultivation resources, to groom as necromancers. They represented the reserves of the entire Miao clan, as well as its future. This Miao clan patriarch had carefully split his clan into smaller groups and hidden them away where he thought no one would be able to find them. Never could he have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would have the resources to track them all down. Actually, that was one of the first clues Bai Xiaochun had found, and a task he had immediately assigned to Zhou Yixing. Furthermore, the reason he had ordered him not to do anything at first was for fear of alerting his enemies. The reason he finally made a move on the Zhou clan was because he had gathered all the clues he needed, and he had decided to close the net. Of course, the ordinary cultivators of the Miao clan weren't necessarily very useful on their own. But Bai Xiaochun had long since come to the conclusion that if Bai Hao were still alive, then he would end up in this very situation, where the Miao clan patriarch would use Bai Hao to threaten him. And therefore, he would use the Miao clan itself to threaten the patriarch, as his trump card. That was another of the reasons why he had unhesitatingly cut down the heir apparent of the Zhou clan. That menacing action would be even more powerful than a mere spoken threat. Bai Hao! You! The Miao clan patriarch's eyes were completely bloodshot, and his mind was reeling. Within that projected image, he saw Miao Liner and all of the other young ones in the clan that he had not just painstakingly groomed, but also dearly loved. He thought back to life in his clan, how these young ones had been so attached to him, and suddenly he began to breathe raggedly. At the same time, a look of struggle appeared in his eyes. As of this moment, their life or death would be decided by one simple action on his part. This isn't everyone in your clan, Bai Xiaochun said, slowly and clearly, but don't worry. If my soul slave perishes, then trust me, I will do everything in my power to track down every last child of the Miao clan, no matter where they are hiding, and put them to death. I will ensure that the Wildlands never again has a hint of a clan named Miao. Every bloodline will be wiped away. Bai Xiaochun knew that the fact that the Miao clan patriarch was using Bai Hao to threaten him indicated that his identity had not been revealed. If it had, the patriarch wouldn't need to threaten him. He could overturn Bai Xiaochun's entire world with ease, and place him in the most dangerous of deadly situations. Something else that made Bai Xiaochun tremble in anger was the knowledge that the Miao clan patriarch could not easily soul-search Bai Hao. And yet, the patriarch would obviously have wanted to know exactly how Bai Hao had come to be. Because of that, Bai Xiaochun could only imagine the suffering and torment he had undergone. And yet, the Miao clan patriarch had failed in his efforts. Bai Xiaochun had already been unwilling to abandon his apprentice before, but that added realization bolstered his convictions. The Miao clan patriarch's lips quivered, and his eyes grew increasingly bloodshot. He was even finding it hard to breathe. It was almost like he had split into two people, one of whom represented his clan, and the other of whom represented himself. And the two of them were fighting back and forth for the superior position. Would his desire to become an earthly necromancer outweigh his duty to his clan? It was in that exact same moment that Bai Xiaochun once again spoke. Under no circumstances will I allow you to leave here today. And I don't need to rely on luck to make sure that happens. You will die today, no matter what. Either give me my soul slave and be the only person to die, or you, your clan, and my soul slave can all die together. There is no escape for you, and no one will come to your rescue. Don't bother trying to buy time. I'll say it only once more. You have 10 breaths of time. After that, I will give the order for my corpse troopers to attack. Then, you can watch the blood of your clan flow in rivers toward the netherworld as you die along with them. Although Bai Xiaochun's heart was racing in anxiety, his face didn't show it. He seemed cold, ruthless, and emotionless, and his voice contained decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. With that, he flicked his sleeve, looked at the image of Zhou Yixing, and said, "Start the countdown, Zhou Yixing. After 10 breaths of time, execute the Miao clan. 10. 9. 8. The Miao clan patriarch shivered and panted more than before. Bai Xiaochun's words were like sharp knives that stabbed deep into his heart and mind, pushing him to the brink of complete collapse. That was especially true considering that Bai Xiaochun had said that he would die no matter what. And he only had 10 breaths of time to make his decision. By this point, he was convinced that Bai Xiaochun truly had made a decision to kill him, and that there was no way out of the situation. What do I do? He thought. What am I supposed to do? As the Miao clan patriarch chuckled bitterly, and Zhou Yixing counted down loudly, the Miao clan cultivators began to beg and plead even more loudly than before. Save us, patriarch. 5. 4. Zhou Yixing's words blasted into the Miao clan patriarch's ears like thunder. The patriarch stared at Bai Xiaochun, hoping to get some clue from him to indicate that perhaps he was bluffing. But no matter how he looked at him, he seemed cold and ruthless. He looked like he would go to any lengths necessary to see the patriarch dead. He cares about this soul, he thought, his heart pounding, but not enough that it can be used as a threat against him. Clearly, Bai Xiaochun either wanted the soul for himself, or didn't want anyone else to have it. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun was actually far more nervous than the Miao clan patriarch. And yet, he had to keep that hidden, down to the tiniest scrap. He knew that if he let the Miao clan patriarch go, he would lose the initiative, and his opponent would be in control of Bai Hao's life. At that point, if the other 12 clans and the 9 Serenity's king took action, it would be virtually impossible for him to save Bai Hao. Delaying matters wouldn't do any good. He needed to decisively end matters right here and now. His only hope was to see which of the two of them was more vicious. He had to make it seem like he wanted the man dead no matter what. Only by destroying his opponent's hope for life could he possibly awaken his sense of responsibility toward his clan. At that point, the man would be forced to choose who died, himself or his clan. In the end, most ordinary people would pick the former. The former was not death, it was sacrificing oneself for one's people. If the patriarch somehow saw through Bai Xiaochun's act, and realized that he cared about the situation even more than the patriarch, then Bai Xiaochun would be forced to compromise, and let him go. 3. Zhou Yixing's killing intent grew stronger, and the murderous aura of the 1,000 corpse troopers raged. Sacrifice yourself to save your clan? Bai Xiaochun said coldly. Or be buried along with them? The choice is up to you. He raised his hand up into the air, and everyone could see that, if he dropped it, it would indicate that the executions were to be carried out. He didn't need to make lengthy speeches. In fact, saying too much right now could actually be counterproductive. 2. Zhou Yixing said. The pleading of the Miao clan became like a sound wave that battered at the patriarch's heart and mind. He was on the verge of complete mental and emotional collapse. With the weight of death looming over him, his sense of duty toward his clan was now starting to outweigh his own selfish interest. To some extent, the scene playing out was a mockery. Although the patriarch seemed to be ready to sacrifice himself for his clan, the truth was that if he could sense the slightest bit of hesitation in by Xiaochun, the slightest chance that he might make it out alive, he would make a very different decision. 1. As the word left Zhou Yixing's mouth, the Miao clan patriarch smiled bitterly. Then he reached up to his forehead, grabbed Bai Hao, and threw him toward Bai Xiaochun. Let my clan go, he said. A man must take responsibility for his actions, therefore, my life is yours for the taking. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding so hard that his veneer of coldness shattered. His anxiety erupted as he reached out to grab Bai Hao. Bai Hao was clearly very weak, but as soon as Bai Xiaochun grabbed him, he opened his eyes and stared in shock and incredulity. Master, he said. Then he passed out. Heart trembling, Bai Xiaochun sent some divine sense out to confirm that Bai Hao was merely unconscious. Then he put him into his soul-hoarding pagoda in his bag of holding. When the Miao clan patriarch saw all of that, his eyes went wide, and his mind began to spin. He heard Bai Hao call Bai Xiaochun master, and saw how much Bai Xiaochun cared about him. Finally, everything suddenly clicked into place. The patriarch began to gasp for breath as the sacred feeling of having sacrificed himself for his clan was replaced by pure humiliation. You tricked me, Bai Hao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 800, Master and Apprentice Reunited. Chapter 800, Master and Apprentice Reunited. The Miao clan patriarch's howl was one of utter defeat. He had lost many things a moment ago. His wisdom, his judgment, Bai Hao, and his own life. He had been completely and utterly vanquished. Kill those two, Bai Xiaochun said coldly, flicking his sleeve. All of the corpse troopers, even the one in silver armor, took to action, murderous auras raging. The silver-armored corpse trooper alone would have been enough, but they all attacked. Therefore, there was nothing that the Miao clan patriarch or Zhou Wudao could do to fight back. They were killed in body and soul. They had been able to struggle a bit while Bai Hao was still in their custody to use as a threat. But right now, their screams and curses filled the air as their bodies were ripped to shreds. Blood and gore exploded out in all directions, and their nascent divinities were shattered. For the Zhou clan, it was the end of an era. Although they still existed, for all intents and purposes, they were dead. Their heavenly marquee pagoda had been destroyed, and their heavenly marquee killed. Their heir apparent was dead, and the Zhou clan would be stricken from the list of the heavenly marquee clans. The Miao clan had once been one of the most powerful clans in the wildlands with their earthly necromancer. But now, they had no pillar of strength to support them. Of course, Bai Xiaochun did not go back on his word. He said that he would spare the Miao clan, and he did. However, he had Zhou Yixing secretly place branding marks on all of them. Although they escaped with their lives, if Zhou Yixing ever needed to, he would have a way to easily threaten them. And if they ever harbored truly ill intentions, he could easily kill them. Not all the Miao clan cultivators got off easily, though. Bai Xiaochun had Miao Liner imprisoned in the Grand Asylum. Her incredible good looks would obviously cause wicked thoughts to rise up in the men in the prison, but at the moment, Bai Xiaochun wasn't feeling merciful. The events of the day immediately caused a stir in Archemperor City. There wasn't a single person who didn't hear about what had occurred. As for the heavenly marquises, they were stricken with fear down to the last one. Although all of them had had conflicts and even some fights with Bai Xiaochun, so far, none of the interchanges had ever escalated to the point of people dying. But now, a heavenly marquis and his successor had both been cut down. Even a heavenly marquis pagoda had been destroyed. After the initial gasps of shock, everyone assumed that what had happened had been ordered by the Grand Heaven Master. However, it didn't take long before the Grand Heaven Master expressed his anger about the matter. At that point, the heavenly marquises realized that the inspections commissioner had been acting for personal reasons. This Bai Hao is crazy. I can't believe he actually killed people. He actually went and killed a heavenly marquis without the consent of the Grand Heaven Master? This defies all laws and principles, even those of the heavens. This guy cannot be tolerated any longer. The inspections commissioner has too much power. If he can go crazy and kill Zhou Wudao, then who will be the next person he targets for death? This Bai Hao is a traitor. This is Archemperor's city. Who does he think he is, the second Grand Heaven Master? The heavenly marquises were all enraged. Their previous hatred, especially that caused by the proclamation of universal grace and the losses they had sustained because of it, caused them to detest Bai Xiaochun with all their being. Because of their hatred and fear, there was no way that they would let Bai Xiaochun's one enormous illegal act just go unanswered. It didn't take long before the heavenly marquises were heading en masse to the imperial palace. This time he's going to die beyond the shadow of a doubt. There's no way that this Bai Hao will escape by the skin of his teeth this time. No superhuman abilities will help him this time. He won't even have a corpse left. Nobody can save him. The inspections commissioner's power comes from the Grand Heaven Master. Today, he will face major tribulation. The heavenly marquises weren't the only ones to take action. The 10 heavenly dukes left their heavenly duke pagodas and also headed to the imperial palace. Chen Haosong took the lead, a cold smile on his face. He knew that not even the Grand Heaven Master would be able to protect Bai Hao this time. Bai Hao's crime was far too dramatic, and had crossed a bottom line that nobody in Archemperor dynasty could accept. All of the nobility and aristocracy were up in arms. As for the common people, when they heard about what had happened, they gasped at the enormity and insanity of it all. It didn't take long for the news of Bai Xiaochun killing a heavenly marquis to reach the farthest corners of the wildlands. When the giant ghost king heard of it, his anger flared. He quickly pulled out a jade slip to send a message to Bai Xiaochun, but after a moment, put the jade slip away. Then he stamped his foot in anger, causing the entire royal palace to shudder. Too reckless. When the Nine Serenities king got the information via jade slip, he frowned. He didn't care much that Zhou Wudao and the Miao clan patriarch had been killed. The only reason he had helped them to begin with was because it benefited him. Although he didn't particularly care for Bai Xiaochun, he viewed him like an ant whose life or death didn't matter at all. However, he did care about the fact that a heavenly marquis pagoda had been destroyed. Strange, he murmured. Meanwhile, in another part of Nine Serenities City, Prince Zhou Hong heard the news and immediately broke out into delighted laughter. Bai Hao, Bai Hao. How will you possibly avert disaster this time? Virtually everyone felt the same, that the situation was completely unresolvable. As the wildlands was shaken by the news, Bai Xiaochun was back in the inspections manor, where he had gone immediately after the events in the Zhou clan. He tossed his inspections commissioner medallion into his bag of holding, and dismissed Zhou Yixing with orders to lay low until things calmed down. As for his corpse troopers, they stood in ranks, motionless. At the moment, the only thing Bai Xiaochun cared about was Bai Hao, who lay in his soul-hoarding pagoda, slowly recovering. Eventually, his eyes fluttered open, and the first thing he saw was his master, looking very haggard. Finally awake, Bai Xiaochun said, a smile on his face. You need to be more careful in the future. Come. Let Master tell you what's happened in the last month. HMMMPHH. You have no idea how awesomely your master handled things. No one dared to provoke me. I even went and accused Devis. Smiling, he went on to explain everything that had happened. To him, Things already seemed like they had been a month before, with he and Bai Hao together, depending on each other for survival. However, the more he talked about everything, the more Bai Hao's eyes began to glaze over. "Master," he said, trembling. When he heard that his master had enacted the proclamation of universal grace for him, and then learned of everything after that, he was suddenly struck deeply with a feeling of warm gratitude. Eventually, he flew out of his soul-hoarding pagoda and dropped to his knees to kowtow to Bai Xiaochun. "I never thought I would see you again, master," he said, his heart surging with emotions that he couldn't even express. After being captured, he had endured a month of torment, and yet had never revealed any of his master's secrets. As of this moment, it all seemed worth it. After all, the person Bai Hao cared about most in his heart was his master, but to Bai Hao, the past month had been one of endless darkness and pain. He had felt himself being slowly burned away as the Miao clan patriarch refined him. There had even been times when the patriarch attempted to soul-search him. The Miao clan's flame conjuring techniques required that they soul-search and torment the intelligent soul until it submitted. Only then could the flame be conjured successfully. It was only possible to imagine how much pain Bai Hao had experienced. During that time, he had been completely powerless to do anything. There were times when he had almost wished he could die, but in his determination, he had refused to give in. His master had not yet conjured 19-colored flame, and in fact, he had not yet seen him succeed with 18-colored flame. And he had sworn an oath that he would make sure his master fulfilled his dream of becoming a heavenly necromancer. Therefore, he couldn't die. Nor did he want to. Maybe he would die one day, but it would only be after he helped his master accomplish everything he needed to. Only then could he close his eyes in that final rest. There were just too many things left to be done. Furthermore, he was also worried about what his master would do without someone to watch over him. Presumably, he would get himself in all sorts of dangerous situations, and Bai Hao knew he needed to be there to give advice, and to help solve the problems. That was his focus and determination, and it kept him going the entire month. He wasn't sure how much longer he would have been able to hold out, and eventually, he simply lapsed into unconsciousness. And then, he opened his eyes to see his master. When Bai Xiaochun saw the look in Bai Hao's eyes, he felt very pleased with himself, and mused that he really was a trustworthy and inspiring master. "Tousling Bai Hao's hair," he said, "ha ha ha. Moved? Well, didn't master tell you that after you become his apprentice, you wouldn't regret it?" Bai Hao immediately kowtowed deeply and said, "Master, you have shown me incredible kindness. You saved my life. I will never forget this for the rest of my life." It was almost exactly the same as the scene which had played out in that mountain cave when he had just regained his mind after being a vengeful soul. He kowtowed with no regrets and with full sincerity. Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up and flicked his sleeve. "You're my apprentice," he said grandly, "and if anyone dares to lay a hand on you, they're basically slapping me in the face." Proclamation of universal grace? Ha! If that hadn't worked, my next plan was to get the lands of Heavenspan to invade the wildlands to save you. As of this moment, he didn't look at all like the cold and ruthless person he had been in the past month. He was finally back to normal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.